Hello and welcome to the Blood and Iron expansion tournament. I'm Bubbles. I'm joined by the wonderful J King, and today we have a huge amount of cards. It's going to be a jam-packed day. We've got best of fives all over the place. We're going to be taking you through the first half of the tournament, and then the second half will be taken through with Birdo and Starry. But for now, we've got games to get to, we've got decks to look at, and we've got an expansion here. Jaking, how do you feel about the expansion? Obviously, this tournament is very much set around the expansion. There's a lot of new exciting cards. There's a lot of new decks being played in here. Just what's your general feeling with the new expansion going into this tournament?
I think Blood and Iron has been a very successful expansion. I think it's a very fun expansion with a lot of new decks, and not just new decks, but new nations as well. We've seen Soviets really drop off in the last few years, but probably Soviets are the standout nation from Blood and Iron. And we have seen the World Championship was played on the Blood and Iron expansion very early days, and just to see how the decks have evolved from that at the sort of very beginning of the Blood and Iron expansion to now, where we're getting towards the end with the new spring release coming out mid-March, where we've seen how these decks have evolved, and some decks have been refined, other decks have completely fallen off the face of the map, the face of the earth, sorry. But yeah, I think it's very exciting here to see what people have decided are like sort of the best decks of this expansion now that we've been playing with it for a few months.
No, yeah, it's very exciting. And if you've been paying attention to cards related news, we've got a bit of a mini set on the way with some ally nation cards coming out. So that's going to be exciting as well. Maybe shake up the meta once again for next time. But for now, we're going to take a quick look at the brackets, and then we're going to get straight into a couple decks. So we've got HQT versus Ephraim. We've got Noan versus Pancake. We've got Taboo versus 2598252160, and we've got Nanami versus Say. So these are going to be best of fives. Each player's brought 4 decks, and there's going to be 1 ban. And I think we're just going to start off with HQT versus Ephraim on taking a look at their decks. That's all right. We'll have the decks just a moment. Now, I'm going to take you through these. We're going to start with HQT, who has been around for a good while now. They've got a solid 67% win rate, a great 5-0 Swiss record. We see HMS Illustrious favorite card, but Soviets as their most played nation. And we do have a good amount of Soviets being represented today. So let's see if we can see what the Soviets are bringing for HQT today. And we're going to start on the left and we'll finish on the right. So we have a USA Brit ramp deck. Now, ramp has gotten a fair number of tools they're quite happy to play with. We see this second Michigan in here. Really just helps you operate these expensive units with high op costs. We also see the Calliope here. This is a very nice way at clearing and defending the board. And it just seems like ramp is in a really nice place at the moment. It's very well rounded. It's got enough sort of anti-aggression tools to be able to be played, but also enough late game to not fall off against control. Ramp has been in a bit of an awkward spot in the past where you either lost to control or you lost to aggro, but now it has a solid chance at fighting against both. We also see a Jaggro deck. Jaggro's been around for a long time. Nothing too crazy here. We do see things like the Heian, since Shiden is no more. We also have cards like the Sayun, which is this tech for the first responders, very powerful at shutting them down. And we see the Panzer 3J late in here, a really nice finisher to help you close out these games. Very efficient tank. We then have the other ramp deck, which is a Brit US ramp deck. And throughout cards, we've had sort of Brit US and US Brit being the main 2 ramp decks which have seen play. And it's no different today. We see the Brit main one here. It's got a few more defensive tools, a few more control tools, but it doesn't have quite the same sort of punch traditionally that the US version has, because you don't have these huge payoffs. However, with cards like the Lancaster and the Avre in here, there are still no shortage of big payoffs. And then we have their Soviet Italy sort of control deck. I hesitate to call this control a little bit because traditionally control has been very, very defensive, and the Soviet Italy decks almost play more like a mid-range deck. We've got things like Fear in here with Claim the Skies, a very efficient way of clearing the board and gaining health. We've got SU-76M in here, which of course came in to be very popular with the new 12th Guards Mechanized. And I think these guys here, this sort of combo with the Guards Mechanized plus the SU-76s and the SU-100s, is what's transformed Soviets into being really a frontier nation. They went from seeing almost no play at all outside of a couple things like self-damage to really being at the front of the cards meta. And I think a huge amount of it is down to them. And even these sort of control decks like to run them, and it just makes them so much more effective in the early game. It gives them so much more card draw throughout the late game, and just turns them into more of a mid-range style deck than the defensive control deck we're used to. But that is HQT's lineup. I think it's a good representation of what we're seeing today, but we will see what Ephraim is bringing, which Jaking will take you through.
Yeah, so if HQT represents the decks that we sort of expect to see, this is the more meta decks of this expansion, Ephraim represents the opposite. So first, let's take a look at these 2,727 total matches, and this is played between December and January, the qualifying months for this tournament, at a 66% win rate. That is a crazy number of games. That is a crazy high win rate for such a number of games. Swiss record 3-2. Including a loss to none other than HQT. However, managed to get in here in 8th seed. So what are their 4 decks going to be? Let's take a look. So going from left to right, first up we have what is most likely the most normal or standard deck that we're used to seeing. It is, of course, the Britain USA ramp deck. And we see a few different cards from how HQT built his Britain USA ramp, but also many, many similarities, of course, both with the war machines, the war bonds, the production orders, the big payoff elites that you get from Britain as your main nation. But there's additionally some stars and stripes and a bit less sort of interesting tech cards that we saw in HQT's deck, like the Michigans. Ephraim playing a much more standard, low to the ground, relatively speaking, for a ramp deck. Britain USA ramp, there's a lot of guards in here. This is going to be able to compete with some of these more aggressive tempo decks. Then we move on to Ephraim's second deck, which is a Soviet USA air deck of some variety. And this is something we've never really seen before. We have seen Soviet air a handful of times. It's not typically with USA Ally, and it's not typically with these card combinations. So the air package is what you would expect from a Soviet air package. You've got the Polycarpovs, you've got the Claim the Skies, you've got the Blood Red Skies, and of course all of the other cheap Soviet air units. And then with the US package, you're bringing in Duress for some cheap suppression. You've got an Air Corps Farian for another AoE buff once you get up to enough credits to trigger it. And then for Freedom 164th for cheap additional 1 credit buffs to your air units, and a Greyhound for a attack buff to all of your support line. So I'm very interested to see how this deck is going to work out against the rest of the meta, just because this is something we haven't really seen. How consistently is it going to be able to stick these air units? Because if Soviet air can stick air units, it's going to pop off. And then, of course, there's a very interesting top end to this deck with 2 By the Swords and 4 Yaks, the 2 Yak 9PLs and the 2 Yak 9s. So there's also some ability to go long, there's some ability to redraw a hand, which is also something we don't typically see in Soviet air. Then his third deck is a USA France deck, but this is not USA France 3 Operation, which we've seen a little bit. This is USA France Mill, and this is a deck that we saw him play on stream during the qualification. We saw this play on stream twice. The first time, it had a very unfortunate time against a Aggro deck and lost very quickly, and the other time, it went up against a Britain France Mill deck and just absolutely dominated, because this deck is quite heavy. It's got the Cyclone divisions for just extra steam on top of course, the just regular France Ally Mill package with thrown in there with a little bit of ramp, some healing, some board clears from the US just to try to stabilize. And if this deck can go up against some control decks, it's going to have a very, very good chance at winning. And as we've seen, HQT has moved much more controlling with their deck lists headed into this top 8. So Ephraim maybe playing a bit of a game of chicken by bringing this deck again. I think a lot of people would have expected him to switch off of this deck, seeing how aggressive the qualifiers were, but Ephraim reading that people are going to go more controlling, bringing this deck again, I'm excited to see if it pays off for him. And then last but not least is a Germany-Poland Exile deck. And we've seen Exile before, never with German allies, so I'm very excited to see how this deck works. Of course, you have the Exile cards you would expect. You have the MS, you have the Hurricanes, you have the Yak, and you have the Hammerhome. But Germany doesn't really bring you any Exile cards, so it's not full in on the Exile, it's more of like an Exile package. And then the rest of the Germany cards is giving a bit of a mid-range package as well. It's very difficult to really break down into a standard category, because you have some controlling cards like Sudden Strikes, like Leopold on the top end, the Crossfires for some AoEs. Then you have some cards which are more traditionally aggressive, like a Rally to get through Pin, and that could come in clutch. And of course, you have some more very aggressive cards to get through guards, like the Suppression, and that's of course going to synergize with all of these air units. So, you know, this deck, I've never seen anything like it, and I mean, Ephraim's decks are very unique. They're very personalized, you could say, and I'm very excited to see how this goes up against the more sort of standard decks of HQT. Is HQT just going to run away with it? Definitely the more experienced player with the more tested decks, or is Ephraim, you know, going to prove that he's bringing these decks for a reason? What do you think, Bubbles?
I don't think I've ever seen an aggressive German deck without 35T. That is got to be a first for me, because that is usually the go-to aggressive card. But yeah, they're definitely more personalized, definitely more what they feel like playing. We're going to be looking at bans in a moment, so I want to get your quick breakdown on that. Obviously, HQT having the more standard lineup might be slightly more difficult to ban against. And then Ephraim having a more interesting lineup. Do you think HQT is just going to go straight for this ramp deck? Or do you think one of these other decks might actually be a silver bullet against HQT's lineup?
If you're HQT, I think there's some consideration for just banning this US-France deck, just because you have so many control decks, and it's going to be a very feels-bad game. It's going to be a long, slow game that you're not ever really going to have a chance in, but it feels like you might have a chance, and then you mill all of your production orders, and then you lose. And he might just ban that just like as an emotional response of, I don't want to play this game, and if I play this game, it might make me play worse in my other games, because it might put me on tilt. But I think it's probably best to just ban this Britain USA ramp deck from Ephraim. It is, on paper, the best deck. It can be competitive into both control decks and aggressive decks, and we see HQT has a bit of a mix of both. So I think this should be a relatively easy ban from HQT. From Ephraim's perspective, man, I don't even know where you begin.
I mean, you've got to assume your US or your ramp deck is getting banned. So you've got to think, okay, my ramp deck's getting banned. I can't go ramp against ramp, because that's always one of those matchups where even when your opponent's ramp deck is slightly later and slightly slower, you'd think, oh, they've got a slower ramp deck. It will sort of stay in the game longer than mine will. But these quicker ramp decks can steal games against slower ramp decks, because they just get these bodies on the board and they apply enough pressure where the slower ramp deck, I find, it's not always, but it can sometimes get overrun, and then they can't have this big late game swing in their way because their opponent has also been ramping throughout the game. So you might think, okay, my ramp deck's gone, and then just what do I feel like I can beat most consistently with this sort of Germany-Poland deck or this USA-France deck? Because you do have to win on all of your decks. And we see HQT's Japan deck getting banned, and Ephraim's, US-France deck getting banned, which was, as you were saying, maybe just get rid of it. What do you think about HQT's Aggro deck being banned? How do you feel about this from Ephraim's perspective?
I think there's some amount of sense to this. If you're Ephraim, you of course don't know that your USA France deck is going to get banned. So if you assume that your USA France deck is going to have to play, Aggro is by far the worst matchup for that deck. Aggro can also be quite strong into this Britain deck and the Soviet deck. Soviets can sometimes be quite good into Aggro. This doesn't seem like, the Soviet air deck doesn't seem like it would be particularly strong or a counter to Aggro. It does sort of bring me to the Germany deck, where there's the two Crossfires, and Aggro seems like the best deck to have Crossfire against, but that doesn't seem to be enough for Ephraim to not just ban the quickest deck, the most aggressive deck from HQT, and just saying, you know what, I want to play slightly slower. And you know what, with the US deck gone, Ephraim's probably looking to actually go under HQT for the most part, particularly with the Soviet and Germany decks here.
So you think this German deck here, you really want to face one of these ramp decks maybe, where they're very, very slow? Because the Soviets, they are sort of a slower control deck still, but I think they have the tools to fight back against the German deck at least. So do you think this German deck from Ephraim is looking to face maybe this US ramp deck?
Yeah, I think best case you want to get into the USA deck, because US doesn't have a lot of very immediately reactive cards, especially in the early game. You really have to ramp up into the cards like the Bomber Mafia, and typically Bomber Mafia on its own isn't enough to clear a board. So the US ramp deck will be relying on cards, particularly guard units, to sort of prevent early game damage. And with the 3 suppression in Ephraim's deck, there's a decent chance that they're going to be able to set up a board that's quite aggressive. The Glamour Boys are or the first responders comes out to guard up the HQ, and then just 1 credit suppression, that's gone. All of those fighters hit face, and close out the game quite quickly. So I do think US is probably the matchup that you're wanting. But if you don't get out to a strong start, the German deck doesn't really have the most comeback tools, because the Crossfire is not going to be super effective. Leopold, it can reset a board, but then Ramp is going to have the credits to just replay everything, and, you know, if they're replaying like a B24D, it's just going to kill Leopold, and then you're back where you started. So it's going to need to really take advantage of that early game, that sort of deficit that the ramp deck's going to have in the early game, where they're just playing War Bonds, or you potentially even floating turns, or War Machine, if they don't find sort of the handful of cards that can go out alongside the cards like the War Machine in the early game.
And I mean, even some of the late game tools we see that have been put in this Germany deck, like Comets, they can struggle against these ramp decks, right? Because there's enough guard and there's enough defensive tools where the Comet's longevity, I feel like it can always close out these games. Like Glamour Boys comes out against your Comet and you just feel like you're in complete trouble. But we're going to see a ramp mirror. We're going to see the US ramp against the Brit ramp. Which ramp deck do you favor in this ramp mirror?
I think this is going to be relatively even. I think I would give a slight edge to the USA deck. I just think with particularly the high altitude bombing and the P51B are the cards that I'm looking here to give a slight edge. High altitude bombing just because ramp decks these days have a very hard time taking out multiple units. Multiple big units at once. High altitude bombing, one of the only ways to do that. And then the P51B is just a big fighter, and the Britain version of this deck doesn't really have any big fighters, but it's a big fighter that also draws you cards. And card draw is going to be very, very important in this matchup as well. But we see Ephraim starting off with a pretty good hand. Both players missing War Machines.
Ephraim's got a War Machine hiding in the bottom left corner there.
Oh, that is absolutely true.
Used to all that altar, you know, the Mr. Moneybags over here.
I am an alt art enjoyer, and Ephraim, no shortage of War Machines now.
We're going to see MI5 putting back HQT's card and finding another War Machine here for Ephraim. So they could go for the double ramp and steaming towards getting out a very large bomber. They went for that on turn 1, and we're going to be able to see in a couple turns it can come out with this this cost reduction here. But even with a much quicker sort of opening hand from Ephraim, HQT, I think they've got no shortage of plays to do in these early turns. Now that they've gotten this milk truck out to get a little bit of ramp to keep up, you've got the Wrath Lightning, which is really, really powerful. Hellcat is great for dealing with these bombers in the back line. And then MI5 just feels so important in this matchup to sort of accelerate your card draw while slowing down your opponents in the process. But the second production order, we could be seeing a whole lot of bombers coming onto the battlefield very quickly.
And both players picking the B24D. Obviously, this allows you to react to your opponents. 24D or whatever big unit they have. Do you think playing out these production orders as soon as possible, getting just immediately B24D, do you think there's any argument for keeping it around potentially for going for a suppression if it's necessary?
I think the main advantage to keeping it around over the suppression in this particular matchup, because there's not that many strong suppressed targets, I feel. Most things have a powerful deployment effect, and then they're on the board and they've used their effect, they're happy. I think the bigger thing is that one of the best ways of dealing with your enemy's B24s is with your own B24s. So if you keep this information hidden from your opponent, you don't let them know that you have the B24s, you can sort of force your opponent to play theirs, maybe kill a unit, go face, and then you can react with yours. And this can put your opponent in a really, really bad position. So I think, especially from Ephraim's perspective, I'd have liked to see one of these B24s kept secret, because then you play your first one, you go for the attack, and if HQT responds with their own to try and get the value kill, you can then go with yours in return. Instead, HQT would much rather respond with something like a Wrath Lightning or maybe a Howcat to try and kill it in a safer manner.
This pioneer company for Ephraim is putting in work for in multiple different ways that you typically see with the pioneer regiment. Obviously, it's reduced several credits. Ephraim playing orders every single turn, but it's also reduced the cost for this B24D getting out early, hitting the HQ already. And what's very interesting is we saw the MI5 from HQT actually putting back the first responders from Ephraim, so it didn't trigger. And this is going to mean Ephraim can potentially trigger in the future to get a bigger one, but I think he'd much rather have had even just the 2/6 guard on the board right now protecting up this B24D.
Especially with a Howcat about for HQT to do loads of damage to these bombers and bring them down very quickly. Just having a body to stop that and delay it by a little bit is very important. But if we see it come down now, ooh. No lack of options. We're going to see the war bonds come out, and I expect the first responders get a very big 5th Brigade down, and hopefully get HQT to play 1 or 2 more units. I think a couple more units, and you're going for this board wipe, just clearing the board, resetting. And with 2 big bombers in hand, you could potentially do a huge amount of burn damage to HQT's face and just bring HQT down into that danger zone where the potential for lethal from hand is a very real threat, especially with these Lancaster bombers adding just a little bit more blitz from hand.
I would love to see HQT just jam the Hellcat and send it all into the HQ. At this point, you're probably reading that you're going to get your board cleared next turn. You're probably reading that there's going to be a big guard unit that's getting created, but you have 2 Bomber Mafias and a B24D in hand. And Ephraim's deck doesn't have a lot of healing, and it has 2 fighters in the entire deck. So I almost wonder if it's just fully committing to the pressure and just saying you have a much bigger hand.
Now, Ephraim doesn't even need to go for the wave after wave for AoE. He can just go for a Bomber Mafia, clear most of the board, clear the front line, finds the Mitchell, can get rid of this fighter. I think you don't worry about the gunship mission. I know you can do that fancy footwork, but the Mitchell just has such a powerful body on it that just take the Mitchell, clear the board. You've got to, right? You don't want to give your opponent the opportunity to put down a different unit to eat the Mitchell's deployment effect. You've got to go for it this turn, and so much damage is on the board right now that HQT is going to be forced to respond to this.
And this is always the ramp there always feels bad when you have to play a B24D to trade and you know the opponent has a B24D in hand. In this case, it's even worse because if HQT wants to go for the B24D here, which surely can't be the correct play, not only does it get traded out, you have to spend 10 credits playing it, and then Ephraim is going to have to spend 7 credits to trade it out. So I suspect that we will instead see a Bomber Mafia get some damage in on these units. But at this point, are you just looking for a Mitchell of your own and then winning a 1 in 3?
I mean, it's not great odds. Gonna find the gunship mission. Now, the question is, do we see this come out? You can get rid of that Pioneers, although it's already done most of the work this match, but it does just give you a little bit more health as well. We may also see it come out and hit the Mitchell to set up AoE on the future turn, meaning you can save that supply priorities.
Trades out into the 5th Brigade, setting up the 2nd Bomber Mafia. We see Ephraim immediately hold up Ultra. Ephraim is fully aware of this. And this is looking like it's going to be a relatively quick game in the favor of Ephraim here. These two B-24Ds in hand.
Clearing board isn't impossible here for HQT, and able to potentially gain a little bit of life with this gunship mission.
Is he going to think about Ultra? He immediately goes to the Bomber Mafia and then stops and reconsiders. This is why these players are in the top 8. Very smooth move.
We're going to see board wiped here. Mitchell would still be a very nice find. Finds the B-24D. Gonna go for the Calliope, it looks like. I think that's reasonable. You have the backup plan of the supply priorities if it goes wrong, but having a unit on board just to help you deal with threats is quite nice.
And looks like he's considering using the supply priorities, guarantee take it out, and then playing out the B-25H. And
yes,
that's exactly what he does. I like this play better because you're being slightly more credit efficient, and also just having the bomber on board, it's going to be slightly more threatening through this heavy armor of the B-24D that's going to come out. But unfortunately,
not enough health though. Gonna need, and doesn't find it. Yeah.
No way to stop.
Taking the early lead with the ramp mirror. And that opener was just so much quicker for Ephraim that they were just able to apply enough pressure to HQT where you can burn them out with these bombers. And this feels like part of why playing against ramp can be so scary is they just control your board and they don't need to establish much of a board themselves because they're just going to use these big bombers and they're just going to burn you out. And now we see Ephraim left with two aggressive decks, so HQT has a little bit more say over what's going to be happening now. Doesn't have to worry about facing a ramp deck anymore. With HQT, which of your 3 decks is the weakest in these matchups, or are you comfortable with all 3 of these against Ephraim's more aggressive Soviet and Germany decks?
I think at this point, if you're HQT, the deck you're probably the most worried about is this USA Britain ramp, but I don't think you're feeling too down and out. You lost the game to Ephraim's best deck on paper, the most normal deck, the deck you expect to see, the deck that you expect to be able to get a win. Now it's time to put these other 2 decks from Ephraim under the stress test. Do they really stand up to the top meta decks in the game, or are they simply going to crumble? And going up against the Soviet deck is not the matchup you want if you're Ephraim, because your deck has relied a lot around bombers, and HQT's deck is packed full of these fighters.
Indeed, it's going to be a civil war. Pretty good hands for both players here. I don't think anyone can complain. We're going to see For Freedom come out.
With 2 Duresses, do you just drop it to limit the healing?
I think you have to. I mean, you're not as worried about most of the abilities in HQT's deck, right? There's some guards, but you've got a lot of bombers, and like you said, there's this second duress, but you're not too worried about most of the unit abilities coming out of HQT's deck, I think.
And this is just an amazing hand from HQT. Getting out the SU, the Fiat's still protecting it from the Polycarpov. Picking up the 12th Guards mechanized for future turns with the 2nd SU for more card draw.
However, a bomber is on board with nothing around to threat it, so HQT may just need to go for the card draw. Thinking about the fighter as well. But I'd be tempted just to go for this by the sword. I feel like you've got a bit of space to work with.
Or even a 12th Guards mechanized SU.
Yeah, you could do that as well.
Get some units on the board. Place out the recently buffed Fiat, and here we see how important that buff is.
Really making the difference, and we're going to see trading the units in a very important order here to make sure that buff doesn't go to waste. It'd be a shame to to have buffed the card, but if you're going to play the Catalina, I would have liked to see going for the odds with the Catalina.
Yeah, perhaps
However,
a slight misorder from Ephraim, correctly trading out his Polycarpov to avoid losing the buff onto that unit, which would die either way, but trading out the 164th before getting down the Catalina for the 50% chance of getting a buffed up Catalina.
I'm slightly concerned by Ephraim's hand here. I don't think it's enough to close out this game, and I don't think they have the same longevity that HQT has. So I'm just concerned that they're not going to be able to kill HQT before HQT applies too many threats to the board. I mean, a Catalina is a bomber, which is always a really powerful thing to keep about. However, it's not going to be growing anytime soon, and as a 1-3, it's just not applying enough pressure to these units on the board. The Yak is very slow, and it takes up your whole turn to play it. I'm struggling to see how Ephraim closes this game out before HQT overwhelms them with this this board and card advantage they've got.
Ephraim does have 2 by the swords of his own in the deck to theoretically build back his hand, but the Soviet air deck doesn't really have the same reversal potential as something like a Brit Air would in terms of turning a board around. Soviets is much more about building your board from the beginning and never losing it, and then using cards like Blood Red Sky. But if these 2 SUs are just going to absolutely dominate the board, it's going to be very tough for Ephraim to do a whole lot of anything. I would have liked to see that bomber maybe hit the SU next, or on the previous turn, recognizing that you're probably not burning your opponent down from 15.
I'm curious as well. I'd be tempted to take the potential damage to face, let HQT go that route if they want, and instead guard this this fighter that offers draw. You know, guard the fighter, guard the bomber, leave the HQ open. And if HQT wants to do a bit of damage to your face, I feel like you can take that, because that would have been most of HQT's turn to do that.
Yeah, because if HQT in that situation went face with both SUs, dropped Ephraim to 10, the Yak pings him down to 9. Obviously, that's quite aggressive. HQT has cards like the Maki in the deck to close out the game. But you're leaving 3 Soviet air units on the board.
Yeah, you're leaving a lot on the board. Not just 3 air units on the board, but also your opponent will be drawing 2 cards as well. So there's the increased chance of them finding a Blood Red Sky or one of these air. I believe it was the 1K. You'll have to forgive me. I've not played with it. The 1K US bus. No, it's like Air Corps Ferrying, I think.
Oh yeah, Air Corps Ferrying.
Yes, which if you find it at this stage in the game, can be very powerful, providing basically +1/+1 to your whole board for just 1 credit.
If HQT had gone face, I think there would even be the possibility of lethal with Air Corps Ferrying plus Blood Red Sky from Ephraim. Now, obviously, we know Ephraim doesn't have those cards, but the fear of that is enough to make HQT play Depths of Winter on the last turn. And that's going to be huge if you're Ephraim, because your hand wasn't doing a whole lot. If those SUs simply just traded, you would be feeling pretty bad. But from HQT's perspective, you're thinking, you know what, I have enough cards already. I feel like I'm going to be great in this game, and a BM is a huge draw for Ephraim here.
Really powerful. It forces HQT to use removal to get rid of it. Otherwise, it's just going to eat away at the board. And when it no longer wants to eat away at your board, it can eat away at your HQ. It's sort of like the Comet here, where it can apply this face damage on an evasive body, but it can also just offer you a way of getting rid of these units. Now we're going to see Spring Offensive giving back 2 credits, so pretty happy with that. I think if you play Spring Offensive and you get 2 of your credits back, you will take that. Now, are we going to keep looking for card draw to take advantage of these Claim the Skies? Claim the Skies, such a powerful card, but when you don't have any air units to play it with, it is just a complete dead card.
And this is looking like, by going for the Claim the Skies rather than the strategic focus, HQT is guaranteeing that none of these units are leaving the board this turn. That's 7 unanswered damage going into the HQ. And that, just looking at Ephraim's hand, it's the perfect hand if you're Ephraim in this perspective, because Ephraim's dropping HQT to 3 health next turn. and then you have a 3 damage blitz and a duress to get through any guards.
It's really all the tools you need, and finds a Greyhound.
And that's just game. Ephraim up 2-0.
I was talking 5 minutes ago. Oh, I can't see Ephraim closing this out. Ephraim didn't even find any draw pieces. They didn't find the by the sword. They didn't get to draw from the yak. They played a bloody sickle or two, but that just cycles a couple cards. And then they just found lethal.
And that's absolutely, you have to say that things worked out for Ephraim there. The very good draws considering their situation, and the plays HQT went for, though, it's also a big thing that led to that situation. Now, of course, it's not as simple as saying, well, HQT shouldn't have made those plays, because HQT doesn't see the hand of Ephraim, but the lines HQT went for just happened to benefit Ephraim so much. HQT tried to play it really slowly, assuming his opponent had these big buff cards for these big hands, but instead Ephraim just had a few big units, and the cards necessary to close out the game with a few big units alongside it, and HQT didn't have the response to just that Yak 9 coming out.
I mean, I think we have to say, though, that finding that artillery was such a huge piece. It was able to start clearing the board, and it just put HQT in such an awkward position where even if you can deal with the fighter, there's still this artillery beating you down. And also one of the drawbacks, Claim the Skies is a really powerful card, and when you get it down with a Fiat, you can draw you can clear the board really, really quickly and gain loads of life, but just not an option because wasn't able to find a second Fiat. Also, there wouldn't have been lethal that turn if it wasn't for dressing that Fiat on turn 2. It just goes to show that you don't duress that Fiat on turn 2. HQT finds a second Fiat on the next on that last turn, maybe plays both Claim the Skies, gains a bunch of health, and you can't close out the game anymore. So it's that tiny decision could have had such a large impact. Now we see the Germany Exile deck in action up against HQT with the Soviets once again. Relatively slow starts from both players.
Oh, HQT
finding the mechanized.
Very well timed mechanized draw.
Really nice, and this is also going to make Corsun very, very cheap, which is such a powerful card against these fighters. The fighters are so scary when they come down, but having a guard just to give you that little defensive barrier, and you don't have to worry about duresses. There is suppression about, but it's not 0 credit suppression.
I'm very happy to have that Reich research to take out the first SU. Second SU, this just feels bad. Every card in your hand has 3 attack and less than 5 health, so this SU is guaranteed to get a value trade. If Ephraim just simply went first, this hand would be amazing, but unfortunately this is the curse of exile. Where
now we see attacking the colonies as well. Really powerful in this matchup. Again, where everything is 3 HP, you're going to get these double trades to the SU, but you're also going to be able to remove something off the board and gain health in one move. So Ephraim's hand looks really good on paper, but I think HQT has so many tools available to them to help combat it.
Ephraim just needs needs 2 Reichsbanks to have been played already this turn.
I mean, all the tools are there. If we had infinite credits here for Ephraim, I'm pretty sure we could just kill HQT straight away. But
this is a perfect example of the importance of tempo over value. I feel like when a lot of people start to play card games, they're like, oh, I just want the biggest stuff. I want the biggest hands. I want the cards that do the most things. And Ephraim has all of that compared to HQT right now. But the difference is HQT's cards cost less, and he has more of them on the board, and he's in the position to just start throwing them into the HQ, while Ephraim's playing 1 card a turn.
But just to break it down for people that aren't as familiar with some of these cards in Ephraim's hand, we have Shifting Attack, which for 2 credits sends unit back to our hand and lets us play it for 0 credit. So it's very, very powerful with these units with Blitz, because they can attack, and then you send them back to hand, they come down and attack. We've got a lot of exile cards in hand, as well as this Yak, this Polish Yak, which not only has Blitz, but it gives all these exile cards Blitz as well. And then we also have this 4K duplicate an exile card, and just give it plus. Is it +2/+2 or +1/+1?
It is +1/+1.
Yes. Okay,
and
so it's +1/+1.
1 operation.
Sure, but it's still, this hammer home even with the nerf to be +1/+1 and -1 operation cost instead of +2/+2, it still does a ridiculous amount of damage. So these are the tools we're talking about in Ephraim's hand, where there's so much value here to just end the game instantly. But HQT has all the tempo, and it just means Ephraim is going to be on their back foot this whole game. Finding the Leopold is really nice. It's really good at resetting the board, but HQT has no lack of ways of dealing with this. So many tools in hand to deal with a Leopold and rebuild the board.
And
I'm
I'm not even sure we're gonna make it to. I don't think Ephraim's making it to turn 10. HQT already has 7 burn in hand if he wants to save it for all that. He has the 2 attack on board. If you just throw up the Corson, play out the 2 Fiats, go face for 2, Ephraim's not closing out the game with this hand. There's no Comet Burst of Fire that you need to be afraid of to just completely end the game. Chooses to play it a little bit safe, take out the artillery, still keeping this 5/7 Corson.
And we were talking a little bit about this earlier. The Soviet deck now, it just feels like it's got so much tempo compared to the old versions of Soviet control we used to know and play with. Instead, Soviets nowadays are able to play this control deck with a lot of tempo thanks to these mechanized and these tanks, which just combo with it so well to provide so much value. And I feel like that's exactly what we're seeing here, where this aggressive deck didn't have the perfect start. It was slightly slow on its starts, and the Soviets are just able to take the tempo lead into their core and really push it to their advantage. And we're gonna see, we're gonna see HQT just close out the game.
And if you're HQT, obviously you needed this win to stay in the set, but just such a quick and dominant win where it just sort of felt like Ephraim never had anything to do, and you want that type of game to be your first one. You don't want a close game that you narrowly win. You want Ephraim to be feeling down about this deck. You want Ephraim to start forgetting those the wins that got him up into this 2-0 position. In this type of position, mental does play a big role, and Ephraim can't start to be thinking like, oh, I shouldn't have brought this deck, or like, oh, how is this deck ever going to win? You need to be able to just completely reset from that game, go again, try to get a slightly better hand, you know, a few more cards to play out earlier in the game.
You've still got 2 tries. You get to try against the Brit deck, and you get to try against the US deck. The US deck is where I would hedge my bets on it most likely to work. But you've still got 2 attempts at it, and even if the ramp gets a good start, we've got things like War Machine available. Ephraim still does have the possibility of just bursting them out in the late game, doing sort of 10 to 15 damage straight from hand. And I think it's a little bit more realistic, provided the ramp deck doesn't get things like these B24s. I think it's a bit more realistic to expect to reach that late game where these value cards start paying off. We do see quite a slow start here for Ephraim and a very, very rampy start here for HQT. Just about all the ramp you could ever need.
Yeah, and that is an amazing hand to get through the next, like, 5-6 turns. He needs to start drawing cards after that.
And Glamour Boys as well,
definitely the card you want to see.
And I'm concerned that this Crossfire is never going to do much in this matchup. It's mostly just going to be a Tora for 4 credits. So it's not the matchup where you want it. And this Heinkel as well. I feel like it could be very powerful against another aggressive deck, because now your opponent, if they try to face race you, they're rarely going to win that face race because the Heinkel's doing so much damage. But strategic bombing, wiping the board away from Ephraim, and effectively ramping HQT as well, because it puts 1 credit back on Ephraim.
Yeah, if there was no strategic bombing in the hand of HQT, this would be a closer game than it currently is. It's certainly not over by any stretch of the imagination. There's a lot of card draw for HQT and 2 Glamour Boys already there. But if Ephraim's just able to find enough tempo, able to get enough chip damage in, there is the credits for or the 96th trading in, going for the Nakshub, instead trades in with the Fighter, gets down the Panzer H, and this is actually an interesting choice. Do you take the Yak 9 because it has Blitz, or do you take Zestoro because it's cheaper to operate?
I think we got to go with the Yak 9 because I just don't feel like we have the board presence to go for this Justora. We do have some units on board, so I know it sounds a bit weird saying that, but one of them has 2 attack and one of them has no attack. So I don't feel like we have that much board presence where HQT is feeling too concerned right now, especially with the hand size from HQT. There's going to be defensive tools in it, so I feel like you got to take the Yak. It also doesn't die to a Hellcat, which is, I think, can be relevant. You put down a Justora with the hope to find that last bit of damage from it, and then something like a Hellcat just comes out and kills it, and it can be a real crushing dreams moment. HQT got to make a decision. It could go for both Glamour Boys, could also just go for some card draw. Gonna War Bonds will lose one of the credits gained because it goes up to 12, so won't gain the natural credit on their turn. Justora shows up anyway.
And if you're Ephraim, you want to build the board, but this is... I guess you can kill the Glamour Boys and also get down the Justora.
You can do, but the moment any AoE comes out, your board is just so fragile, it's just going to crumble.
There's 2 Bomber Mafias and 2 supply priorities in the deck from HQT. None in hand, but certainly the card draw to look for it. And if you're Ephraim, I think you do start to have to take some degree of risk. HQT missing it, but 3 convoys now to look. Only has 1 shot for the Bomber Mafia, but he does find it. And that's going to be half the board gone. And the credits left over to just play down the second Glamour Boys.
Could play down the second Glamour Boys, but could also just go for the Jasko and a couple War Machines. Might not even feel like under any pressure to play the Glamour Boys. Could ramp up to 14 credits. Has a B-17. Looks like, considering the options, was considering the Glamour Boys.
But also the possibility of using one of these Hellcats to just take out the Justora and completely reset the board. That seems like a riskier option, though, because there are these...
I also think these Hellcats, with 2 Hellcats in hand, if you find one of your production orders, double Hellcat and B-24D can just burn out Ephraim out of nowhere and could be a serious threat to closing out this game very soon. The thing I'm concerned about at the moment is this B-17 has a chance of hitting the Nashub, and that is just such a waste of such a powerful ability. So I expect we'll see the B-17 held back until some more AoE is found.
Could also B-17 and then Hellcat. Well, I guess if you B-17 and Hellcat, the Hellcat can't trade the Yak. Instead chooses to go for the Convoy. Finds Night Bombing. That's actually a pretty good option here if you want to just
Night bombing is very powerful, but I think if you can, you want to wait until you have a couple guards on board, and then you have the potential to kill some units that have been moved up into the front line. So if we go for like the Glamour Boys and we go for this first responders, and then next turn we can go for the night bombing and potentially kill some of these units that have been shoved into the front line when we rearrange the board.
And HQT, I mean, playing this ramp deck masterfully, but also just being able to spend all of their credits almost every single turn while gaining so many additional credits is just absolutely beautiful. So many times you see a ramp deck where, you know, they play the 2 War Bonds, the 3 War Machines quite early, and then just start floating like 7 credits, 9 credits, 8 credits. HQT really just having the hand to use up every single one of these credits every turn. And Ephraim's try their best to do that too, but they just have substantially less credits to be using.
Not going for the damage. I would have expected the 7 damage coming out, but instead bringing out the infantry. And I suppose actually it's 5 damage because we've got the Jasko on board, which makes it sound much less appealing when I take that down. But also this unit in the front line not doing much at all. I doubt HQT is particularly fast by a 4/4. That means you can't play any more units if you're Ephraim, or it instantly deletes itself.
Yeah, if you're Ephraim at this point, you just have to ask yourself, like, how do I win this game? Like, maybe last turn should have gone for Yak, double trade Glamour Boys, go face. Just try to get as much value out of each individual unit as possible and assume your opponent doesn't have second Bomber Mafia. But of course, we see
there it
the
is.
3rd and final Glamour Boys being picked up and the 2nd and final Bomber Mafia being picked up. I don't see a world where Ephraim is able to close out this game.
No, it seems very unlikely. Moves everything to the front line. Come over here. Right where I want him, and he's just going to start killing everything on the board. Saving the other ones for the AoE.
Finally finds a suppression, and this is quite good. You would have loved to have seen that at some point in the last few turns before this one.
And even with the suppression, though, it feels so awkward. I would like to see go for the 5th Brigade, because at least then there's not a big stat boy on board able to trade out with all your guys. Comet and Pack 40, yeah, you have to take Comet, because if you take Pack 40, Comet isn't shuffled back in your deck, it's put on the bottom, and with Comet on the bottom you can't win this. But it feels so bad to be getting rid of the Pack 40 when there's a Jasko on board.
This rally will be able to both draw a card and buff this Destroyer to take out the 5th Brigade for a value trade. You also get 2 credits back if you get something to spend 2 credits on.
I think you hold on to it, though. Gotta hold on to it, surely.
There's no pin. The question is, will you stick enough units for the +1 attack to be worth it in the future?
I think you'll stick more than 1 unit. I think that... Oh, there's the Hab, though.
And already 3 out of 4 of these units will be taken out by this second Bomber Mafia. If you're Ephraim, you can't play around that.
I think saving... I mean, obviously, with the Bomber Mafia, you're not getting the units, but I think saving the rally on the bet that you're going to get enough units out to get a bit more value out of it was very reasonable. However, that button in the top right corner of the screen has got to be starting to look a little bit appealing. And just cutting your losses and getting to the next one. Now, I'm not saying Ephraim should do that. Play out the game is the correct thing to do. I'm just saying if I was in Ephraim's position, I would be considering it.
Maybe we'll see Ephraim manage to set up just a masterful crossfire that fully clears the board, HQT overcommits, things turn around with like a double crossfire turn. But HQT, even if that was capable of being set up, HQT is a good enough player to not overcommit. Also, it's with his hand right now, it's kind of difficult to overcommit and not just win the game.
Yeah, it's not just overcommitting. You've got to overcommit on HQT, but then you also have to set up your own board like dominoes, where they fall one by one, and it would be...
Get out both of these Hellcats without attacking with either of them. And this is this...
And the duress.
Potential. This is just lethal. From HQT with double Hellcat duress. HQT is capable of just ending out this game immediately.
Just killing Ephraim, and this is... Well, it's not going to happen this turn, but it's not going anywhere.
He didn't even... No, he...
No, don't have the damage. Don't have the damage, but the game isn't going anywhere. HQT going to take it to a 2-2, going to go to the full best of 5. And this was with the USA deck, the deck we were saying is going to be the most difficult for HQT to win on. And now it's going to be a Brit ramp deck against this Germany-Poland deck. Maybe Ephraim can get a slightly better start, but there's a severe lack of 1-drops in Ephraim's deck, I feel like. It kind of doesn't do anything on turn 1 on 2, and then turn 3 comes about.
But I'd love to be able to see how Ephraim's been mulliganing. I don't know if we've gotten the chance to see that yet, but it's just these 2 hands have been absolutely rough. And with Exile, there's a desire to keep particularly the MS, the 3/3 French plane, just because it's really good. But I wonder how aggressively Ephraim is mulliganing. Is this just just straight up getting very unlucky, or perhaps that he needs to be rethinking his mulligan strategy here? But
Ephraim
going to have one more shot at that.
Ephraim hoping HQT's internet cuts out.
Yeah, we saw HQT missing the last turn. I don't think he'll be missing it this turn.
It would It doesn't have it this turn, does he?
Yep, still has it with the two
With the
Hellcats.
yeah, with the 2 Hellcats you have it, yeah. And now, the suspense.
Oh, he's going for a Hellcat. I think if you played a Hellcat this turn, it means you see it.
You see that? I mean, it's not a difficult see. It's just
I mean, sometimes when you're
it's
often easiest to miss lethal in games where you are winning anyways, because you're just so focused in on like, well, how can I possibly lose? I'm just going to remove everything they play every turn that you sort of stop thinking about, oh, I could just actually end the game this turn.
Yeah, you're often playing to not lose instead of playing to win, and then you just realize, oh, I could have won 3 turns ago, and now we see Brit against Germany, which I have to feel is HQT favored, but it's not impossible for Ephraim to win this Germany deck. Yeah, could it be Ephraim's downfall?
We saw Ephraim getting a ton of value with the Pioneer in game 1. We saw HQT getting a ton of value with the Jasko in that game. This is definitely going to be a game where this is a matchup where Jasko is better than Pioneer, but of course, if you're HQT, I think if you'd be pretty happy seeing a Pioneer in your hand. There's the Rally that can get around Monty. There's a potential situation where HQT sort of over-relies on Monty for pin, and leaves Ephraim with a big board of units that could get rallied. But really, it's going to come down to, does Ephraim go first? Does Ephraim have something to play on 2, 3, and 4? And does HQT not hit War Machine into Milk Truck, or War Machine into War Machine, or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to come down to this opener. You know, these first 3 or so turns, I think, are going to be absolutely crucial to deciding how the rest of the game looks. But I just want to bring up, this is one of my concerns with these stranger lineups, and don't get me wrong, I absolutely love these sorts of decks. I hope people keep bringing them because they are wildly entertaining to watch. And often they can be very insightful and teach us a lot about sort of deck design that hadn't been fully explored previously. But one of the difficulties when you bring these to events is you only need to be wrong with one of your decks. It's very doable to bring something creative for one of your decks and have it works. HQT. It sometimes happens that you can bring 2. HQT, that's not the right deck, my friend.
We'll see how long it takes him to notice.
He's considering his mulligan, but that's not the right deck, my friend. But yeah, I think bringing 2 stranger decks, I think it can happen. But when you start to bring 3, I think it can be really easy to just make a slight miscalculation and have one of your decks not hold up as well as you thought it did, and it just holds you back. So I do want to see people keep bringing these decks, but I am just slightly concerned about this risk when you bring 2 or 3 of them.
It's a situation that I'm quite familiar with, and I'm sure you are too, where you go into a tournament and you have a really fun off-meta deck that you want to bring it. You're convinced that you're gonna bring it, and it's not that bad, but it's certainly off-meta. It's a weird pick. It's something no one's expecting, and you just sort of feel that, well, I'm bringing one off-meta deck. Like, I'm probably gonna lose anyways. I might as well, like, you know, bring other off-meta decks to go. Like it's so much harder to bring 2 meta decks and 1 weird deck than it is to just bring 3 weird decks.
It's especially when you start having a theme around the weird decks, where they're all sort of doing the same thing. You're like, well, if I'm doing this deck, I can sort of jumble the nations around, and actually I can bring it over here with these ones and do the same sort of thing.
If it's gonna work once, then it's gonna work 3 times.
And then before you know it, you're in the event and you've got 4 mill decks. You've got 4 sort of France mill decks, and you're like, okay, who's my opponent? What's their decks? And then you realize you've been countered 4 times.
Yeah, it's a Aggro Hines aggressive US frontline in air.
It's also the worry when you bring one of these strange decks. You're like, what if this is the problem deck? Everything else works, all the meta things work, and then my problem deck just holds me back. You'd rather go out in a blaze of glory than just with one of them.
But yeah, perhaps this Germany deck is a deck too far for Ephraim. Obviously bringing 3 odd choices, 3 unexpected choices, 1 getting banned, 1 with a quick win, but this German deck, it really seems to be struggling.
Have you ever done the thing where you're building your deck, your strange deck, and you think to yourself, well, if I lose, at least no one can blame me for it because I had this deck.
I've definitely been there with the singleton decks in a non-singleton tournament. But here we go into game 3, or game 5.
Game
with
5.
The correct decks for both players. And Ephraim, it has a 2-drop, but it's not a 2-drop you want because it doesn't really do much.
No, it's a bit of a 3-drop.
Oh, that is.
That's a slow hand. That's a very slow hand. HQT at least has a slightly slow hand, but a lot of defensive tools. And I mean, yes, this is a unit you can play, but you can't follow it up with other units because it dies if you do. Going out with the suppress, I think that's really important to slow HQT down a little bit and buy some time to be able to use these tools. Gonna shifting attack is HQ.
If I'm Ephraim, I'm assuming, well, my opponent's probably just playing a War Machine next turn. I feel like I would just want to keep the suppress either for getting through some guards at a well-timed opportunity, but at the very least, just to try to get some card draw from it.
This is so awkward now because you can't go for the Panzer. You really want to be playing a unit here, but you just can't afford to. Got to go for the breakthrough.
Yeah, I like this. Just trying to get as much value out of your unit as possible. And here we got to see the Michigan coming out. HQT running 2 Michigans in both of his ramp decks.
I like them. I really like them. They enable the production orders because they reduce the cost. They give you so many credits back, and they're just very well statted. They're a little bit like a 5th Rangers in many ways. And we're gonna see 4 damage. Is that enough, or do I float the 4 credits? And this is, I gotta say, I love this unit, but I also hate this unit because every time I use it, I'm in this exact scenario where I'm like, do I kill my own unit or do I float 4 credits?
Yeah, this is definitely not the matchup that you want for the 96th Infantry, and HQT just has the perfect hand because with the Sincerely Yours in particular, it's just with the health gain. HQT doesn't really care that he's taking 4 damage a turn. He can afford to take 4 damage for 1 turn, 2 turns.
I want to see the Wrath Lightning come out. I want to see the Wrath Lightning come out just because of the hilariousness of pushing this guy into the support line, going, "Are you killing him, or are you floating another 5 credits?"
HQT goes with the War Bonds. I mean,
this is what you can. This is what you can do when the 96 is on board. You can say, "Okay, you can have a bit of damage, but I know that you have to kill your own unit, or you have to lose loads of tempo by not doing anything." So you can say, "Okay, I'm just going to spend my turn playing ramp and playing it slow because this unit is going to go away eventually anyway." And here it is, Ephraim not prepared to give up another 5 credits.
If you just removed the the 2 Glamour Boys from the hand of HQT, we'd have a game on our hands, but Ephraim is going to have to really dig deep to find a way.
I mean, and there's a 6/6 on the front line. If this guy wasn't here in the front line, I'd be thinking, okay, I can go for the Yak, and then I can follow up with the Hammer Homes. I can get really big damage. But actually, there's just no way of dealing with this. So Ephraim saying, maybe I can get there just through doing burn damage. But with these Glamour Boys in hand,
you're saying, you know what? I have a sudden strike to get through the 5th Brigade off of first responders, and with the not Sincerely Yours, the card that allows him to return with Comet, attack with it twice.
Shifting attack, yeah.
Shifting attack, like maybe he can close out the game, but even a single Glamour Boys is probably enough to end the dreams of Ephraim here, let alone 2 in the hand from HQT. So instead, just gonna go for a Hammer Home. Can't attack with either of them, but they are big and on the board. And
they will just get traded, though. They'll get traded so easily with this Michigan. But also, Ephraim might just let them be. You can go for a second Glamour Boys. You don't have to worry about suppression. And then you just hit face for 6.
Ephraim actually has the credits to trade out one of them, push Glamour Boys, drop a 6/6 Spitfire, and then Raph Lightning the other Yak back to hand.
Yeah, it's the
And Ephraim's a credit off of being able to play a potential Leopold. So as long as you're not worried about Crossfire. Instead, throws Michigan face.
moves up the Glamour. Sorry, no, moves up the Albacore. Keep the Glamour back. Double Glamour. The Albacore's done his job.
Oh, doesn't guard. He's even leaving the HQ open, just saying, you know what, I don't thinks better of that. Repositions the Raph Lightning. There's the third suppression, but
HQC was the HQ wasn't open, was it?
he was considering playing the Raph Lightning to the left of the Glamour Boys.
Okay. For a second, I thought he had done it, and I was like, "Is my feed the same? Is Jaking got a different feed somehow?" And now, really difficult spot here for Ephraim. You have the suppression.
Is Ephraim even able to stay alive this turn? Reduces the stats.
Oh, there's the Leopold. You've got to buy the time. You've got the hammer home. You've got the hammer home. That's going to give you one with 0 credits. You can stay alive. Buy your time. I mean, you're staying alive, but the Lancaster. Sorry, I didn't see the Lancaster. Yeah, you're dead.
But he keeps the fighter on board.
Keeps the fighter on board, but you're never going to get this Leopold down.
No.
Like, you are essentially being pushed back every turn. You don't have the suppression.
Just gotta most likely just
no. You've got to go for the Lanny. Look at the size of Ephraim's hand.
Yeah, it's
go for the trade. Go for the Lanny. That's what we want to see. We want to see Leopold running away from the credit count.
I mean, I suppose the worry with going for the Lanny is just, you know, your opponent has a fighter in hand. Like, you're not setting up lethal, but
it's fun. It's fun. There's no other response, and it's just hitting your opponent with Lancaster has to be one of the most enjoyable things in this game, especially when they have a large hand. You just think, okay, that's 6 credits. When I attack the HQ, that's 6 credits. I've just set Ephraim back.
And there's no worse feeling in cards than when you have an answer to Lancaster, but it's been perpetually put 1 credit out of reach every turn.
Running away. You can't quite catch him.
Chooses to make the trade, rely on ground units, and this is going to be perfect for the Leopold. Unfortunately, there is the Lancaster at the hand from HGT, which is going to answer this Leopold. But that's actually a really weak turn from HQT if that is the end. But he actually has the credits to go for... No, he can't do Michigan because it's not on the board already.
No, unable to do the Michigan, unable to go for the Bomber Mafia and the Lancaster, but could potentially not kill the Leopold this turn. You've got HP, you've got a Glamour Boys. You could buy a little bit of time.
You could also just theoretically send Lancaster into the HQ and say, you know what, you can spend your entire turn dealing with this, and then do some options off.
Goes for the trade. It's gonna die. Oh, this is risky.
If you delete the Glamour Boys from the hands of HQT, this is a very close game.
I mean, it's getting closer. It is getting closer. I think it's going to be really important if HQT can find some burns from this production order just to close out the game. Well, not from the production order, sorry, from the Bomber Mafia.
Do you go for a Comet trade on Lancaster, or do you just simply commit more to the board? If he's going with the whole of the line, I have to imagine that you're not trading Lancaster now, because otherwise that leaves you in a really awkward position.
I'm tempted to develop the board here, but it's so risky still.
Yeah, I think your choices were Comet, trade and restore, or go for hold the line Yak. Yeah, or Actually, I like this. Don't even get down the Yak. Save it for Blitz. It also gives the Lancaster a good trade. Instead, get down the Pioneer, which had its effect active again.
But here comes the Bomber Mafia. Surely you've got to just go for the Bomber Mafia, get rid of this artillery, and potentially find a way of getting rid of this fighter as well.
The Havoc. This would be a huge Havoc situation. There's also
Great
potential
Havoc.
for a 50-50 on a Mitchell.
Yeah, and I think you'd even be happy with the gunship mission with the B-25. Finds the B-24D and would be able to value trade and hit face for 5 if they want to. Oh, sorry. No.
Can't attack, but can get the value trade.
Yes.
Not anymore with the MI5. So we'll likely just see a Glamour Boys come out, I would imagine, then, with this line. Getting back that HQ.
I mean, the Panzer H can look for the suppression. Doesn't find it.
Ephraim, actually, I might be entirely...
Have they've used 2?
I think one was put back onto the bottom of the deck, with the first Panzer H. Then yeah, it's thinking of the previous game. These ramp games sort of melding together, but I'm pretty confident that Ephraim does not have access to any more suppressions here.
Well, I've got a Oh, I'm just thinking here. It's going to be difficult for Ephraim to close this out. Heinkel probably not going to get much burn. The main advantage is it's got a little bit more health. Going to trade out, go for the Heinkel, go for the Yak. Not going to use the Blitz, and committing quite a lot, knowing the Bomber Mafias have been used. One of the Bomber Mafias has been used, and the wave after wave has been overdrawn.
HQT could just take 2 value trades with the Bombers, and does have the credits to do Michigan with it this time. Showing the value of the Michigan here.
Gonna secure the front line. And if you can get rid of these fighters, there is the potential just to kill Ephraim. But also Sexton
actually sets up a crossfire.
I'd be really tempted just to get this Sexton down. Because you go Sexton this turn, and then next turn you can research up to synthetic rubber and just end the game.
Yeah, we see HQT.
Finds another production order.
Yeah. And Ephraim is unaware of the first B-24D in the hand. But what's really funny is if he had Crossfire this turn, he could fully clear the board, get down 2 fighters, get some HQ damage in, and be in a pretty solid position. But the one time he does not have one of his 2 Crossfires, it is in a position where he is instead going to be forced to essentially trade out his entire board to just not be dead on board.
And it's been a little bit more of a brawl than I expected. It's been a bit of a slogging it out match. I expected a much cleaner win from HQT, but saying that, HQT is on 22 health and not under much pressure.
Yeah, HQT has healed for 14 this game. So if HQT were on 8 health here instead of 22.
There's the crossfire! He goes for the shifting attack, finds the crossfire!
Trades the Heinkel. That surely must have been a mistake made under pressure here. There's no Blitz.
They've not got Hellcat in HQT's deck, right? There's not the Hellcats.
There's no Hellcats in the Britain main version of this deck. So a big mistake from Ephraim under pressure here. And that is just... Oh, it's so close to being game. It's not quite Kitty Hawk.
So it's so close. And I mean, it's over. HQT is going to advance. Ephraim is going to, unfortunately, not better get through with this Germany deck.
Trades the Comet into Sexton. And is there lethal this
Not
turn?
this turn. Not this turn. But it's not a matter of if HQT is going to better win, it's a matter of when.
Yeah, there's...
Not quite. It's close, but...
it's very close. And if you're HQT, you can't waste too much time trying to figure out if there's lethal. You just have to accept. No, there is not.
Just go do it next turn. The game's not going anywhere.
Even goes down for the Monty. HQT really showing his commitment to the draw last club.
You don't want to get burst by that guy.
And we'll see. Maybe Ephraim top decks the rally into some other cards. Instead finds a stretch the line. The stretch the lines that managed to evade his opening hand for 3 games in a row. And yeah, this Germany Poland exile deck is really the deck too far for Ephraim.
Just pushed it a little bit too much with this one. I think the and maybe it's just a matter of sample size. Maybe we needed just to see more games to see it average out, but it really seemed like the big weakness of this deck was these first couple turns. You know, it just couldn't put itself in an advantageous position on tempo.
Yeah.
And it just struggled because there was almost nothing going on for the first couple turns. And then turn 3 was when we started really doing things.
And that's a reverse sweep from HQT. He went down very quickly to 2-0, but HQT beat Ephraim in the qualifiers to get here, and now beat Ephraim again, really just stamping his dominance over them. This could be the start of a rivalry if we see Ephraim again in the future, but HQT, you know, was in the top 16 of Worlds, won first seed through the qualifiers, the only 5-0, and now reverse sweeping his way into the semifinals of the first ever KARDS expansion tournament.
So I expect we've had a good number of people sort of join the stream throughout the match. And for that, I just want to quickly take us through the bracket again, so we can just take another look at who's in here today, and just refresh anyone that's joined us during that match. So we have HQT against Ephraim, where they won 3-1. We had Pancake against Noan 5, Pancake taking a 3-1 win, and then we had Taboo going 1 down against 2-5, 9-8, 2-5, 2-1, 6-0. And then in a moment, we're going to have Nanami up against Say. Now, anything surprises you on this bracket? Was this roughly what you expected based on the decks and the player matchups?
Say, I'm a little surprised to see Taboo and Noan fall. They were the 2 more experienced players in both of those matchups. However, I mean, some very strong decks being brought by Pancake and 2598, 252160. I'm pretty sure I threw in a couple extra numbers in there. And we will be seeing both of those players play, and we'll be seeing both of their lineups later in this stream. But I mean, both 2 big scalps to be taken moving on into the semifinals for both of these players, and unfortunate losses for Noan and Taboo.
So yes, so we're going to have Nanami against Say in just a moment, but before we get into the matches themselves, we are going to take a quick look at the deck lists. So starting with Nanami, we've got a 4-1 Swiss record, so a solid Swiss, only dropping 1 series. Attacking the Colony's favorite card, which has been fairly popular in recent times, being able to sort of double defend you, taking out a threat and healing you at the same time. A very, very powerful swing when up against aggressive decks. And most played at Japan, You would expect that to be Aggro, but you will see what that Japan deck most likely is in just a moment when we take a look at their decks. So going left to right, starting with the Japan deck, it's a Japan-Italy control deck. Now, Japan control is a little bit like looking for El Dorado or looking for the Fountain of Youth. A lot of people have gone out looking for it. No one has found it, but Nanami maybe just has found Eternal Youth with this deck because they played it in the Swiss and now they're playing it in the main event. It's Japan-Italy control. A lot of removal cards with things like Lion from the Day, Attacking the Colonies, La Decima, Emperor of the Sun. We've got To the Last Man in here for the AoE in the late game, wiping out the board. We've got a lot of bombers with things like Aichi and the Ki-30 and Audacity. Not a huge amount of early game, but 33rd Recons and 4 Out the Mists should give you plenty of defense to buy time for this sort of mid game. We also see the Tojo in here, so it is very important that when playing against this Japan-Italy deck, Nanami's opponents do not pre-research their production orders, or Tojo will be coming for those bombers and throwing them away. The next deck we have, a little bit more established here, we have a Soviet Italy control deck. We've seen a lot of this. If you've been playing cards recently, you've probably seen a lot of this as well, so we're not going to spend that long on it. The main things to look out here, we do have this 12th Guards mechanized along with the SU-76 and the 2 of SU-100. This is the standard package we see in this. It gives the deck early game, it gives the deck mid-range, it gives the deck draw, it gives the deck everything the Soviets have been looking for. And then the next deck, it's another Germany-Poland deck. But don't be fooled, it is not the same Germany-Poland deck. This Germany-Poland deck is a Germany-Poland discard deck. It's, I know, a little bit more strange. Not quite as strange, but also still very strange. Not as strange as Exile, but not something we've seen as much. We have the Tano in here, a very old sort of classic card that people loved using alongside the KARDS. They get not just a lot of value, but also a lot of draw and a nice finisher. We've got 4 stretch lines in here. We've got 3 Samosk Uprisings, which bounce things to hand for just 2 credits, and then with the Tano will generate units as well. I am slightly concerned because we've got 2 Tanos and Alpine Festung in here, so it is very possible that we'll be seeing Nanami reaching fatigue on this deck. But with all this discard, we may also just get rid of our opponent's hand and never reach that. So 2 Germany-Poland decks in an event, that's rare. 2 Germany-Poland decks in an event that don't have much crossover, that is even rarer. And I really hope this deck doesn't get banned because I do want to see it. And then going all in on this Germany, still going not as hard on the discard here, but still bringing the wolf packs. We have a Britain-Germany control deck. Britain-Germany control is one of the more popular Britain control allies. It was very popular about a year or 2 ago. It was sort of one of the big decks. And then if you go even further back, 2 or 3 years ago, the Britain-Germany control deck was considered to be one of the strongest decks in the game for quite a while. So I'm happy to see this here today because it's a bit of an old classic. It's not as powerful as it once was, but we'll see if it still has what it takes to compete in the Blood and Iron expansion tournament. So that is Nanami's lineup. It's a very interesting lineup. It's a very exciting lineup. And it's quite a creative lineup. We'll see if it works out for Nanami or if they'll go into the same pitfalls that Ephraim fell into.
Alrighty. And that was Nanami, and here we have his opponent, Sei. So 1,500 games in the last 2 months, 64% win rate, up there with all of our other competitors, with a 3-2 Swiss record. Most played Japan, favorite card, Shiden. And Shiden, no longer in the standard rotation, but that Japan, I have to imagine, is Aggro if favorite card is Shiden. So let's take a look at Sei's decks and see what Japan deck they have for us. And Japan is our first deck, and of course, it is Aggro, Sei's most played deck, and seems to be favorite deck based on the favorite card. And this is the first Aggro deck that we've seen so far in this tournament. It was very popular in the qualifiers. It seemed to have fallen out of favor for a few of our players here. but say sticking with it, and this is the way Jaguar is being built in Blood and Iron. It's quite a lot of tools that you're used to. Of course, the Type 93s, the Cavalries, the expansions. It's regular Jaguar things, but it has the Aunt Frida from Blood and Iron. This is going to give a bit of staying power for Jaguar. It's these continued buffs, and because of the Aunt Frida, there is a bit more on the fighters in the Jaguar deck, as well as the power of suppression, which was recently buffed a few months ago, being a very powerful tool in Jaguar, giving Jaguar access to suppression as well as continued card draw, as well as another Blood and Iron card, the Key 30 Anne, which is just going to help, close out the game. And if we look at just how many 3-cost elite Japanese cards are in this deck, Japan just really has a wealth of 3-cost powerful elites in this deck, and that's going to help close out the game. And then with a little bit of extra help from 2 Panzer Grenadiers, which is a card that we saw a lot in Jaggro back when Panzer Grenadiers cost 4. It's fallen out of favor somewhat, but saying, you know what, there's some slower decks, some more mid-range decks, I'm going to be able to go a little bit deeper into the game, bringing that. Next up from Say is another Soviet Italy control deck, and we've seen a few different Soviet Italy control decks. Obviously, Say's opponent is bringing a more full control version, whereas from HQT we saw it was a much more aggressive, almost mid-range version of Soviet Italy. Say definitely committing to the control aspect, and this is just a very classic Soviet Italy control deck with just lots of pieces of removal, the hammer, the 52Ks, all of the Soviet board clears with some top-end 272nd guards is a card we have not seen in a long time. But then with the Italy ally bringing in the naval engagements, the Decibas, the dagger strikes, but it does have the air sub-theme, which is very popular with Soviet Italy, with, of course, Claim the Skies alongside these Fiats and these the Machis. Moving on to Say's third deck, it is the third and fourth deck, I could sort of talk about both of them at the same time. It's the same decks that we saw from HQT. It is Britain USA Ramp and USA Britain Ramp. These two pairs, very, very powerful in the meta. Before Blood and Iron, very, very powerful in the meta. After Blood and Iron, and we saw these two decks also being chosen by our world champion Spoker playing on the new Blood and Iron patch. It's fallen off somewhat in popularity, and we didn't see really any of it in the qualifier, which I found quite surprising, but it seems our players definitely still recognize the power of these decks and have gone back to it now that we're in a 4-deck format. And of course, if you're not too familiar with these ramp decks, essentially you are using these USA cards that gain you credit slots, like the War Machine, like War Bonds, to get a credit advantage relatively early in the game, and then using those credits to play out quite a few big units, units that are generated off of deceptively cheap cards, Production Order and Bomber Mafia for these big late-game bombers, as well as the elites from the respective nations. And then to avoid being run out of the game too early, there is, of course, these Glamour Boys and First Responders to just generate these massive high health guards over and over and over to just lock your opponent out of the game before closing it out with the bombers. So a much more traditional lineup from Say. Now, there is the Soviet Italy, which we didn't see a lot of in the qualifiers, but this is sort of like what I would consider like the meta lineup, maybe Soviet USA rather than the Soviet Italy. But this is, again, we're going to see a sort of conventionally meta lineup against a otter lineup, but a lineup that we're not used to, a lineup that's much more personalized from his opponent, Nanami. And well, I asked you before when we had HQT versus Ephraim, do you think it's going to be meta, or do you think it's going to be the more personalized decks?
I think there's a bigger chance of it being the personalized decks this time, because I think they are a little bit... I don't want to say better built, because I feel like that would be an almost offensive way of approaching the decks. So that, but I think they're a little bit more well-rounded. I think they have a better focus on early game and this sort of identity. I think the off-meta decks have a little bit more refined identity. Whereas I think the German deck, especially from Ephraim, was just struggling a little bit with what its identity was meant to be. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar to this German deck from Ephraim again in the future, just a little bit more refined and trying to work out exactly what it's trying to do. Whereas Nanami's off-meta decks just seem to be a little bit more refined on what they're trying to do, and they seem to know exactly what their plan is with these decks. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I think Nanami is a player who we've seen a couple times in the past, and I think every time we've seen them, they've brought Japan Italy control and typically a few other Italy allied decks. That definitely seems to be their specialty, their favorite way to play the game. And obviously we've seen them in several expansions. Cards have come in, cards have left. It's not the same deck, but it's at least a deck that we know Nanami has been tooling around with for months and months and months. It's very well practiced on how the deck is built, how the deck plays. Whereas Ephraim, I believe this is Ephraim's first major tournament, and this is most likely the first time they've sort of played these decks. So I think Ephraim might not have the experience that Nanami has. And here we have the bans. Nanami is not going to be able to play their Japan, Italy, their favorite deck here. And on the side of Sei is not going to have access to that USA Britain. How do you feel about these bans?
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think this USA Britain deck is just so scary, and we thought the US would be the weaker of the two in the previous series, but it turned out to just be so dominant that I think getting rid of it is very sensible. And then Nanami feels so at home on this Japan Italy deck, and as far as I know, performed fairly well with it in the Swiss round. So I think it's very sensible to get rid of Nami's sort of comfort pick and instead force Nanami to play something maybe they're not quite as experienced on, maybe they don't have quite as many thousands of matches on ladder. So I think these bans make a lot of sense. We see here Aggro from Sei against the Soviets from Nanami. Signal on board, a very, very powerful tool. And hopefully we'll have Nanami's hand in just a moment and we can see what is available for them.
Sei's hand already being so empty. I wonder if you just considered trading out the mechanized guards in the future rather than risking the SU. At this point, do you just say, well, I already have card advantage and my average card is much bigger and better than the average card in a Aggro deck? We'll have to see
Nanami's
how that
hand,
turns out.
now we see it, looks really quite powerful. Audacity is going to be strong whenever it hits. You're hoping it hits this this fighter, but at least getting rid of some card draw here.
And that Claim the Skies is the second Claim the Skies. That 50-50 means
Get rid of
Nanami
the
can now take out
Get rid of the
Signal
signal.
and the cavalry. You heal 8, and then the fighter stays on the board to continue to block this bomber.
And oh no. Do you move to the front line to get the draw? I don't think you can afford to. You've got to go for the trade, get the other Aichi down. You cannot afford to let Nanami gain 2 more heals from this. They gain a heal when you go for the trade, but if you let them operate with this again, it's just game over. Up to 29.
15 by turn
4. So much health. And now we see Nanami playing down these units which nuke their own HQ against Aggro. Normally somewhere you're really not happy for it to be happening, but just absolutely fine with it because of this health total they've gained up. Aichi, not the worst bomber to put in the front line because you are guaranteed to get this destruction trigger. So out of all the bombers I'd want to move into the front line for expansion, that would be my choice.
Oftentimes you're very happy with a Dragon Slayer in this situation, but not only can it just be traded out on board, there's even the dagger strikes in the hand of Nanami to take out the Dragon Slayer if Sei goes in that direction. And
goes for the Shastora, which is safe from dagger strikes.
I love this. Very big brain play from Sei. Recognizing that the plane's going to get removed either way.
Dagger strikes isn't going anywhere, and Dragon Slayer has got to come out at some point. I think it's reasonable to wait, but it's unless it comes out. Okay, no. I think you've got to hold it back. But I was curious. There was a moment where I thought maybe Nanami's going to take out the Aichi. Yokosuka, probably the weaker of the 1-drops in this scenario. There are times when it's really powerful. Finding a huge piece of value, finding the other expansion, but also the Blitz Doctrine. And the Blitz Doctrine could just give them the sort of late game they need. It can be such a powerful card, especially if you find one of these massive German heavy tanks. Desperate Measures now going to clear the board and starting to swing a little bit more in Say's favor.
Yeah,
But
with the
still,
Blitz Doctrine and 2 Panzer Grenadiers in the deck, there's definitely the possibility to come back. If you say you do not want to see your opponent play out another Mechanized SU and finds a third Mechanized, third SU.
however, no matter how much value you've got in your deck, your opponent is still on 26 health, and they have gotten rid of your Signal Regiment, so it's going to be difficult to burn them out. I think a Panther D could be really powerful in this scenario, where you have to get rid of a huge amount of health, but depending on how patient Nanami is with Dagger Strikes, it may not matter what you find.
Looks like Say can put Nanami in a position where that Winter Offensive is going to have to come out. Type 94 and the Aichi can take out the SU. The Suppression can come out first to draw a card and remove the card draw from the 97th.
You could also potentially get the Dragon Slayer down on board if you want to. Yeah, we're going to see it. Dragon Slayer come out, and I do think it's a Winter Offensive here. I think it's just so clean. It's so neat.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised
actually,
I'm honestly quite
strikes
surprised
into trade.
they didn't play the Suppression at 35T. Not only do you not have any air units to draw with the Suppression anymore, you were losing your Bomber guaranteed this way.
Now, I do like this Dagger Strikes route, but my big concern is Winter Offensive feels so bad when you have a big board like this, because you just don't feel like you can play it, and I don't see a point coming up anytime soon where Winter Offensive isn't a feels bad. So it might be a dead card for a hot while, and surely
I think Say might have been sort of too focused in on getting the extra +1/+1 on the Contest Doctrine with this 35T in hand. Maybe
looking for a
Get
Panzer
too much
2C as
value.
a Panzer 2A as well. If you find a Panzer 2A, then it's a really nice value trade here.
This Panzer 4H is actually a huge draw. This is one of the best cards you can get off of.
Now, it's
Contest
interesting. If my understanding is right, the deployment effect happens before and not after the deployment effect. So you cannot fight the 5/5 and have your Panzer H survive. But if your Panzer H does a fight, it will get a +1/+1 on the veteran side of the Panzer H.
And Nanami at this point is saying, you know what, I've never played Winter Offensive. My opponent's played Desperate. That's the only board clear. Well, there's a Shenano in the deck from Say, but even if Say had it, it's difficult to imagine Shenano doing too much in this situation.
With Matchy in hand, SU-100, Winter Offensive, and the attack the colonies, there's 4 pieces of burn in Nanami's hand. Say is on 15. Doesn't matter if Say can clear any of this board here. Doesn't matter what Say does, because you can go for the Suppression, go for the Panzer trade. You can reasonably fight back against some of the board, but I feel like Nanami's just going to burn you out either way.
Yeah, Nanami's going to start the turn with 7 damage in the front line.
There you go, look at that, 6/6. I was so surprised when I saw this interaction for the first time, but you can really push it to your advantage in some matchups. However, I mean, normally this would be the matchup where it's quite a powerful bonus, but it's just, you're just too far behind. And this is, once again, we see this Soviet control deck winning on tempo.
Nanami choosing to just play it completely safe, fully clear the board. I would have liked to actually see Nanami just commit everything to the HQ, because there's literally nothing Say has that would possibly prevent Nanami from winning. But it's also nothing Say has in hand is going to prevent Nanami from winning this turn with the SU and the Machi.
Losing on Jagro is one thing, but losing on Jagro and your opponent has 32 life.
And most of that came from the Fiat, not the Engineers.
Yeah, 15 health from that Fiat. and Nanami taking a decisive game 1. Soviets just proving so powerful right now, and I think pretty much everyone today has a Soviet deck, and all of them running the mechanized SU-100, SU-76s, SU-100s. They offer so much. They're such a powerful package at the moment.
We saw in the qualifiers, it was almost entirely Soviet USA self-damage, and it looked incredibly powerful. It did not look weak at all. It looked one of the best decks of the tournament. And between last week and this week, everybody, by and large, has switched to this Soviet Italy mid-range deck, and that's also working out incredibly well. So there seems to be no shortage of tier 1 Soviet decks you can be bringing at the moment here. And I think looking over Nanami's deck lists, I think perhaps Nanami might have been expecting a lot more self-damage, because with all of these retreats, I feel like this Germany-Poland deck seems to be calling out self-damage in particular with just how many retreat options they have. I feel like this would be an excellent deck into self-damage. It's going to be a much harder deck into ramp, because as you mentioned in one of our previous games, most of ramp's cards do what they want to do the second they hit the board.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult. Retreating them is not quite as powerful. However, you do have the potential with Tarno to grow a board that is bigger than the Brit AoE, and you do have the Arvray and you do have the Black Prince, which are really powerful against Legions. But other than these, it could potentially be quite difficult to deal with a Tarno and a board of Legions. I think those are sort of your only tools. And if we see Nanami discard some of these Blitz Bombers from Say, it could be quite difficult to close out the game as well. You know, these bombers, they are so powerful ending the game, to the point where people have lent in on them really quite a lot in this ramp deck. And this is one of the things ramp always struggled with, was if you built it to survive against other sort of aggressive decks, you didn't have the ability to close out the game. But these bombers do all the heavy lifting. But on the flip side, when you're playing against someone that runs discard, because you're relying on these bombers so much, if just a couple of them get discarded, you could suddenly find it almost impossible to actually destroy the enemy HQ.
Yeah, there's from Say here, so many cards Say can play, and with Wellington in hand, most of these cards mean orders.
He's so tempted to go for this Wrath Lightning though, but maybe just wait, because this hand is building up real quickly for Nanami. Karas is such a strong value card, but sometimes it's just a little bit too strong. Oh. There goes one of the Bomber Mafias. We see Suppression coming out, drawing another card for Nanami, and just all your cards draw cards. Nanami, where's the? You've not got the hand space.
This is genuinely an issue with Poland decks. Is when you miss, you run out of cards relatively quickly.
You've got no cards or all the cards. No in between.
When you hit, you have like a Karas on board, a Karas in hand, 3 of these Intel cards. You have like 2 Tarnows in hand, but you could never play them.
I mean, I'd rather be in this situation than not have any of it. But I don't see how you're ever having this space for these Panzer Grenadiers. Maybe we're gonna see the Karas killed here by Nanami.
One of the things you could do against Poland is actually just leave their Karasses on the board, because it prevents them from drawing the rest of the cards.
So annoying. But I wonder if Nanami is going to through the breach it at some point, because you can target your own units with through the breach to do the 2 damage. So it might be the option. Unfortunately, you won't get the refund on the credits from the Nashu, because you are killing your own unit. It has to be an enemy unit.
And we actually see more intel on the hand of Nanami than on the hand of
You could hipper the Karas back to your own hand soon. I like this. Playing out the Erados, you don't need the card draw. But how are you feeling about this potential hipper to your own hand? Obviously, there is also the First Responders, which is an amazing hipper target.
Also, Yeah, Hipper on first responders also maybe potentially need Hipper on your Panzer Grenadiers for just more value. Because Nanami's hand is really big, but it's not particularly high in
No,
value.
it's
And
it's it's a
there's
hand
almost
of 2k draw 1 at the moment.
this Alpenfestung, there's a very high chance that Alpenfestung is going to have to be played this game, and that's going to destroy much of Nanami's deck. So Nanami's really going to need to get as much value out of what's in his hand.
It is the big issue with running, and we spoke about this when we were looking at the decks earlier. Running Tarno, Karas, and Alpine Festung. It's like your deck size becomes a massive concern at this point. Hipper coming out and one of the many Section 2s.
Yeah, the draw last and intel last from Say here reveals the Wrath Lightning. And Say doesn't. There's a story coming up. Nanami
You know
here.
what? I'm going to back up the draw last here. You don't want to bait yourself. You know, when you draw first and it changes your whole turn, you just go with it. Go with your gut. Go with your first decision. Don't give yourself options.
If you're Nanami here, you are just thinking, if my opponent has production order B24D and just gets me for 10, this game's probably over. Fortunately for Nanami, it's only an MI5 and a Grenadier Guards. However, an MI5 and Grenadier Guards is still quite a lot, and there's still the opportunity to draw a production order from Say this turn. They can even convoy.
I'm also concerned when this Grenadiers moves to the front line. What are you doing next turn from the Nanami? Yes, you've moved up the research, but you see the Wrath Lightning. The potential to just do Wrath Lightning and hit you with the Grenadier Guards is so scary that you feel like you have to get rid of the Grenadier Guards. But then this Wellington is just beating you down and killing you. It's a very difficult situation, and I'd really like to see Nanami maybe not focus on researching here.
I wonder. He chooses to trade, pushes up the Grenadier Guards, and I think you have to destroy the Grenadier Guards. It's just too much health.
Lancaster, when Lancaster comes down.
It could get discarded.
No, Alfred goes production order, Lancaster, Wellington. There is enough burn here to force out this Alpenfestung, but it's going to cost 8 credits.
Yeah, you can Alpenfestung, you can Zamask.
It's your whole turn.
It's your. Everything just comes back.
There's another one. Do you want to bounce these guys? They just blitz out again.
Maybe you don't Alpenfest. Like maybe
you have to.
You could restore double retreat.
No, because you see the Wrath Lightning.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Your Restore is not sticking. There goes a Tano. That's fine. We didn't need it.
To restore is another huge loss.
I'm just looking for the comet. Shoot some would have been amazing. But this hand is just getting destroyed. He's a 4K, roll 1 card.
Yeah, it looks like we are speed running our way to a 1-1 series.
Comet is not the worst find.
Yeah, you can take out Lancaster. You can finally stop these productions.
You can do. But
yeah, the Wrath Lightning
you don't feel good about it. You don't feel good about it at all. And the worst part from the Nanny's perspective, you see your death. You can see this hand. You know what's coming. At least when you don't see the opponent's hand, you can kid yourself that there's 4 war machines in that hand. But right now, you see that everything is scary.
And if you seeing your opponent, that was their last turn, do you just simply slam B24D and go for it?
Maybe, but you could also just go for the
from the deep in the deck, so you don't have to worry about countermeasures.
It looks like it's going to be the B24D, and we're going to see 10 damage coming out, putting Nanami down to 6 health.
I think the big reason to play B24D is you just don't want it to get discarded. Like
that is
if
true.
You go for Glamour Boys, and your opponent does something like restore Wolf Pack and it discards production order or something. Gets everything on the board and doesn't do the 4 extra damage. I actually really like this play.
There's that Wolf Pack, so We'll see. Hits the Wrath. Not the worst hit. B24D would have been a lovely hit, but you're very happy to get rid of that Wrath Lightning. However, you are not safe yet. Even if you can deal with everything on board and everything in hand, your discard and your opponent is just drawing every turn. It feels so bad because you feel like you've done so much work to thin your opponent's hand, and then they just convoy, MI5, and it just resets all of it, and it's so
the
difficult.
relative hand size of our two players now, and Nanami's hand has shrunk drastically from where it used to be at. Whereas Say's hand it's still quite large. Nanami doing anything they can.
You know there's lethal because you see this research, and this research can close out the game.
You have
and
to
there's
wonder
the
if your opponent
production
misses it,
order.
but production order number 2 comes up.
Doesn't even need it. Goes for the surrender. It's just the deck from the Nanami is not designed for this matchup. I feel like the ramp matchup is just not what you're looking for. Probably hoping that Say was going to just queue up with Aggro straight away, pick Aggro, and then you can guard up against Aggro. You can use your Alpine Festin against Aggro, and you don't have to worry. But unfortunately for Nanami, Say did not go for the Aggro deck.
But that is the ramp deck gone, and Say came in here with 2 ramp decks. One got banned, one now has the win. You don't really have to worry about that anymore. Obviously, you wish your opponent didn't get the win, but that ramp deck being gone early, it definitely makes it easier to pick which decks you want to bring up, because you don't really have that looming threat of the ramp above you.
The retreat as well is also, I feel, much better against the Soviets. You can force these tanks to be redeployed. Not only does that hurt Say's HQ again, but it really slows them down. It just hits the tempo of these Soviets decks quite a lot. And then also some of these units that get big cost reductions, like the big guard, the 9/9, retreating him back to hand can just be an absolute game changer. It can throw a spanner in your opponent's whole game plan. Now we see Soviets against Germany.
Considering whether or not
hand
to trade, the thoughts are like your opponent has suppression, but your opponent also has through the breach. Which one credit order do I play around?
Here he comes again. But I'm surprised to see the Karas coming out here.
I would have thought. Well, I guess Punish is only a 1 in 3 to draw.
I was expecting suppression. Just suppress something, but I suppose you're saving it for a more threatening target, and you're not too worried about Say's health.
Yeah, and unlike the ramp deck, against the ramp deck, there was the possibility of winning with just a big board, because ramp decks don't have a full board reset anymore. Say's Soviet control deck, not only does it have the strategic focus, which is already better than any of the board clears ramp has, there's also a Depths of Winter and a naval engagement on top of that, so it's going to be much harder for Nanami to just simply build a big board. However, it's going to be slightly easier to win on card advantage.
Something to note as well is this deck here from Say does not have the T34 generator. It does not have the ability. Sorry, go on.
No, we've seen none of that card in this tournament, which is honestly quite surprising, because it's a very powerful card. You see it a lot on ladder.
Yeah.
You think it's the best card in the game.
Front Formation was seeing significant play as well earlier on this year in the expansion. Around Worlds, people started to experiment with it and get some use out of it. But I guess maybe it's just a little bit slow when you are playing this sort of tempo variant of the Soviets.
Yeah, and even Say's the one actually control player here with 272nd even in the deck. But even Say choosing not to go for front formation. And from what I've heard, the members of the Chinese competitive community just don't value front formation that highly.
I mean, the only real way you lose against Germany, if you have the house to back it up, would be sort of Comet with that doing 5 damage a turn, they can match the race. But
Oh, Stuka here gonna be able to discard.
here he
Stuka is one of my
comes.
favorite cards in the game, just because
It's
it's
the
so
naval.
awkward.
It hits the naval engagement. There are tools available for Say to get rid of it, though. You've got the 52k, which is just so good at getting rid of it. Naval engagement is a strong hit. Matchy would have been a very strong hit as well, and this by the sword also would have been very powerful to get rid of. But I think you're
sort of a weakness of Nanami's deck is it doesn't really have great removal, and that's an issue that discard has always had. Where there's all these retreat cards, you can send them back to hand, but if there's just a big blitz unit, you're just
yeah,
gonna
and
lose.
a lot of the removal for Germany, you've got 2 decisions. You can do things like Annihilation, which are really powerful but really slow, or you can do things like Sudden Strike, which are amazing in some matchups. But then you get faced against like a ramp deck, and you're like, I guess I can Sudden Strike like a 5th Brigade or a Jasco. But there's also this 6 attack Blitz Bomber, and I have nothing to deal with this.
Dumps the hand, discards a Fiat, discards Dechima, not the highest value targets.
No, and these double matches could prove to be a real problem here and force out the Alpine Festing again, which I'm not a massive fan of this card. I understand why you run it, and I don't think it's a mistake to run it, but I think a big part of why you run it is the fact that you don't have any other options.
Nanami's deck feels like it would be very, very good like a year or two ago. And not to say that it's bad, but it feels like it's just slightly awkward into the meta, because it feels like a lot of the decks have a lot of access to card draw and a lot of blitz units. That's very popular in the meta with Ramp, with the Soviet decks. Even in Aggro has a lot of blitz units and draw, obviously in a very different direction. And it feels like a deck that is reliant on 1-for-1 discards and retreat is just it's hard countered by decks with lots of draw and blitz units.
I also think it's difficult at the moment to play these sort of style of control decks where you don't have a lot of defensive like guards and healing. Obviously, we got some legions for some guards. We got Alpine Festing for a bit of healing, but it's nothing like what the Brits have to offer, for example, what the Soviets have to offer. So when your opponent is running production orders and these matches, and then you've got cards which have the option of going phase like attack the colonies, I think it can be difficult to rely on things like removal and being proactive, because when you're at 15 health, the possibility of getting completely burnt out is a very real possibility. And 15 health means Nanami's only lost 5 health this game, and there's already like this sort of looming sense of a potential kill just coming straight from Say's hand.
And look at the size of Say's hand, just consistently sitting on 8 cards despite Nanami. I think Nanami's done at least 4 discards this game.
It's just one of the problems we saw in the first matchup is the discard just wasn't cutting it, because the draw at the moment in cards, it feels like the draw is more powerful than the discard is. So it's very difficult to keep up. Again, I think this is not one of the matchups Nanami was hoping for. I feel like this deck is far more designed to beat these aggressive or mid-rangey decks rather than these sort of control and slower ones. You know, if you were playing against something like Frontline, you'd probably be a lot happier. If you were playing against South Damage, you'd be way happier. Against Aggro, you'd probably be quite happy. But against Control and against Ramp, you're just not as happy.
I really like Nanami's line of just, you know what? My opponent's hand is huge. I'm never winning by discarding them. They can probably kill me in 2 turns if I play slowly. I'm just going to have to force my opponent have a board clear. And unfortunately, Say does have a board clear, but that is going to certainly buy Nanami a little bit of time here. But
certainly will do. But we spoke about this in last match with Poland Ally. You often have way too many cards or not enough, and we're seeing now the side where you don't have enough. You have to keep some intel back in case you find a Tarno, because it's really important. If you find Tarno, and you've just spent your intel cards the turn before, it is so risky. I like having a guard down because there's matches available. It's really nice to have a little bit of protection, but you just got to hold this intel back and just be patient and wait for a Tano to show up and hope that you can chain that into coming back into the game.
If you're Say, actually, you don't feel particularly comfortable in this situation because you're not in a spot where you can just simply do Machi into the HQ and be comfortable that you're going to win. And you can't just simply say, oh, well, I'll just like play down a 272nd, it's a huge guard, because your opponent just has so much retreat. You feel that if you spend your entire turn playing a guard unit and your opponent retreats it and does Comet attack face for 7, and then on the following turn you feel you have to play a guard again, and then second retreat and you just lose. Now obviously we see that there is 0 retreat and 0 Comet in the hand.
2 suppressions with no air units available is quite unfortunate here. Looks like we are going to see one of them coming out. But I'm not sure what it really achieves. I mean, you could have just suppressed the air unit, but again, I don't think it achieves anything. You're getting like 1 face damage here.
I almost wonder if you play the Alpenfestung that turn. Just because you're probably like you're not, the game is not going on long enough for you to naturally draw through your entire deck.
And it also gives you the added bonus of if you're annoyed at your deck, just delete half of it by playing the card.
Yeah, because I feel like in the future you might just be in an awkward spot where you don't have the credits to play a 7 thing, but he played it.
I called it. I said you play the intel cards and then the Tano shows up.
The curse of playing Legions.
It was foreseen in the prophecy.
Every time. And Say can kill it, not easily, but he can kill it. Say can also just go face for 10.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to find your Tanos, play all the cards that combo with it. And you've got to draw something really good this turn. It's not good enough.
And this is what I mean, where if he had played the Alpenfestung on the turn, he had 10 credits. Or the 7 credits left, he would be on 15 here rather than 5, and that means you can go for the Panzergren and trade, rather than being forced to play it this turn. And it's just a huge tempo loss, because yes, you stay alive here, and you're not dead on board, but Say just gets an entire free extra turn to do whatever they want.
And it's so easy here. Say has so many lines where they can close out this game very quickly.
We've also seen Comet get discarded, so at this point, if you're Say, you know you can't lose the game. So you might as well just play as conservatively as possible.
I mean, you just get rid of Tano and smack the HQ for 10. What else to do?
Do you play a Fiat? Do you play the 52k?
No, you go
Pass,
Fiat
you
and
doesn't really matter.
you go Fiat.
Drop everything.
Oh, it had Blitz. We all forgot. He could have moved it up. Everyone forgot. I'm guaranteeing.
Yeah, everyone forgot. Say included. Leaves the HQ open for the 2nd Panzer Grenadiers, but that's not going to be.
The Nanami believes. He believes that I'll believe with him.
Nanami actually had the opportunity to go for a crossfire and take out one of these. The crossfire and through the breach to take out one of these Machis. Now, Say can't end the game.
Say just needs to deal with the board. You don't need to rush the end. Just get rid of the board. Strategic focus works great. And then just be patient. Because if you try and rush ending the game here, and then the Nanami somehow finds a lethal, you would never live that down. So just play it slow. You're in control. Keep this pace.
Even if Leopold, I forget if there's Leopold left, but yeah, even with Leopold, by going face with the 2 Machis,
I think Leopold was left, but it wouldn't have mattered.
No, and that's Nanami losing twice in a row on this Germany deck side, taking the lead now, or Say taking the lead now.
I gotta say it. Lads, I'm sorry to say it, but I have to. We gotta stop cooking with Germany. We gotta stop cooking with Germany.
Yeah, Germany,
Cook
Poland
something
is
else.
not the secret sauce, it seems, for this tournament. We've seen really Germany-Poland being built in the two ways you can build it, and neither of them
There's
have
not
won
much
a
else
game
left
yet.
to do with Poland.
Yeah,
It's
maybe
all the.
maybe you need to do the stubborn defense with the countermeasure package.
I'll tell you what you need to do, my friend. I'll tell you what you need to do. You need to wait for the next upcoming expansion. Generating a little bit of hype there. Raising my voice to generate some hype.
Plugging the upcoming spring release.
I get $50 wired to me every time I mention the expansion.
This game just looks like your typical the ladder game from the perspective of a Aggro player, where you're just like, I don't know what my opponent's doing, but they're not playing cards, so I'm just gonna do 35 T-phase.
I'm just zooming. Just zooming.
We see drawing first. Perhaps for the first time we've seen a player do this tournament. And just that's all 335 Ts from Say.
Sometimes I think they draw last. Sometimes I think they draw last to give us something to talk about.
And Nanami, wave after wave and fortification, definitely not just going to roll over, but Say going for the restore. I love this.
But
unfortunately,
Wrath Lightning plus trade. Wrath Lightning plus trade, we could start to see the swing in Nanami's favor. I mean, it's not over for either player, but sitting on 8 health, even with the fortification, is a perilous position. However, Nanami with Ephraim, if you can get an Ephraim into the front line, it could be quite difficult for Aggro to get through that body.
And I like this from Say, where you're not throwing every single blitz tank into the HQ right away. You know your opponent has guards, you know your opponent has healing.
Yeah.
But rather just setting up with this Panzer Grenadiers. And even though this actually is going to overdraw a card,
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you overdraw something value in return for having something which is guaranteed to be high value. Sometimes you got to say, okay, yeah, I'm overdrawing, but I'm going to have a 35T and a combined arms, and I have the infantry to enable it, so it doesn't matter what I overdraw. And we saw you overdrew a good card, but it doesn't matter because you had good cards already in your hand, and you can use that to just apply a lot of pressure. Now we're going to see...
Oh, huge draw.
I was just trying to talk about how awkward of a position it is, but then the Monty...
Do you wave, or do you just Spitfire? Nanami says Spitfire wants to get units down.
The man with the cap.
The Albacore. I'm not sure if I like that, because your opponent's at 17. You're not racing them before they kill you. I guess you could wave next turn, guaranteed for your 4 damage wave.
Find second Monty next turn.
So...
Find the second Monty, pin the board again. All right, jokes aside,
the Anfrida draw here is actually pretty good.
I also feel like there's logic to just getting this Justora down. You don't know what's available in Nanami's hand. Getting the Justora down applies a lot of pressure because Nanami has to get rid of that Justora. We know they can pin it, but...
If you're... Say, surely you read your opponent has wave after wave. With Raph going to the HQ rather than taking the value trade on Yokosuka, leaving him open for expansions, leaving him open for 35 Ts, surely you have to read that there's a wave after wave and an enabler in the hand.
Well, unfortunately, Say, either reading it or evaluating that, it's fine and...
Doesn't go for the Anfrida, which is also very surprising. Floating 3 credits rather than buffing up that 35T to a 6/6, at least leaving
it's strange because one play reads like Say doesn't know that the AoE is there, but the other play reads that, hey, I know the AoE is there, I don't want to risk buffing my units and having them die.
But even he could get a 6/6 tank, and obviously enemy contact can pin it and leave it as a pinned 6/2, but Anfrida, it doesn't even necessarily not play around.
Yeah, but I think you want to save it so that you can get instant damage because your opponent's on 7 and you're sitting there thinking, I can maybe get some instant damage out of it and just finish off Nanami.
he can make a 4/5 Whirlwind that can attack.
Yeah. I do think that's the I do think it's the right move to just try and get this damage and close out the game like this. Obviously, Brits have no lack of defensive tools, and you don't expect this to close out the game on its own, but you expect it to make the game a lot easier to close out. But sincerely yours with the Pioneers to reduce it as well. Devil's Brigade is an excellent find.
And Nanami runs Crossfire in this deck as well. By not playing, at least, even if you want to save the tank buff, by not playing the infantry buff on the Yokosuka, that would have been playing around Crossfire at the very least. And it would have allowed him to, on the following turn, he would have had one more credit. This infantry could be in the front line, which would cause additional issues.
No, that is true. That is true. I think playing the first stage would have been the right move. And now we see, I really want to see either MI5 or killing the infantry. You can say my opponent doesn't have expansion, so I'm going for MI5 to stop them finding expansion. Or you can say my opponent has expansion and they're just waiting to play it next turn and they didn't feel the rush. Raiding Brigade, I expect, will be the play. However, it means if you play Raiding and it dies, you're in a really difficult position to play any expansions you found.
Yeah, this Aichi's coming up. This Omnius End is just sitting in the hand.
Yep.
That Pioneer top deck was so
two
huge.
MI5s.
Oh, that is brutal. There's no easy way to take out this Whirlwind at the moment. It can continue to be pinned.
No. You hit it. You play Crossfire.
Oh, that's true. Setting up the...
You clear
Crossfire.
everything.
How does Crossfire work with destruction effects?
You will kill them all. You will kill them all.
Oh, that's huge.
It's beautiful. It is so beautiful.
And you keep the Fury Spitfire on the board.
I
The
mean,
MI5 don't get a chance to come out,
it's...
though, and that means the Key 30 Ad is going to hit the board and hit the HQ for 4 damage, and there's no answer to it in Nanami's hand, actually.
There is I mean, you've got
the Spitfire has
in it.
Fury, and you can make it a 4/4, so even the 1/1 Spitfire on the board is threatening.
That is... But there's two MI5s available. There's two MI5s available. You can dig. If you're on a Nanami, you can not only look for cards, you can say this is all you've got. But like you say, KI-30 plus Spitfire could be enough to close out this game.
Say is just going to set up lethal on board with the Key 30 An if he plays it and attacks this turn. He can't be baited into
you have to go for it. You play Spitfire, you play KI-30, and you go for it, and you just hope that Nanami cannot find the tools out. Now, if Nanami goes double MI5 and puts the buff on top of deck, it's this order
because he's air support goes first.
Support goes.
Oh, and he finds the second Devil's Brigade. Devil's Brigade Sexton deals with the board. Massive.
But this Aichi is still a problem. This Aichi is still a huge problem.
Does Nanami have any suppress tools? Is there any suppressions in this deck? There's a handful of air units, so I imagine there might be...
I don't believe there's any suppression.
Oh! The Through the Breach top deck. And he knows the one card in Say's hand. He knows Say literally cannot play it.
The Glamour to fully stabilize. Doesn't even protect the Sexton. Says, I'm happy with this. And air support just keeps getting put back on top of the deck. Say was so close to finishing this game, but the Nanami looks like they're going to be taking it. Yeah,
there's... Say can't expansion.
It's an Oxen Bucks. You can steal it.
That's actually kind of big. It just makes it even more guaranteed.
And a kangaroo transport.
Hold on, we're getting pretty close to lethal here.
This is the strangest British OTK you've ever seen.
Wait, is there Hien in? No, but Hien would be still one off lethal.
Hien would still be one off.
And that is going to be Nanami getting the win, bringing it to a second game 5 for us here.
so close there. It could have very easily been Say's game, and we're gonna see this Germany-Poland deck, which it's been the bane of some of our players today, but it's in a much better matchup playing against Aggro.
Will we see Germany Poland go 0-6?
It would be very. It'd be unfortunate for the German Poland believers.
I just this one I can understand though, because this one I feel like this deck would just hard counter self damage, and self damage we saw from almost every player in the previous tournament.
Both
This is not a bad hand.
Both players have good hands. Both players have good hands. Signal is particularly scary in this matchup where you don't have a lot of healing. However, you've got a lot of ways of getting rid of it.
Yeah, you can just toss up a 58th. You don't get the shock attack if they trade into it, but you're still fine if it trades 1-for-1.
Yeah, you're very happy with
you
that.
can't afford to pass this turn, and I guess you can 35 T and not move up. But
I don't hate it, because especially if you can bait your opponent into moving up.
A Rado through the breach push up is so good.
Oh, and this.
Oh, but it does actually walk directly into the shock attack.
It does, but Tano. One of the big issues with Tano against things like Aggro is, can I afford to spend turn 5 playing something which doesn't really impact the board yet? And right now it's looking like, yeah, you totally can.
Yeah, and if Say doesn't play Zerstory this turn, it's going to make Nanami's life so easy.
Hits the expansion, gets rid of the card draw for Say. They still have a strong hand, but not having access to one of their expansions is rather unfortunate.
This does basically guarantee Say plays Zerstory this turn, and that makes the turn now slightly more awkward next turn.
Slightly more awkward, but
actually, no, you just hit her.
Oh, and then you can bounce it again and again and again. Look at this hand here from the Nanami. This Germany-Poland deck is in a much happier place in this matchup.
You're worried about the possibility of suppression on Tar now before I can draw, so actually I think you just Wolfpack this turn as the
you just...
it's the second Tar now! Oh, it's...
Go for the Wolfpack, tickle the HQ for 1, get rid of the Shinano, get that out of here. Say does find the other expansion, so I expect we'll see the expansion coming out this... No, just gonna go for the Justora again.
I guess
we're gonna see the Justora stand to hand for the third time.
Things finally working out for Nanami. He just needed a deck where they play units that don't have Blitz. They play units that don't have deployment.
Are we gonna see Justora played again? And are we gonna see Justora bounced again for the 4th time? This Justora just not being able to stay.
Oh, and it's I've been in these situations where you keep playing the same unit and it keeps getting retreated, where it's sort of it's like sunk cost fallacy at a certain point where you're like, well, surely they've run out of retreat cards. Surely I have to, like, I can keep playing it, and every time I play it, it's less likely they can retreat it the second time. But
I think this is the sensible route to go.
Yeah,
but now we are going to see.
You weren't really at risk of not being able to expansion on the previous turn. If you don't expansion that turn, you have a very high chance of never being able to expansion again in this game.
And we're starting to see these legions pushing up.
And the third Zamask uprising being picked up here.
Just... It's looking real tough. I mean, Shinano's gone as well, and there's a lot of units on board. Shinano, you at least feel like you're going to get some value out of it. You know, Shinano, Desperate Measures, clear a lot of the board, but that's not even doable. Double Aichi is powerful, but it's probably not enough.
With everything being retreated rather than destroyed, the signal measurement hasn't really done much this game. That means that Say can't really just try to set up like a 2-turn lethal with these bombers. So Nanami can just push everything to the front line and go face for 5, and he's just going to win the game.
There's a Musk Uprising again. This deck finally working for the Nanami.
And the Alpenfestung pick up 2, and just in case somehow... But it's not even going to matter.
Yeah, I mean...
Thinking about
when it works, it works.
I would surely just have to go 5. The worry is on the Ascent, I guess. So by playing this, you make it a lot harder.
No, I
on the
think
Ascent.
that's smart. Play around on the Ascent. Don't let your opponent do something. But the
But
issue,
the Signal Regiment is still on the board, so on the
the
Ascent with
awkward, that is true. The awkward thing as well on the Ascent into Atano is it staggers when it spawns the legions. So they're always like, there's a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, and you can never really get loads of them. Compared to when the legions come out in a more natural manner, when there's a lot of them on the same attack.
He actually deals with all of the units in the front line except for one. Tarnow sticks, but at this point you're like, well, my opponent surely is out of intel cards. Surely.
Never out of intel cards when Tano is on the board. And there's the Stuka. Do we just discard the hand?
There goes the Aichi.
There goes the Aichi.
There's 7 attack, another stretch the line.
This line is being stretched a lot, but it's not very thin. Normally when you stretch a line, it becomes thin, but this is not a thin line. And it looks like Nanami is going to be able to take their place with this Germany-Poland deck and advance to the next round.
He can
stay
alive on board? Yeah, he can... No, he can't even... Yeah, no, he can stay alive on board.
You can stay alive on board.
But there is the Stuka in the
but
hand.
You're not alive in spirit.
And we are going to see Nanami taking this win. And if you're Nanami, you're like, okay, you know what? This was meant to counter self-damage. I didn't get self-damage, but I'm through to the next round. I was just checking the decks. Only 2 players brought self-damage to this tournament, and those 2 players were Noah and Taboo, who both lost in the first round.
Hey,
so,
maybe you can get some good starts. And there we go. Nanami takes the lead.
Easier for Nanami moving forward, but yeah, Nanami is going to be moving forward to the semifinals.
Yeah, and I mean it was really looking close here with this Germany-Poland deck. I was beginning to think it was going to go 6-0, but 5-1. Still not a great record, but you know, at least it got there in the end. That's the main thing. And when you bring these slightly more awkward decks, and it's that game 5, and you're stuck with the awkward deck, and you're like, please let me get one game on this thing. But just about able to go over the finish line. I think we're going to take a quick look at the bracket again.
Well, we will be taking a quick look at the bracket in a quick second here, but I'm thinking about like the takeaways for what we've seen so far. And obviously, it's a relatively small sample size, but we've seen very little Aggro and very little self-damage this time around compared to last week. And the 2 self-damages we did have both lost in the first round, and we saw say they're losing twice in a row on Aggro. So do you think that this says something about the meta, or do you think that, you know, this is just small sample size?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to say. I you know, because like you said, the sample size is very small. But I think one of the things with the Aggro deck, at least, is it felt like it was struggling to keep up draw-wise. Because you have expansions and you have 22nd, which traditionally have been most of your draw, and that's got on you by. But I think one of the big shifts is the other decks have accelerated their draw quite well. So it used to be, I think, with Japan, where you were on par with your draw, and Aggro's draw hasn't really changed, but everyone else's has improved. So you've just fallen behind a bit now. And I think that makes it a lot more difficult to close out matches than it used to be. One of the things when playing against Aggro is your hand advantage. It's very rarely that your hand advantage wins through value. It's usually that your hand advantage shows you the options you need to find the route to escape. If you can survive, you'll usually outvalue Aggro anyway, but you need those options available. You need your Glamour Boys available. You need your guards available if you're playing Soviets. You need your Fear and your healing if you're playing the Soviet Italy deck. But I think that's one of the big things with Aggro. I think with self damage, I'm far less informed and less educated on it, and I feel like the big thing with the self damage list against the meta at the moment is that the Soviet Italy deck has just been doing so well today. And against ramp, self damage can be awkward because you don't have anything to use your early orders on. It's very difficult when you're playing self damage. You've got Bloody Sickle in hand, you've got Red Dawn in hand, and you've got these 34ths to play off it. And then your opponent just goes, yeah, I'm going to War Machine, I'm going to War Bonds, I'm just going to not play anything, and then I'm going to start playing things in the mid to late game, and you've not got targets to use these removals on. So I think the Soviet Italy deck is a little bit better against an inactive opponent in the early game than the self damage deck is, and I think that could be quite a big factor when there's this much ramp going around.
Yeah, I agree. It's less that self damage is bad or even necessarily weak, but it's just you have a slightly safer option that really doesn't hurt you in any way. Where like I guess like the big matchup that maybe is slightly better is Aggro, but we're not really seeing that. It is just very fascinating to see the stark meta differences we saw between just last week and this week. Last week, all self damage at Aggro, very little ramp. This week, everybody has at least one ramp deck. Most players have two ramp decks. Yeah, it's very interesting just to see how things change relatively quickly, how different formats will bring out different decks. Best of 4 single elimination with a ban rather than best of 3 Swiss round.
I certainly wouldn't write self damage off though. With Aggro, I feel like we're a little bit more informed in it because we saw the matches with Aggro. We got to experience a little bit of what it was struggling with. With self damage, we didn't see them. We don't know what happened in the matches. It could have just been unlucky. It could have just been some mistakes. These things happen. It's very difficult to judge whether a deck is working, not working, or just being unfortunate or being very lucky when you don't actually see the matches and get to experience the flow of the game and see how it's performing against particular decks. So I wouldn't write self damage off, especially because we haven't seen the matches. 2 losses is not that many. It could have been more losses in the series themselves, but it's very difficult to say when you don't have that information.
We don't even necessarily know if self damage lost any games. It could have either been banned or they could have just simply lost on the decks without ever playing self damage. So yeah, we just don't really have enough information about self damage. But what we do have information on is our next 2 opponents, which is going to be HQT versus Pancake. So let's take a look first at Pancake, because we have yet to see their player card, we've yet to see their decks. Here they are. Favorite card, Plan West. Most played, Japan. I wonder if that's going to be some Japan-Poland Legions. I doubt it. But with 1,200 games, 65% win rate, we see all of our players in this tournament really sitting around that like sort of 62 to 66% win rate. And this is, of course, over the last 2 months on ladder. So very high win rate, crushing the ladder. Coming in here, I believe, as seed number 7 here with a 3-2 in the Swiss record. However, taking it over Noen in the previous round and advancing forward. So let's take a look at the decks. There are 4 decks that they have used to make it to these semifinals. First up, we do see Aggro. We were talking about how Aggro, less popular, maybe has some flaws in the meta. Pancake saying, you know what, Aggro, my most played deck, well, most played nation is Japan, and Aggro, I'm here in the semifinals with it. We see 2 Aunt Fridas. This is the lifeblood of Aggro in this current meta, where it just gives Aggro the little edge that it needs, where you don't really have access to more card draw, but you sort of make up for the lack of card draw with Aunt Frida, which kind of acts like card draw and being 3 cards in 1. And this is taking up the slot of sort of the old Blitz Doctrine, back when Blitz Doctrine cost 1 and was being played a lot in Aggro. And then on the top end, we do see this Hien, which is in the list of some of our Aggro players and not in the list of some of our other players. And Hien, it allows some blitz damage, it allows getting across the line, but it's also just another fighter for the 3rd part of the Aunt Frida buff card. Moving on to Pancake's second deck. This is another deck that we haven't actually spoken about at all today, but this deck was incredibly popular last week at the qualifiers, and that is Britain Soviet Air. And of course, Britain Air is a mainstay in basically every meta ever in cards. Its ally nation moves around. Soviets is a very popular choice right now because of Claim the Skies and Bloody Sickles for these huge tempo plays, and really that's just about it. There's one extra Chaika thrown in there for just a little extra body, but otherwise it is the Brit Air package, and this is taking a bit of inspiration out from Noan with these Crusaders and Baker Street Irregulars for just an additional package on top of the regular Britain Air cards, and that's coming in with 3 copies of number 9 Commander. So this deck it's ready to go into self-damage, and it's going to be quite strong into Aggro, but unfortunately those are 2 decks that we're not seeing a lot of. Moving on to Pancake's third deck, it is Soviet Italy, and this deck actually does have front formation. So I did misspeak earlier when I said no one had front formation. Pancake is coming in here with the front formation in this Italy control deck, taking it in a more controlling aspect than we will see from HQT's Soviet Italy deck, which is a bit more mid-range. Here, there's a bit more removal, a bit more of these big bodies with the T-3485 1945, the new elite 6/6 shock fighter or shock tank, as well as some of just the more classic Soviet elites like the KV and the big board clears with winter offensive strategic focus and depth of winter for no shortage of abilities to clear the board. And then last but not least, Pancake is coming in here with a USA France mill deck. And this is very interesting because we saw USA France mill from Ephraim in the previous qualifier, and that deck struggled. It barely got across the line, and then we saw Ephraim brought it again to this week, got banned, didn't even see play. Is HQT just going to ban this deck again? If it doesn't get banned, Pancake is building it in a slightly different way with a Yank, and Yank is going to offer some more additional value generation. This is just a very, very greedy deck that is going to try to punish these sort of heavier decks by just billing out their hands, punishing them for running all of this card draw, and then generating retribution, as well as just simply card advantage and eventually winning on fatigue to deal with their threats and close out the game. So that is Pancake's lineup. We see some cards, we see some decks that other people brought, but all around, very, very strong decks, but decks that we aren't seeing necessarily a lot of in this particular tournament.
But yeah, it did work out for them, winning a 3-1 against Noah, and it's a fairly decisive win. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it works out against HQT, and we will check out in a moment when we see HQT's decks. We'll get a much better feel for this series. We're going to have this pretty standard lineup, I'd say. It's about as standard as you can get today. We've got a USA Britain ramp deck. Now, traditionally Britain main being being the stronger variant of the two, but lately US variant seems to be on par with the Brit main one, if not even slightly stronger in a couple matchups. So very powerful deck, very popular at the moment. Lots of AoE, lots of value, lots of strong finishers, lots of card draw. It basically does a bit of everything, and it does it all pretty darn well. We've got this Aggro deck, again, fairly standard, not as popular as it used to be. It used to be that every player had a Aggro deck. Now it's far more like about half the players have Aggro decks. And we see a couple differences here with the Panzer 3J late instead of, say, a second Panzer Grenadier. We do see the Ant Frieders. We don't see any 20 seconds. This was a pretty much staple of Aggro for a long time, offering lots of card draw. But I suppose with all these AoE tools going about, it's just not as consistent as it once was. And then also with all these Soviets going about, there's so many bloody sickles. Relying on a draw engine with 1 health is just not as consistent as it once was, especially when you have other options with cards like Ant Frieda. We then have the Brit USA ramp deck. This is a very popular deck. It's pretty standard. If you've been playing cards lately, you've probably seen a lot of this. We do see some interesting additions lately. People running the M4 Firefly. There's just enough tanks at the moment where this is going to be consistent and useful. And it's pretty good at closing out games as well. But other than that, it's all fairly standard. And then we have this Soviet Italy deck. This one is a little bit more aggressive than Pancake's one. A little bit more mid-range focused. We see max copies of guards mechanized with the classic package of SU-76, SU-100. We see attack in the colonies, able to clear the board against aggressive decks in Hiryu, but also burn out the opponent in the matchups where it really matters. And then we see the top end of it is just the T-3485 and the 4th Guards rifles. We don't have a front formation in here. We don't have a 272nd. So it's just a little bit more aggressive than some of the other Soviet Italy decks we saw today. So this is HQT's HQT's lineup. And it's, I think, quite an interesting matchup against Pancake. If you're each player here, what deck do you think you're banning, J-King?
I mean, this is a very difficult situation from HQT's perspective. He could just ban the US France again. I mean, he did it last time and it worked out for him. He did eventually win the set. However, his opponent here, Pancake, does just have more standard decks, like sort of quote unquote better decks, if you will. And that might change. There might be a specific deck that HQT had in mind. However, Pancake doesn't have any ramp decks. So we could see potentially HQT wants to just ban Aggro. It's the fastest deck. Could ban Air. Air is just a very, very solid deck. I would be a little surprised if he did ban Mill again. And then from Pancake's perspective, I think you have to go after one of these ramp decks. They're just too consistent. Even if you have a faster lineup, I feel like the ramp decks are still just a little bit too consistent with the Glamour Boys and with these first responders. They could just generate too many guards. And I think you're more tried to target the other one. So I'd say maybe Britain, but there's certainly an argument for banning the US ramp deck as well. But honestly, this is a very difficult situation for both players to make bans here. I'm very unsure of what either player will ban, and I kind of see an argument for banning almost all 8 decks.
So, one of the decks here, which ate a ban earlier, and there's a strong chance it eats a ban today, is this US-France mill deck. But also, it's sort of a bit of a unitless deck as well. Now, some people might know this, some people might not. You were one of the sort of pioneers of unitless. It was incredibly annoying. It was a really annoying time to play ladder because you could beat it, but when you did beat it, it was very painful. But anyway, enough about suffering from playing against J-King. How do you feel about this deck in the current meta? Because a lot has changed since then, and we'll get back to that question in a moment because we've seen it banned, and we've seen HQT's Soviet deck banned, and we're just getting straight into it.
And it's going to be Aggro versus the USA ramp. This is a very good matchup for Pancake to find, but HQT's hand certainly very good. However, very good hand versus Aggro as a ramp player does not necessarily mean amazing.
And 33rd Recon is a really nice find in this scenario because if your opponent goes for this AoE to clear the board, it's just so perfect here. And this 56th could be... Is it 56th or 58th?
It is the 58th, I believe. I could be entirely wrong about that, though.
This 58th will be wrong together. This 58th is also so powerful in this matchup because you don't lose shock when you attack the HQ. So it's going to be hitting for 3 damage every single turn until HQT plays a unit. And then even when HQT plays a unit, it's going to get to do that shock attack against the unit as well. So it's when your opponent doesn't have units is where it's so powerful.
If you're Pancake, You've passed the first hurdle. You played around the first supply priorities, and that's certainly something that I would expect from a player like him. But now it's not a question of whether you are aware that supply priorities is a risk. The question is, how much risk do you want to take on? Because your opponent can't. They don't have wave after wave. They can't play Bomber Mafia yet. There is only one other supply priorities in the deck for HQT. So Pancake had the option of just playing down all of his 1 health units and just flooding the board.
I think this is just the perfect amount of risk. You've put another unit down with 1 HP, but you've also just put a tiny bit of insurance down. And even if your opponent doesn't have the supply priorities, getting your 33rd Recon down and available for when you need him is just a nice little bonus because he doesn't have blitz. It's important to get him down. He can enable the 35T. So I think this is just that sweet spot between risk and reward where you've got that backup, but also you can punish and push your opponent a little bit. And here we go. We see it moved into the front line. And you might think one attack, there's no point to playing it and attacking with it. But when you have cards like Type 93 and Ant Frida in the deck, it is very realistic to expect it to be hitting for 2 to 3 pretty consistently. So I like seeing people take advantage of it and try and push it a little bit because it can get you that little bit of extra damage. The other Type 93 going to make it very, very easy to trade away and so much damage from hand here. I mean, it's very scary to be playing against this. We can see 2 infantry trading out so efficiently.
I actually think Pancake might have made a mistake by going for the expansion this turn because that's going to mess up the rest of his curve and that's going to prevent a 35T coming out here for 4
finding the other expansion, he can sort of balance it out a little bit. Gonna spend all his credits.
I mean, he's still in a good position, but just getting 4, like if his opponent was on 12
I hear you.
They can't go for the Bomber Mafia. The Michigan here gonna come out.
But nothing to do with those credits.
Yeah, he has double Michigan, and
yes,
if you go double Michigan, you pop off. Unfortunately, that's not going to stop him from taking 10 damage this turn.
Oh.
And he's still a credit off of
593 is just so scary, especially when they start stacking up. I mean, look how much damage this is. 10 damage, like you say, but then also a board of units. It's such a terrifying card.
Glamour boys already.
Pathfinders is a nice find to finish off after you've gone with your Michigans, but you are going to have to attack with the new one first. Maybe just going for the night bombing. That's suicide. You cannot go for night bombing here.
Michigan, he goes down to 4 attacks. He goes back up to 5 attacks again. Goes up to 6 Pathfinders trades. He's not dead on board.
Yeah, not dead on board.
He has to go for those series of plays.
He does have to. He cannot go for this night bombing right now.
And he also has to trade with the Michigans first, which means he can't Pathfind one of these Pathfinding first.
Yeah. The question is, how is he doing this? He's taking out and trading. Because the other option was to kill the one in the front line and move up the Pathfinders. But that would have resulted in instant death.
And here, you don't want to go for the Audacity, because HGT is up to Bomber Mafia credits now. But you're certainly hitting them in the HQ
Dragon Slayer. You don't want to get the Dragon Slayer down?
I want to go for the Seiyun hit face for 4, because you've seen 2 Glamour Boys already. That's a good chunk of your opponent's total healing. And I believe the clock here is lying to us.
It is a lie. The clock is a lie.
Gets it down, and that's...
First responders.
Not quite game. He's going to go down to 1 health. He can be 24D, and he's getting so much out of these Michigans. HQT is really converting me on the Michigan and Ram.
I'm telling you, Michigan all the way.
And he's even going to actually be able to get the milk truck down after trading.
He's on such a fragile amount of health that it's so easy for things just to go wrong and you instantly die here. So on 4 health, there's a desperate measures.
The milk truck stops that, but that does clear the board. And now you're going to get down the Dragon Slayer.
It's got to be the Dragon Slayer. You could try and put down more bodies, but when you know that there's still 2 AoEs available that will clear this board, you just got to go for the Dragon Slayer. You cannot risk the Bomb Mafia.
Like the... Well...
Convoy.
There's a couple cards you can survive with.
There's the Glamour.
The third and final Glamour Boy. HQT might have played. He has one milk truck left, and then that's the rest of his healing. He's found every single healing card in his deck. Draft Lightning is a great pickup. You can't play it this turn, and then it's going to be awkward to play it on the next turn because this Dragon Slayer is going to be getting value. Oh, and you're 1 damage short on the Glamour Boys.
It's so close, and the question, I think you
And you
have to
can't-
hold back something for the
Yeah.
potential expansion. But then I'm also thinking,
Oh,
if I
because
leave a unit in hand, what if the second MI5 comes out? If I play all my units, I cannot get MI5'd.
but if you play all your units, Bomber Mafia just simply ruins your life.
No, I know. It's
Well, he can
you have to
clear
hold
the
them
board.
back. I'm just expressing how difficult it must feel. To be sitting with these in hand when your opponent's on 4 health and you're like, if I play these, then maybe I can just get over that finish line.
Yeah, he can clear the board. He can't do anything else. The question is, do you want to Wrath the Dragon Slayer, or do you want to fully remove the board? Is Night Bombing undamaged units only?
Undamaged units. You
Oh, that
have to
makes it
you have
more
to play it on the
huge.
Type 93 and then use the Hellcat if you want to clear board.
I think you have
Usually,
to Wrath and Hellcat then.
usually the undamaged unit section is not a particularly big part of that card, but sometimes it really matters. The Panzergrenz,
And that's just lethal.
just lethal.
Oh, that's... Pancake had such a crazy start, and HGT showing his skill on ramp, but also just showing how good ramp is in the current day. Like, if Pancake had a similar hand, like, even just a year ago, that game would have been over by turn 5, turn 6.
Oh, so quickly. So quickly.
The fact that that was close is a testament to the power of these ramp decks, but it's not going to be good enough to stop Pancake from getting that win on Aggro. And it's... honestly, things are starting to look kind of bad because these Italy decks, they do have a lot of these big, annoying fighters. Claim the Skies is a wonderful card against ramp. Can get through Glamour Boys, it can let you remove one of these bombers and to go face. And then Air is just really low to the ground. And HQT with 2 ramp decks left, that's, things aren't looking great for him.
They're not looking great, but there are tools in the ramp decks which make them a little bit better against air.
Pancake has
Wrath
picked a
Lightning.
deck. Pancake has
What
definitely
is
picked
that?
the,
Hold on, hold
picked
on.
the wrong
Get a look at the
deck.
hand while we can. I see Independent. I see Carrier Cover.
Exhaust
see-
all options. And
Exhaust-
Diplomatic Attaché.
Pancake showing us something which we were never meant to see.
And
Is this an OTK list?
He's not. He queued up a ladder game. His opponent isn't HQT.
Who is that? Who is that?
HQT is in a game against somebody.
No, this is
might just be a-
Pancake is in a game.
But if you look at HQT's hands, we see
Oh,
HQT's.
HQT is also in a match with someone. Who's
They
HQT
seem to have
playing
been-
against? They both queued on ladder, but
They-
never against each other.
I do remember once I think it was 2020, maybe 2021. My opponent and I, we challenged each other. We queued up for our OCC game, and we both got queued into ladder. So maybe it's a return of that bug.
I don't know if you remember this. I think it was you. It might have been someone else playing in a tournament, and the challenge mode was broken. So we both queued ladder at the exact same moment and matched into each other.
Yeah, we played our tournament games on ladder and were refunded our points afterwards.
Because the challenge system, it was just having some issues, and we're like, well, what if we both search ladder?
But the fact that Pancake is also on the wrong deck is all like
it's such a bizarre situation. Oh, right, bear with us. We'll be with.
all right.
There we go.
It seems that it was an issue with the spectator mode, so we were likely getting the real hand from HQT, but not the real game from Pancake.
Oh, Pancake. Showing
and-
us something from the past, right?
Things are going on in this game.
They are!
HQT
Oh my
taking
God.
down a ton of damage, but getting double first
Double first
responders.
responders. This is a situation and a half. This is interesting. Now,
Oh,
Pancake has front formation available for the late game, so if they reach the late game, they could potentially just overrun HQT with T-34s, but HQT is going to be able to now start clearing this board. And with the Pathfinders, you could... Oh, I'd much rather see a
Calliope's a
Pathfinders.
huge risk.
It's risky. I mean, you have the milk truck to do the 1 damage if it does hit it once, but if it hits the outside unit twice, then it just feels so bad, and it's a 25% chance of feeling real bad. Why play with the odds? Doesn't even guard it.
Oh, but he... Who needs to guard it when you just simply hit?
When you hit the odds that you were looking for.
Gets
But now
the
it's
25% chance and
sitting
it's all
over
gone.
there. Not. I mean, I guess they wanted to guard the Pathfinders.
You can guard both.
I know, but
I mean, it's the type of situation where you're thinking too much about, do I play the Calliope? What are the odds? What do I do afterwards, depending on the outcomes? And you stop thinking about, well, also it's just an artillery unit. That's just gonna simply be on the board.
oh, this is awkward though. At least Bloody Sickle's now able to be played, because otherwise it was going to be a very dead turn for Pancake.
Yeah, Pancake. If Pancake had one more credit or just
It
one
would
more
be beautiful.
turn of things to do that aren't bad.
Now, how do you feel about this 49th Infantry as a card? Because I like him. I think he can do a lot. He can give you healing. He can fight against the board, but he's not very popular. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on how you feel about this unit at the moment.
I was not a fan of him before the buff. I think at 2 health he was just too weak in my mind. It just simply
Definitely
couldn't get
too weak of a stat line
2
there.
trades. At 4-3, I don't mind it. I'm not convinced that it is a better route to go than these, like, fully committed to the Fiats, the Machis, and then stuff like Dagger Strikes, Naval Engagement. I feel like Italy has 12 better cards to be played most of the time. Unless
There's also the fact 845th recently got buffed from a 2-3 to a 2-4. So Soviets have that option for healing, and it feels like it plays a slightly similar role.
Yeah. HQT putting on the pressure, and this was very important. If you just played a really slow turn, getting out war machines and milk trucks, then front formation could come out and potentially start getting a ton of value. But here we see Pancake is just going to be under an immense amount of pressure.
But finds production order.
And that's just 1 off lethal.
It is 1 off lethal.
2 off lethal.
But is it the best route?
I mean, surely. Like,
Surely.
like, worst case is Depths of Winter, but Depths of Winter also gets rid of engineers,
That
and
is
that's
true.
healing.
Three off lethal. You said 1, then you said 2. I've just been taking your word for it.
It's 2.
Oh yeah, I suppose. I was like, I'm never letting this guy do maths again. Right. Okay. So now Pancake, you've got the Fiat. You can do some damage to the board here. You go for the Fiat. You go for the attack in the colonies. You get rid of this bomber that heals you a whole bunch of health, and then you're healing a little bit of health each turn with these engineers. I was expecting him to get rid of the bomber. I mean, I don't hate it, but I do find it interesting.
Yeah, I guess the idea is he keeps the fighter on board this way, so maybe he's thinking like, well, okay, this way I maximize the healing out of the Fiat.
Oh no. The gunship mission, it can get rid of the engineers.
Ooh. He can't do that end attack into the HQ.
No, but you don't have to do it this turn. You can do it next turn. Just having the ability in hand to get rid of engineers is very powerful. Finds high altitude as well. Now,
he's mechanized. Are you sitting in the hand? And
there's a tank, but it does hurt you when you play it.
If he can find a sickle off the mechanized, he can clear.
Certainly doable, but we have seen 2 sickles come out already.
Oh, but right, you never attack first. there's no reason to attack for it unless you're just
Yeah,
not
the only reason is because he might
playing
want to get the
SU.
second 12th down, but I don't think it's worth
Oh.
it. Finds the
And he-
sickle.
Oh, he finds the sickle, and that's huge.
Buys himself some time. He is still on 6 health, and he's taking 1 damage every turn. So you're still on a clock, but you might better win a race. Now, are we gonna see
But-
gunship? We've got to, right?
And this just means there's no more healing. A
You
production
are
order
going to
or
die,
a
yeah.
24 D off bomber buff at any point is just lethal. Lion for a day.
Oh,
huge
Lion for a
pickup.
Day is a great find.
However, that's going to draw 2 more cards plus the natural draw. HQT is going to get 3 chances of finding a production order.
You have to, though. What other choice do you have? You cannot play this
Yeah,
tank.
There is only one play. And he can't even set up lethal because
Yeah,
this bomber
you
will
gotta...
get up. You can't even like play anything super. You could go for the SU actually. Does he have the credits?
No, don't
he's
like it. If you go
have the
SU, you
credits.
have to end the game next turn.
Yeah.
Like, it's
If
too
he had
risky.
one more credit, he could have played SU.
Oh, I'd have
against
liked to
that
see
lethal,
12th
but
come out.
I would have died to strategic bombing, and strategic bombing means this is Pancake's last turn. Unless he can find healing.
Strategic bombing. Could be it. But you don't need to play it. You don't need to let Pancake know that this is his last turn. It's his last turn whether you let him know or not.
Oh, and he
That's
has
it.
to draw. He has to damage himself and draw, and even if he does, I don't know if there's the healing cards left in his
Does he
deck.
have any of the Italian boys left?
He's played at least 2.
There's attack on the colonies!
But he takes 2 damage from the SU.
No, it's okay. It gives
But it's
plus
enough.
5 health. Plus 5.
Yep. And he can
He
even get
will
the attack in,
survive.
and that sets up. No, it doesn't set up lethal because of Jasko.
Not with the Jasko. I don't know if you need to... He's
How much longer
going
did
to
he should have
survive.
attacked in the colony face?
Glamour Boys, though. Glamour Boys is just
Oh.
going to make it so you can't end the game in time.
Yeah, and there's lethal top decks in HQT's deck. But instead we're getting the top deck that's just gonna delay this game, make it closer. And you can night bombing the SU is probably the best play. There's the
Yeah,
risk
I
of
think so. If you're lucky, they both sit in the support line, and it's just even more difficult to do anything. No, they're just gonna
swap.
play musical chairs and swap places.
And you
Fiat.
can sickle. You can sickle and play Fiat, and that's gonna give you the heal. Oh, but the Fiat's just gonna get strategic bombing.
Fiat's just gonna
immediately.
die. But there's a
Oh, but
Machi.
Machi. And you don't have the credits to attack with it this turn, but you can get a little bit of damage and you get down the Fiat.
No, don't. Do
Well,
you play the
doesn't
Yak?
Yeah, you do play the Yak, because strategic
Yeah.
bombing kills it.
Strap bombing kills it anyway. You've got to, yeah. But this Jasko is just doing so much work. It's so difficult to beat down HQT over time, and there's a strap bombing just undoing all the work. I mean, if you'd saved the Fiat, you might have been able to get some healing off it with Oh, there's more healing! The 49th!
he
Comes
keeps
in, it
finding
keeps
it.
alive!
I think that is quite literally the only card in his deck.
It keeps him going, and Pancake
Sets
can
up
see
lethal.
victory. High
But
altitude.
HQT, he top decks production order.
That's it. Oh my! Oh, top deck after top deck after top deck. Both players. The edge of their seats.
And we have to be completely honest. HQT was drastically favored in that game. Like the
Pancake was pulling it there. Pancake was just pulling the game out of a bag, and then HQT comes in at the last moment and just secures the victory. I would have been, if I was HQT there, I would have been getting emotional at the possibility of losing that. Oh, say what you will about front formation. Good card, bad card. It's a damn exciting card, and it makes for some good matches.
And it made that game close. If there was no front formation, there's no series of ways that draws that Pancake could have had that would have made that game even remotely close. Unless it was like Machi into cards that don't exist in his deck. I don't know.
Now
but
we
he's going to be
see
running it up again, but this time against Aggro.
much better matchup, I feel. Front formation, not as powerful in this matchup, as generally at that point you've either won or lost already.
Yokosuka rather than a cavalry regiment.
Feels
This feels
so
bad.
sad. Especially, you really want to play the Antfrieda on it, but you just can't risk anything. I believe the Antfrieda was drawn as well from the expansion.
And is he just going to play it on the Signal Regiment to get the next stage up? He is.
The bonus of playing it on the Signal is on the Ascent will kill the Engineers and not your Signal if you find it in the future.
That's true. It also makes it slightly harder to get rid of with stuff like Claim the Skies.
Yeah.
Taker Strikes. Really awkward, but I actually don't mind this play at all. I think it is correct. Yeah, unfortunately, Dragon Slayer is the worst case scenario.
It's not a bad find, though, the SU, because it does give you some reach. It's slightly sad to take the burn damage from it, but I think you're accepting to take 2 damage. Hien, though, for HQT, the poor man's Shiden may be able to go a long distance in this matchup. Raiding Brigade is a huge, yeah. Now, do you move this up and draw?
Suppression, but he gets to keep the suppression. He doesn't move it up. He's allowing the Dragon Slayer to die, and this also means the 49th is going to get the healing in before it goes out, making up for the SU.
Still going to better generate the draw. Tempted to throw out the Yokosuka, but
yeah, it does go for Yokosuka. Keeps Raiding Brigade back. Either way, it would cost a credit. And he's just going to go immediately for the Type 93 and Frida.
I like this. I think this is a really sensible and neat play. But there's the fear. We've got 2 Claim the Skies available.
Oh.
And this
but
is just going to
both. You can't take out Signal Regiment anymore.
Don't let Signal live. Just heal a gazillion, and be happy with your gazillions of life. You can also just value trade.
Trade first into Raiding Brigade and then hit the Yokosuka. If you want this Fiat to have slightly more health. I think I would have liked to see that. You're a bit weaker into Desperate.
Rado doesn't find the Desperate. It does mean suppression can now prevent healing, and I think you have to go for it, which means
you deal a damage and you get to redraw with a Rado. It's not the craziest play. I mean, you can also just buff the Errado.
It's not the craziest play, but if you were going to do it, you should have done it before the suppression, I think, to look for the desperate measures.
That is true.
Now, difficult decision here. I think you just go for the buff. Give it +3/+3. Turn that Errado into a serious threat.
Are you realistically going to get up to 11 credits to do Hien? Push his Signal.
Push his Signal.
Well, I suppose it's actually... Seen Pancake's hand, he doesn't have a great way of answering this. And I like not buffing the Errado, but keeping it...
Yeah, a little surprise waiting to
I mean,
get that damage.
We saw in the previous, in the qualifiers, you know, sometimes your opponent just simply forgets about Frida, but second suppression is going to remove guard from Corson, and...
I mean, it's not just forgetting, but you can play around it because you don't realize the second suppression is easy. Okay, I can go for the guard. Panzer J late could be a really nice find to do some extra damage. It can't go for it this turn, but still a very nice find.
And this is, I mean...
It's awkward. It's very awkward.
Yeah, you're just gonna see Machi come out and trade out the Errado.
HQT really hoping for an expansion to try and get some more draw.
Desperate Measures would be a beautiful card here.
Desperate Measures would be an amazing card. Do you just go type 93 and then go for the KI? Go for the damage?
Yeah, I think you want the damage in now. The question is, do you want that damage in the form of the
Ooh.
Panther J late or not?
No,
I think this is better.
This
I
is
think
the
you're more
correct
likely
move.
to lose the front line.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think this is right.
No guard, and most of the cards in his hand damage him.
I mean, there's a lot of cards available for HQT that can just close out this game.
Yeah, it's...
Got to get rid of the signal.
If
I
Pancake
believe it
takes
does a
the
burn on
risk-
its death, right? Signal?
No.
I wish I just kept my mouth shut. If I waited 10 seconds, I could have just not said that. Oh, on the ascent!
You can play out 12th guards first.
You have to stop the on the
if
ascent.
he goes for the SU. If he plays SU, this is gonna be worst case scenario.
Oh no,
Or
don't play
even
that
the
one
forehead.
either.
Yeah, that would be even worse.
No, he doesn't play anything though. On the ascent, it's going to
Oh.
be huge.
Oh,
There's a
I
type
don't.
94.
And that's gonna get in some chip damage, bring Kian closer to just being lethal.
No,
And he
you
even
have to
has the
sacrifice
Machi.
the draw. And Corsun is going to be costing 0 credits.
Doesn't overcommit to the board, keeps
Yeah,
cavalry
hold it
back for
back, wait for
expansion.
the-
I like that. But if
What
Pancake
do you do here if you're Pancake?
that, you have to sickle into the guard or healing. Death isn't enough.
Get some healing.
That's enough to stay alive. Barely. He's going to be on 1 health, and he doesn't have the credits to get Fiat down. Or 2 health, I suppose.
And there's so many cards that will just kill you on the spot from HQT.
Desperate and 35T are both
got-
lethal.
KI8, the Anne is in the deck.
Yeah,
You've got a guard. You've got a guard. You got to play this heal and put it behind the guard.
And I think at this point, you give up on expansion. I think you shock attack, and then you throw the cavalry to the front line, just try to make your opponent need to spend as many credits as possible.
Just clog the board. And you've got to go for the depths of winter. I don't think you've got much choice. Question is just, do you try and take the front line first? I don't think it should matter too much if you take the front line. I think the main thing is killing one of these units. Having a light infantry in the front line doesn't do much for you. HQT can just trade it with one of the light infantry and capture the front line.
I think you do it anyways, just because you're gonna have the credits left over. Because you're not playing, you can't play SU. And you're probably not. Well, he could have. Well, no, you've been credit.
Are you trying to talk away into playing SU on 2 hours?
No, I was saying you could play like 414th and then turn it into an extra 1/1, and that's just lethal. The top deck HQT, top deck and lethal.
There were a lot of top decks that would have done it. But,
yeah, there is.
But it is still a top deck lethal. HQT taking a 2-1 lead. And Aggro starting to prove its worth and show that it's still got what it takes to keep up with some of the decks. Yeah, struggling against Ramp today, but pardon?
Both players getting wins comfortably on their Aggro decks, but now it's coming down to Brit Ramp versus Air and Soviet Italy Control.
It's a very winnable matchup for Ramp. You've got things like Wrath Lightning, you've got a lot of pin to buy a lot of time, you've got a lot of healing. I think there's a very solid chance HQT can find a win over 2 matches.
I would assume both of Pancake's decks are slightly favored, but he has to win both of them. So it's still going to be in HQT's favor, and that's a really good opening hand from HQT. And not a bad opening hand from Pancake, now that he picks up that Fiat.
And actually drawing cards for once. Not just instantly dying. And now, are we just going to see Michigan? I'd love to see a Michigan. Get a 6/6 down on turn 4. Why not? Do it.
There
You know
was the
what I
alternative
love?
play of like Pioneer Sincerely Yours, so then you stick Pioneer. But this way, yeah, you could push Michigan for 1 credit, but then you can't War Bonds. I feel like I'm not convinced that Michigan here is much better than going for the Pioneer, but
No, but it's far more enjoyable. And that's got to account for something here.
goes for the War Bonds. He's taken on a lot of damage here.
He is, but he does run a huge amount of healing. Fourth guards are gonna get their cost reduced very quickly.
Oh, in the production order with Michigan. It's
Yeah.
not gonna be the most effective thing in the world against these fighters. And if he goes for it, it means he's not Sincerely Yours, and it means that he's very close to just immediately dying. So he'd probably go for a more conservative play with the Glamour Boys here.
I think you play a little bit slower, yeah. I don't think you rush into this production order. Now, it's important, if you're going to operate this Michigan, you've got to do them first so that you get this refund. So otherwise, you do it last, and you...
And if he's going for Glamour Boys, you're going to want a Convoy first, unless you're...
Oh, he's thinking about the production order.
Oh, he's going... What is his line here? I'm curious. Is he just going to push Michigan to the front line and say, you can't kill me?
Potentially, but he might also just try and get rid of this draw engine and just get rid of the fighter, trade the Michigan. Leaves the draw engine, says, okay, you can overdraw.
Pancake 1 credit off lethal here.
So close. The line, of course, SU100, this 4 credit card on the left, gets +4 attack when damaged. So you go for the SU100, you move it up, you sickle your own SU100, and you can hit for 8 damage. So just so close to lethal, but not quite able to get there. However, still in a...
Just sort of worked out for Pancake here, because he could simply just sickle, line for a day, get rid of this board. Is that a KV in the far left of his hand?
No, I see a H. Might be a KV.
Cost Q operation.
No, I think it is a KV, but I was trying to work out what it was because I thought it was a H. There you go, KV gets revealed. I gotta stop talking and just waiting 30 seconds. It's really not okay.
We're not gonna see Sincerely Yours and Glamour Boys here getting all of that health back for HQT, but you know, he's gone through a few resources, and he doesn't have that big of a credit lead. Goes for Sexton instead, and this means Pancake can go face for 8 damage.
But do you want to this turn? I mean, I like saving KV for when a War Bonds has been played, but I also understand playing it quicker and just putting... My issue with going for the tank for 8 damage is that you know it's just going to get hit by this Sexton and die, and it feels slightly unfortunate.
Yeah.
But I think you do have to utilize the opportunity while you have the opportunity, because they're not always there, and it's so much damage, but it just feels slightly awkward.
Force your opponent to have one of their 3 Glamour Boys in hand. And obviously, there's a pretty decent chance of them having that, but at the very least, that's forcing them into 5 credits played down at infantry.
And there it is.
And I think the play that HUT or Pancake would have likely gone for if he didn't go for the tank that turn was just strategic focus on ground units. And
it could be really powerful still this turn though to go for it.
Guards. I've completely forgotten the fact that 4th guards has been in his hand this whole time.
He's going for it this turn.
And it can be traded out with the B24D, but that's his entire turn, and then this Machi is going to close it out.
Far more likely the Black Prince comes down and just pushes him back and says, operate again, and then the Churchill Alfred comes out and does it again, and it's just...
Yeah,
Whole
you
bunch of
can
pushback.
Black Prince and Glamour Boys and put 2/1/1s into the front line.
You can also at some point go for like the Church or Avray, and then Monty the things which are now pushed into the back line, which can be a very powerful combo if you get them all on one side. Or just Monty them in the front line. You Monty them first, then you Avray them back. And it can be really powerful because you pin 3 units and then you put those 3 units in the support line, and they're just going to be stuck there for so long.
And that Glamour Boy top deck is absolutely massive because we see the Machi in Pancake's hand. Pancake would certainly have just done Machi into the HQ if there was no guard up that turn. Monty, this turn feels substantially less impactful than a potential Monty in the future. It's also a nice trigger for Wave After Wave.
It does feel a lot less impactful.
Finds the third Glamour Boys.
Oh, Lethal is quickly running away from Pancake.
Yeah,
I'm curious if we're just going to see the strategic focus come out of an awkwardness of not sure what to do. No, going to go for the 49th plus KV. Now, HQT will need to sacrifice these tokens to move up anything else into the front line because the Black Prince is a symmetrical effect, and currently only the units that are in, I believe it's 2 units in the front line.
Yes.
So yeah,
but
gonna need to.
Avray is going to be massive.
Yeah, I think it's got to be this turn. It resets the cost on the guard if he ends up in hand again, so you're fine with that. There it is. Loses light infantry. Best possible case for Pancake, but still a pretty bad situation.
And
what do you do here? Yeah, what do you do here if you're Pancake, though?
You can't really... There's no easy way to kill Black Prince. There's no way to kill Avray. You know there's the B24D in hand.
It's really difficult. You've got a lot of healing with these 49ths, so you can buy time, but it's just with Depths of Winter gone, it's really difficult because what are you buying time for? It's going to be the Machi. Machi would block the B24, but I don't think it would do enough. Pancake was so close to closing out this game, but is in a difficult situation now.
I think you have to play for your outs, so I think you want to go for KV and SU.
I'm going to go for the double healing, get the bodies on board.
You drop HQT to 7 and then claim this guy's... is 1 off, I guess. Said he gets some healing, remove some damage from the board, put out some
don't hate it.
It's just HQT's hand has every single card he could possibly want.
Yeah, it's such a good hand. This wave after wave is just gonna set back Pancake so far, and it's strategic focus just not quite big enough of a card to deal with this situation.
No, but you're not. There's still no 1-turn lethal threat.
Yeah,
so
no, you're
down to KV, but this MI5 is just locking you out of drawing.
Do we get down the KV, or do we go for the 4th guards and just trade with it straight away?
That's a good point.
We can get rid of Black Prince with it.
Higher turn.
It is your entire turn, but...
Black Prince is almost more of a liability for your opponent than anything else at this point.
Yeah, but to leave it as a liability, you have to not play units on board so that there's nothing to trade these light infantry into, at which point the bomber can just go to town. I like doing this. I like this line because it forces your opponent to deal with this guard or keep the Avray back. The issue is... HQT has a massive hand, so it's a really difficult situation because there's going to be tools to get rid of it, and you see that here with the Wrath Lightning. Resetting the cost once again. 4th guards are so weak to bounce because it just resets the cost every time. And
you
You can get rid of the Ephraim.
You have to play fourth guards or Machi.
Well,
Machi.
can you not do T34 plus healing?
Oh, that is true.
Keeps you
That is
alive.
true.
Yeah, and that gets rid of the
Both have
Ephraim as
splits.
well.
Yeah, very good point.
Get rid of the Ephraim, and you've got this big unit on board. However, probably not enough.
Albacore.
Cannot be retreated, cannot be suppressed, but it can be pinned. So the one keyword that can still get through to it is available in HQT's hand.
Now, do you just go for the Albacore? The strategic focus hasn't been played, actually. There's been so many times where it was almost played, but if he does Albacore B24D face, walks into a big strategic focus, and then things could turn around.
They certainly could, but even if they do start to turn around, HQT still has a lot of card generation.
Boys in the hand of HQT as well.
Yeah, third Glamour Boys and lots of card generation to find new tools. I don't believe we've seen a Bomber Mafia yet, so that is still available.
Yeah, 2 Bomber Mafias and a production order left.
And is there a Lancaster as well? Or was HQT not gone with the Lancaster?
There is also the Lancaster and Wellington in the deck of HQT.
Oh, the list just keeps getting longer.
And do you just play KV and Machi? You block the bomber, you deal the 2 damage. The fighter also, honestly, like you're in almost a fine spot. You get a bit of chip damage, and you lose the Machi, and you already lost a Machi to overdraw. So at that point, you're essentially just like out of threats, but the KV might stick. I think that you have to go KV Machi.
Yeah, I don't think you've got too much choice, especially when you can't even operate this tank. So there's not much advantage to going for the strategic focus, because what are you going to do with these leftover credits? It's such an awkward spot. You'd have to play the craft mechanized, and you can't do anything.
Machi is quite big because there's no way to remove KV. Oh, but he attacks instead of plays KV.
And just takes the surrender, not feeling it. HQT takes a 3-1 lead and takes the series.
Yeah, that felt like a very odd surrender from Pancake. I guess he was just sort of mentally resigned at that point.
It is quite late as well. In China at the moment, it's fairly late at night, so maybe feeling a little bit under it with the sleep and being down so far. And not only are you down, one more loss and you're out, but you're in this sort of 90% chance to lose the match scenario. You just got to be feeling very defeated at that point. And I'm surrendering and I'm going to bed. I've certainly been there myself.
It's very easy for like us casters to sort of forget the trajectory of the game, because Pancake won the first game relatively convincingly, and then he lost to Top Deck Production Order in game 2, and then lost to Top Deck 35T in game 3, and now that's his game 4. So from Pancake's perspective, just like it's just beating after beating, and even if you can argue that HQT wasn't particularly lucky in games 2 or 3, things have definitely, from Pancake's perspective, just gotten worse and worse and worse every step of the way.
Although, maybe a shining light, a bit of hope, a glimmer of hope here for Pancake. Pancake doesn't get to go to bed because Pancake has got to try and win the 3rd place match. So there is still the possibility of claiming 3rd. And I mean, I'm sure you'll agree that when you come to a tournament, if you get 3rd, you walk away with 3rd, you are very happy with that. That is something to be happy with. And
there's also
I think
prize money on the line for 3rd as well. So.
Yeah, there is. Gotta get that money. That's that's why we're all here. Gotta get the prize money. How else are you gonna afford to buy all those diamonds and buy the next upcoming expansion patch? That's another $50 wired to my bank account for each time I mention it. But we are going to take a look at the current bracket, and then it's going to be me and Jaking leaving, a short break, and the other casters. So we saw HQT going 3-2 against Ephraim in round 1, Pancake taking Noan 3-1, and 2598 252160 beating Taboo 3-1, which is unfortunate for me because I have to say their name again. And then Nanami taking a
Hello and welcome back to our first expansion tournament for you guys. I'm joined by my co-caster Berto Burrito, and I am Starry. We left you guys off by seeing one of our semifinals, and so the first match we'll be bringing to you will be the next semifinals, followed by our third place match, and then if you guys are still sticking around, of course, the finals to see who is going to be taking home that huge prize pool. So super excited. But yeah, let's take a look at who's playing in the other semifinals. So it looks like we have HQT moving on with Pancake being is going to be in the next third place match. HQT moving on to the finals, and then we have 2598 252 against Nanami in our upcoming bronze match. Super excited to see that one. They got some great deck lists. Yeah, so Mr. 2598 has 2,000 total matches this season with a 65% win rate. 3-2 in the Swiss, just eking in there with tiebreakers, I think. But yeah, I mean, clearly they're quite a good player as they've managed to get through the first couple rounds of obviously like the top 32 stage, and then um, they're doing really well in the top 8 so far, and with a Beriev as the favorite card. Let's take a look at their lists. So, 2598 is first bringing a Soviet Finland control. I guess you could call it mid-range in some sense too, but more on the control-y side. Really cool. I love the addition of that one cold trap. The question is, are you going to get people with it? Obviously, in an open deck list tournament, it looks a lot different than a closed deck list tournament. Then we have a US Germany mid-range with some war machines in it. Um, it's a halfway between mid-range and ramp, playing cards like Calliope to bridge the gap between the early game and the late game. Then we have a Germany, Japan mid-range sort of aggro list, looking to close out the game with some nice fighter planes, especially Comet. And then lastly, we have the Britain US ramp list. This list is really good lately. And we see Lancaster and Churchill as really cool finishers. I've seen Lancaster picking up a lot of steam lately, as well as the Firefly. Firefly being really useful for taking out some of those tanks. Those are some really interesting choices for elites. Um, all right, and let's give it over to Birdo and take a look at Nanami's deck list.
Right, so first up, we have a really cool Japan-Italy deck, sort of leaning more towards the control side, but with a little pressure from things like these machis. So really able to do both, controlling the board with things like To the Last Man, but also get that little bit of burst in near the end. Next up, we have another Italy minor deck, this time with Soviets as the main nation. Another really nice control deck with lots of board clears, winter offensive, strategic focus, depths of winter, which can be really hard for mid-range decks to deal with, of course. And then we have a Germany-Poland deck, which our previous casters mentioned. And this one's really cool. It's really nice being able to run Punish in Germany because you just get that extra little bit of discard, which can really go a long way, especially with how cheap you're able to get it for out of Poland. And finally, we have a Britain-Germany control deck, again with a little bit of discard from the Wolfpack. I love to see the one of Crossfire. I think that's a really cool board clear, and it can really pop off in the right situation. But you do need to sometimes plan out the turn before, use things like the Kitty Hawk, the Devil's Brigades to line things up. So I'm excited that we might get to see this deck, and we might get to see some cool crossfire plays when we do.
All right, well, thank you so much, Berto. Really looking forward to this. Some really, really interesting choices. The Germany, Poland, the Soviet, Finland. These are not nation combinations that you see quite often on ladder or in tournament. What do you think? What do you think about these choices?
So I was particularly curious about the Soviet Finland. There were a few things that seemed like a little like you had these strong cards that have like a little bit of counter synergy. Like you have the BM, the artillery, and then you also have the respite. And then that is in a little bit of contention because, you know, if you have the BM on the board, you're using one of these buffs for your board. Then you're looking at losing a lot of value if the opponent's able to attack into it to retreat it to hand. And so I, you know, wonder how he's going to be able to grapple with these sort of minor anti synergies that can really warp how you play the deck.
Yeah, very interesting. And it looks like we're gonna have that Britain-US ramp band and then that Soviet-Italy control band from each player. Oh, and we're right into it. All right, and 2598 is looking like they're gonna keep a sort of aggressive hand. I mean, the recons can do quite a lot of work, but they can also kind of just sit in the back row depending on what happens.
Yeah, they're pretty low pressure, but you know, you pretty much always at least get a 1-for-1. So it's on Japan control, it's often just a nice thing to have so that you're doing something in the early turns.
Yeah, it also always makes it weird with Calliope. It always makes it like, um, it kind of gives you a little bit of insurance, not only in just having a second body to split the damage between, but the fact that one of the bodies you really, really don't want it to hit. Yeah, and this is a tough decision for Nanami. If you go for the 60-second, the shock plus the recon can trade out. But maybe that's a trade you're willing to make. I mean, the shock not being able to be used on the Calliope at a later date is obviously very nice.
Yeah, and I do suppose that you know, turn 4 is really important for Nanami's deck here. Because, you know, you have so many things to play. I do wonder about what if you just played Engineer Regiment and in the Navy instead, if that might have, you know, getting that early ramp out been worth it?
Yeah, yeah, potentially. Yeah, I mean, the Stranglehold looks like um, it's not super useful here just because when you're curving out super nicely like that, 2598 is basically going to play everything on curve for the next couple turns.
And 2598 doing the Calliope reverse psychology, maybe targeting the HQ, hoping that it goes to the unit.
Yeah, these little Italian units have been a pretty impressive card from the expansion. They've definitely seen a lot of play, and the ability to have Blitz while also healing your HQ, trading out really nicely. Just a really solid unit. But in this particular case, 2598 has so many infantry, and when Nanami has these really, really great backline threats that demand answering. If not immediately, then like eventually. It is not the best situation to be in to have so many of these infantry.
So it looks like Nanami's thinking about this bomber mafia,
Yeah,
but
and just passing the turn without attacking with the Calliope?
yeah, that is extremely.
Yeah, are they bluffing some larger cost countermeasures potentially? Let me see what they have going on. Maybe bluffing, or well, not bluffing in the Navy, but telegraphing in the Navy. Say, come on, attack me. Buff up my Calliope.
Yeah, but if anything, it's sort of telling your opponent.
It is,
Right.
it's telegraphing. It's definitely
Yeah.
telegraphing.
Yeah, so I'm
This
not
enemy
entirely comfortable.
spotted. This enemy spotted looming large. I really love this one cost countermeasure lineup. I mean, if you have too many of them, it can definitely become more of a liability, but I really love to see some of these countermeasures. Enemy spotted, 1 mana for 3 cards. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. One credit for 3 cards.
Yeah, I would say the 60% of the time that enemy spotted does anything, it's really good. It's just that, maybe around 40% of the time, your opponent is starting off on Aggro, they have the turn line 1, take the front line, you're not able to kill it,
Yeah, and
and
look,
they went first.
the stranglehold on even a single credit is so huge. Oh my gosh, that's a huge swing. Even just one single credit there is so vitally important.
Yeah, that was
That's
really impressive. But Nanami still has card advantage, but, what does card adventure matter into US military research?
yeah. I mean, having the ability to death from above for 3 credits at any time when it's unlikely that Nanami's gonna lay down more than one unit at any given time. Or even if, they lay down 2 units, you can trade with Mashi and move Mashi into the B-17. So either way, Nanami's gonna have a really tough time sticking units over the next couple turns. So I think Nanami would really like to see a way to maybe burn with the nukes if at all possible, but it's really hard. 1, because you're staring down the 5/6, and 2, because your opponent just keeps having these Italian deployment effects.
Yeah, and with the stolen B-17 at 3 cost, that's also, a big issue,
Oh, and the
towards
winter
trying to play
regiment.
this restorer.
The winter regiment is so nice. Playing around the
That's
stranglehold, I
massive.
like it. Good. Oh, actually, have both strangleholds been used?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so I guess the muscle memory sticking with Nanami here.
Yeah, good habits.
I got a little bit confused as on the left and on the actual game itself, the names are switched. So I think I've been saying Nanami when I actually meant 2598. Yeah, unfortunately with this, like if you had one more credit, you could drop the BF and the For Freedom and the combined arms to get a really nice trade with the either the 4-5 or the 5-6, depending on which one you think is more important. Um, if you think you can survive on the 4 health, better, great. If you think you don't want to give your opponent a card in hand, great. Um, but yeah, unfortunately, just not quite enough credits to do anything.
Also, importantly, the War Machine gets you to 14 credits instead of 15, which is really what you'd like to be able to play
Yes,
a nuke at the
yeah.
same.
15 is a pretty magic number in any ramp list that's playing US research. And that's gonna be it.
Yeah, a nice lethal from Nanami
Yeah.
there.
Very impressive. Yeah, I love I think Nanami has been one of the main people playing this Soviet Italy list, or not Soviet Italy, Japan Italy list in tournaments. I know there's been a lot of innovation with Japan Italy over the last couple months, specifically for a tournament. So yeah, really cool to see. I know people have wanted it to be sort of tournament viable for a long time, but it it never sort of manifested. But maybe with some of these additional tools from the expansion, like that key infantry,
Yeah,
maybe this is the time.
Japan Control for a long time felt like it just didn't have the healing to
Hmm.
compete, and then we've seen it get different sources of healing. We saw it get sources in Japan itself, and then those got nerfed, and then we got to see it run with France. Those got nerfed, and now we get to see it with Italy, which seems
Yeah.
to be in a pretty good place balance wise.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I think it's a really good place balance wise. Oh, and I love this Patton. Patton is such a sweet card that we haven't gotten to see for a while because it's rotated, but even when it was around, it's not like it was a particularly high profile card that everybody was talking about. But yeah, I feel like now that it's come back around, we've seen it more this time than before it was rotated. So you can do some really cool things with Patton.
Yeah, the old classic was running Patton with the Chocolate Boys, the 30-second
Yes,
infantries.
exactly. Just spit out 4 chocolate boys on turn 1.
Ooh, that is a good hit.
Yeah, I think the issue with Patton, when the game was a little bit slower, was just it wasn't worth trading a card for. Um, but now that speed is a lot more important these days, we're seeing ramp just be thrown into mid-range lists for over a year now. Uh, yeah, I think Patton definitely has a better place in the meta than it initially did.
Now, I'm
And
curious what
Nanami,
each of these Jaegers is targeting.
yeah, I guess we didn't see the cursor for Nanami only for 2598, so um Sudden Strike on the Jaegers to prevent the card draw is definitely interesting.
Calliope, even
I
that's a
feel
little
like
risky.
I feel like the Sudden Strike definitely has to come out before the Calliope, but if you Sudden Strike the Legions, then which would actually be useful for the Calliope, then you're giving your opponent 2 free draws. It's not an easy choice at all, and it's honestly a pretty, I don't want to say game deciding, but it definitely has a huge impact on how the game's gonna go.
Yeah, and I mean these early turns are so crucial for setting up the mid game, which sets up the late game. You can have, these very small decisions early on that do, end up deciding the game for sure. I was a little surprised that we saw the Calliope use instead of the M10. I thought maybe M10 on one of these Jaegers and then Sudden Strike on the Legion would make sense.
Yeah, so on one hand you can stop the comet. On the other hand, you can suppress the Nashab. But I don't think either has that big of an impact on Nanami there.
Yeah, the Comet, even without these Warble Winds, it's not going to come out for a long time, just because, it is quite inefficient credits-wise to spend 6 credits for 4 damage. And at this stage of the game, that's just a race that Nanami is going to lose every time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the suppress on the Nashab. I know that it doesn't seem that important at 7 credits. 7 credits is quite a lot of credits, and 2 more doesn't seem like it's all that much, but it definitely is. I mean, looking what Nanami could be doing with Arnav and to stretch the line. Yeah, even this late in the game, the 2 credit buff is still extremely impactful.
Speaking of extremely impactful, this enemy spotted again, coming in
Yeah.
huge, and that's gotta be one of the most frustrating cards to see as like a little bit of a discard deck, I feel.
Yeah, so the stranglehold into the Panzer IV is really cool. Just completely stopping any ability to create a value engine. Yeah, just keeping the tempo. I mean, the tempo has been in 2598's corner the entire time. Nanami has some really, really powerful cards in hand, but there's only so much you can do in a turn.
And importantly, 2598 is holding up an extra credit again. And if you're Nanami, you're already traumatized by these strangleholds, and you know there's another in the deck.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 1 credit off there. Or not 1 credit, 1 damage off there. And I'm expecting an Alpenfestung out of Nanami.
Yeah, really not the situation where it's most effective. You really would like to have, taken some of the pressure off before.
Yeah, unfortunately, just there wasn't time. You never got a chance, and now Nanami is at the same health more or less. And 2598 has an early 2-0 lead. Nanami's definitely fighting an uphill battle to stay in this.
This is very dangerous.
And now we're gonna see it, right? This is it, the Soviet Finland.
Maybe.
Oh, you know what? The switch of the
Right, of
perspectives got
course.
us confused. Yeah. Okay, so Nanami won with 1, 2598 won with 1. All right, scores 1-1, farther from over than we thought it was. But yeah, nonetheless, 2598 is gonna have to win with that Soviet Finland if they want to advance, and we know what it can be like if you have one deck, even a single deck, that struggles to get a win. You know, one deck can be the difference between a match win and a match loss, and so I'm really excited to see it. I hope that we get the opportunity.
Yeah, well, both these decks pulling out the win so far, are very capable of putting this pressure forward, and they've been pretty quick games, even though the strategy of these decks can go well into the late game. They've found quick wins. Not all of these decks are going to be able to manage to do the same thing. So, Nanami, he could very well get stuck on his Britain deck, for example. 2598 could maybe get stuck on this Soviet Finland.
It's possible, yeah, it's hard to say. I think that Germany-Poland definitely has a grind game that some control decks it'd be very difficult for some control decks to outgrind this Germany-Poland. Just the combination of the discard and the Tarnov value engine seems definitely like a control killer. But yeah, here it is. This is the fabled Soviet Finland.
Yeah, 2598 has set up this next turn very well. And Nanami, he had such a weak turn 3, just playing and moving up Jaeger.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the card draw is gonna be happening for this Jaeger, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's on this suppressed engineers. Nanami could have technically killed it this turn, but it's sort of playing to Nanami's advantage, leaving the 0-4 in your opponent's support line to make Lotus Fard less effective.
Yeah, and it looks like Nanami is going for a really aggressive sort of like tempo start, which I don't know if is gonna be a realistic win condition. Because it definitely looks like 2598's deck is more aggressive, but maybe in tandem with this SU-76 that Nanami has already retreated once, maybe it is. I mean, Nanami does play Comet, maybe looking for a late game finisher. Yeah, Nalota is quite nice when you have that many tanks.
Yeah, for sure. And this mass suppression for 2598 that Finland offers, it makes it so difficult to really commit to a Tarnow.
It's extremely difficult. Yeah, I mean, your entire game plan relies around not being suppressed, if even just for like the legions becoming bigger than tutus.
Yeah, against almost any other nation, I feel like Nanami is like feeling pretty comfortable here.
Oh, this
But
friendly
just
fire.
Finland is so crazy.
I mean, Nanami knows that it's being held up right now. It was intel'd. But that doesn't mean that there's a lot you can do about it. Yeah, the V1
He's
bomb
found a pretty good solution.
through the breach. Really nice. Opting not to go for the 35T into combined arms, but instead just force your opponent to waste their credits turn after turn, you know?
Not even attacking with the 35T to play around it further, just clogging up this front line to buy a little bit of breathing room.
Can I just say that it is so fun to watch games with countermeasures? I love watching games with countermeasures. I know that a lot of people find that countermeasures being in too strong of a place um, is kind of frustrating to play against, and I understand that sentiment, but man, does it make for some fun gameplay to watch.
Yeah, particularly in the open deck list format, countermeasures, they feel a little less out of nowhere.
Hmm.
And, even when you have intel on countermeasures, then really the games begin, the mind games.
And not opting to White Death here? Very interesting. Not what I
Yeah,
expected.
really greedy, I think, is what 2598 is going for here.
I'm not sure why you'd hold up the friendly fire that hasn't been intel'd before the one that has, because they're gonna activate in the order that you hold them up.
Yeah, that does just seem like a mistake that 2598 is making here.
Yeah, with low time on the clock though, it's not like you have a whole lot of time to be optimizing.
All right, and in fairness, he did not go for that line anyways. Um, Probably because the Arado being able to attack first is,
Yeah,
really awkward with friendly fire.
for sure, for sure. This combined arms is just so awkward. Not that it's really necessary. I mean, your hand is pretty nice without the combined arms, but man, it's just sitting there so awkwardly. Yeah, and Nanami, I mean, how many deployment effects has Nanami forced on this specifically SU-76? Like a lot.
Oh, and that's intel on the White Death. That's huge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I said earlier that if maybe theoretically, if you can get the SU to be forced to be deployed over and over and over and over again, that maybe an aggro game plan starts to look more realistic, and that's exactly what happened. Seeing the one operation cost engineers is quite
Yeah,
wild.
it's a little cursed feeling. Like I can handle 0 operation cost engineers. For some reason that's more palatable to me.
Well, the combined arms are looking pretty nice here.
Yeah, this is, well, it's not a line that keeps Nanami alive though, right? You have this
Yeah, I was
SU
gonna
that
say
gets
without
bonus attack.
with the bloody sickle, no. But just the two SUs alone, 2598 was missing a credit, but yeah, that bloody sickle is gonna
Yeah,
allow
and I
that
mean
move.
it's hard to play around a 2-card combo in that situation.
Yeah, like it's not like you didn't do what you needed. You did deploy the guards. You did present that defensive line. But White Death into a 2-card combo, like there's just not that much counterplay if you're on the back foot.
White Death is just so good against legions. It's
Oh yeah.
it's really incredible.
Yeah, I mean that Soviet Finland deck, we said maybe it'll be a liability, but definitely had a really strong matchup in that particular. Definitely, I'm sure that the Soviet Finland was specifically picked to counterpick Germany Poland. Like they were building their deck list for this tournament, and they're like, you know what? I really need to prepare for Germany Poland.
It's
So
just the hardest read of all time.
yep. All right, so the classic question: can Jagro or reverse Jagro push that damage through before Britain can stabilize? Ooh.
Hit the drop point on this guy is rather impressive.
I know this is insane, but I almost would have liked to see the triple buff, just to keep the cavalry alive through Aufklärung.
That's an interesting thought. Of course, 2598 didn't know that he was going to get hit with hit the drop point.
Yes, this is true. 'Not 35T? Maybe trying to play
So,
around the countermeasure.
well, the idea might be that if you're able to 35T and buff it with the second stage of Aunt Frida in the same turn, then you're, you know, guaranteeing the usefulness of 35T a little bit better. And ensuring that you're not, sort of stuck on 2 second stage Aunt Fridas if you have a little bit of a dry spell looking for tanks. But clearly that wasn't 2598's plan, or, something he could have changed plans after seeing the Cromwell.
And if this Glamour Voice comes down, the double second stage Aunt Frida into suppression into attack with the shock boys. It's gonna be 9 damage. Yeah, and it looks like Nanami's instead opting for this tempo flag.
And now we are seeing these Aunt Fridas get stuck on the second stage.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think that was a very heads up play by Nanami. Very, very good play. Even not knowing about the suppression, you know that the 6/6 35T is going to trade with your Glamour Boys really efficiently. So yeah, definitely better to take out that tank early rather than deal with it later. Oh? Did you see that?
Trading first to play around Stranglehold, do you mean?
No, just for a second, the Glamour Boys had the little uwu face, the glamorous face. I think that's
I did
rare,
not
right?
see
Isn't that like
that.
very rare?
I had no idea that was even a thing.
Yeah, it's like super rare. It's like the 007 Spyring or one of those other ones. The super rare alternate arts.
Now, one of the worries with Duty Bound is that, the first few ones aren't very good, but when you just have 3 Duty Bound spree suppressions,
Yeah, I
control
mean,
just crumbles away.
yeah, there's not a lot of counterplay there. But yeah, wow. 2598 coming in with some kind of interesting deck choices. Same with Nanami. I mean, both had some really cool deck choices. But the Soviet Finland was so much more aggressive than I thought it would be. When you see the friendly fires and the cold traps, you're like, okay, it's looking to relieve some early pressure. But yeah, just a really cool deck. I really like it.
Yeah, and I think we should count our blessings that we got to see the Soviet Finland. We got to see it perform as well. So, lots of nice, fun decks out of both players in this
Yeah,
round, I think.
yeah. I mean, they've demonstrated their deck building capabilities. They got all the way to this point in the tournament. Some of them battling it out for first, some of them battling it out for third, but either way, quite some impressive accolades with some fantastically creative decks. So take this as a message. You can do it. You can build cool decks. You can take them to tournaments and you can win with them. Super, super excited to see all of this innovation going on. So we're gonna have Pancake and Nanami battling it out for our third place match, and then HQT and 2598 in our finals, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Uh,
Does that sound
yep,
right? Yeah,
that looked
Pancake
right.
versus Nanami for our bronze match coming up shortly, and HQT versus 2598. I would really like to have some sort of nickname or something for 2598, but yeah, very, very impressive showing. I do not recognize any names that are long strings of numbers in the competitive scene, so really cool to come out of seemingly nowhere and potentially be taking home that first place prize. Really impressive.
Well, if it is easier, Starry, his friends call him 2160.
Okay. Okay. Um, all right. Yeah, very cool. Um, So yeah, the question is, are our players gearing up for that third place match? I mean, obviously, got to take a little bathroom break after the after that last match. Nanami, not sure if he's ready to get into the action, but we'll be waiting to hear from our other co-producers. Yeah, so why don't we take a look at some of the decks and walk you guys through it. Berto, would you like to start us off?
Sure thing. So we just recently saw this Japan Italy deck, and the 49th Infantry is really putting in a huge amount of work, really giving Japan control, the healing that it needs to go a long way. And then we have this Soviet Italy deck, um, a little more likely that you're familiar with this one on the ladder, a really potent control deck, tried and true. And then we have this really spicy Germany Poland discard list. And last but certainly not least, a Britain German control list, a little bit of discard, a few Aufklärungs, a Panzer Grenadier, really just putting in, a wide variety of powerful mid-ranging control tools that unfortunately we saw fall apart quite quickly to suppression uh, just in the last game. But hopefully, this next time around, we'll have a little more staying power with all these guards.
Yeah, thanks. Let's take a look at Pancake's deck lists. So Pancake is bringing in a classic Jagro, using that Aunt Frida that we saw. We've been seeing a lot ever since the expansion. Great card, whether or not you're at 2, whether or not you're at 3. And then the Scion that's been really good to counteract some of those countermeasures. These have been some great new pickups for Jagro. Then we see a um, Britain Soviet air list with Claim the Skies. That card is fantastic for air decks. Removal plus buffs for all for 1 credit. Then the Soviet Italy control list. Very similar to the one that we saw from Nanami. Although this one does run a little air package with Claim the Skies and the Fiats. So cool to see a little bit of variation on that idea. And then lastly, we have a US France mill, which I wasn't sure was going to survive the compromise nerf to 4. some people are asking, how important is that? And in my personal opinion, that combined with the honor and loyalty nerf is definitely impactful. And we also see Yank in the mill list. Very interesting indeed. How many copies of the develop effects are there? It doesn't look like a whole lot. So it looks like you're kind of just looking to get started with one of those 121sts, and then carry that value from there with the Yank.
Yeah, 5 develop effects, I think, with the 3 121sts and the 2 Bomber Mafias.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. So Berto, let me ask you, I know that we are seeing a lot of lists that do have some amount of ramp. We saw Britain US ramp, which I think is a fantastic ladder deck. I don't know about you. I think that's definitely a deck that I'd want to be prepared for coming into the tournament. We also see the US France mill list has some war machines in it. We saw like a US Germany list that had war machines in it. There is a lot of ramp, whether you're full committed to like the whole package, like Britain ramp, or you're playing sort of a mid-rangey game, is another story. But how do you feel like these ramp decks interact with Nanami's control lineup? Do you think that? Yeah, go ahead.
I think ramp is incredibly potent against control. Being able to get to these really high value plays when the control deck isn't able to put out the pressure to punish that, I think is really dangerous. Getting up to things like these bomber mafias early, you're able to find these like B-17 bombers that, present such huge issues for control decks as well. And if a deck runs War Machine, it runs Bomber Mafia as well, right? So
Yeah, I mean, Bomber Mafia is just such a strong card.
yeah, so I think it's really scary for Nanami staring down all this ramp, and also even the U.S. France deck, that mill list. That list is particularly effective against control decks that have trouble dumping their hand easily, with all these 5/4 cost cards, that it takes a while for you to even play 2 of them in a turn, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's the over under on US France eating a ban here?
um, well, it becomes a much more difficult question with the compromise nerf,
Mm,
because I've only experienced this matchup when compromise is at 3K, and at that point, uh, it's like an 80 to 90% win rate against control, I would say. Um, but at 4K, that could have done significant damage to that win rate. Uh, but it still eats the nerf as you expected.
yeah, definitely makes sense to see that banned. And then Nanami's gonna lose Soviet Italy. It's difficult to choose something to ban for Nanami because the control lists, they're all very similar. They're all doing more or less the same thing. 2 of them are more discard heavy, 2 of them are Italy secondary. Um, what do you think specifically about the Soviet Italy is worth banning here?
Uh, well, it is sort of the most tried and true, and it also just has like some of the highest impact elite units,
Hmm.
um, that you really don't want to see. Um,
Yeah,
and elite orders as well. Like, I mean, Soviets is just, it's been a staple control deck for a long time for a reason.
yeah, yeah. I 100% agree. I think the other decks aren't played that much on ladder for a reason. Soviet Control is one of the only ones that does see a pretty high play rate on ladder. So just knowing that alone, definitely doesn't seem like a terrible idea to ban that one in particular. Ooh. Yeah, that Amfrita on the recon is really nice.
We might see a dagger strikes on a recon, which is really funny. I think it's right to go for.
It's tough. It's tough. Like on one hand, you really want to keep it, but on the other, you'd also really want to curve out. So
Yeah, I mean, you're killing a 2/2 and denying a draw, is the way that I see it.
yeah, yeah. There's a
Like,
very strong argument. There's a very strong
you'd
argument.
use a flying bomb in that spot, right?
I would definitely use a flying bomb, but dagger strikes is good at killing Hyens and stuff that flying bomb probably would not. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you know what? If you're against an aggro matchup, maybe that is right. Denying the early pressure.
This is a little weird playing the draw here because now if you trade, you're overdrawing even if you play one unit.
Yeah, you'd have to play 2 cards to not overdraw.
Yeah, I didn't like that. And now you're playing into desperate measures a little bit. Like, it's not too bad if your opponent desperate measures you here, just because it is, turn 5, it's quite early. And the credits will have a fairly major impact.
Yeah, attacking the colonies. I've been loving that card ever since it got buffed. I'm not gonna say that it's like amazing, but just the ability to double as removal or as an aggressive tool, and then also getting 5 life off of it. Obviously, whenever you're playing a minor nation with a smaller card pool, you do have to like have the cards be slightly better on average. Just because like there's less of them. But man, that's a big swing for 4 credit.
Yeah, and this is nice as well, getting the salvaged TK early to fully trade out the front line. The bomber, of course, still a major threat.
Yeah, anytime you can salvage a 1 credit unit, and just especially like a 1 credit 1/1 unit like TK early, it's really nice. Oh, and there's the other winter. Pancake looking to set it up in a way where Nanami doesn't get the winters, but
Yeah, what's really awkward for Nanami here is that he's had a few credit inefficient turns now.
yeah,
Like this 35T, he's almost, wasted 2 credits here. The 35T is just to get it out of the hand. And, I'm not even saying that as like a fault. I just mean that it's been awkward turns and you don't want to be having these awkward turns right now.
yeah. The good news, if you're Nanami, is that you do have a little bit of healing. You have 3 more guards in hand, and so it's definitely not over yet. Pancake doesn't have any suppression at this current point in time. I suppose it's a little bit of a problem that there's these big shock units, but ooh. Pancake could put Nanami at 1. Or yeah.
Um,
Yeah, 1 credit off, 1 damage off, 1 off in all the important ways.
but as long as that signal persists, not a huge issue.
Oh, and there it is. 1 turn. Oh no, not 1 turn too late. Now you have 9 credits.
Yeah. Oh, that's just brutal.
That's Yeah, that's the exact card that you needed to see for Pancake.
And
Yeah, and
when
if
you
you're Go ahead.
when you consider the losses that Nanami just came off of to the triple suppression in the game previously, that is a really sad way to lose that one.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Is if you're Nanami, it's hard to stay focused, to not feel at least a little bit shaken by the 3 losses in a row. But they're a really strong player. They got here, by their own merit, and it's not the first time that we've seen them, and I'm sure it's not the last either. So when when you're in a position like that, you just gotta figure out a way to clear your headspace, come back fresh, and keep pushing. Easier said than done, for sure.
Yeah. Like, and it feels like he's done, everything right or nearly everything right.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
and
he's
it's
played
just
fantastic.
a matter of, some of these cards are so potent against control.
Yeah,
Uh,
and going second here, like, there's just not that much counterplay. If you're going first, you have the audacity into their engineers, or mechanized, I mean. But yeah, just going second is a huge, huge difference.
and then you get into this game and it's like, oh great, I'm getting aggroed down by Soviet control this time. A little
Yeah,
bit.
I
It's
mean,
not too bad.
you can't you can't desperate measures, but you also can't really afford to let them play their game. But at least because Pancake pushed up like that, now you can go for the little shock plus the bombs. Very nice.
And now finally we get one of these awkward turns for Pancake. 1 credit off of SU-100 being able to trade out the bomber.
Mhm.
Sort of just letting that bomber farm a little more, although, you know, a lot of Lanami's hand, costs 4, so could even see the Winter Regiment
Yeah,
trade
that's what I
instead.
was thinking. I mean, like, I if I'm Nanami, I'm 100% willing to sacrifice this audacity to get a nice winter regiment, and gain some health. The question, I think, is the longer this game goes on, this front formation is a huge problem. I mean, front formation is probably the best control finisher as far as like inevitability, I guess is what I mean to say. The most inevitable control finisher that we've ever seen. Um, and I don't really see how Nanami is going to be able to close out the game before that. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, in these games, I have seen the 1 damage to the HQ per turn become relevant. If
That's true.
Nanami's able to get like maybe 10 damage in, then the
Yeah, the
winter offensive
Machi,
and the front formation, that becomes an issue.
the Maki, the Desperate, the Call
And the
is
Kian as
10
well in
damage.
hand.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That's 14 damage. So yeah, maybe. Maybe it's more realistic than I initially said.
Now that is a big Decima.
Mhm.
Not the biggest you can find in this matchup, to be fair. Honestly, I still have trouble playing around turn 7 Decima. That card in my mind is forever at 8k somehow.
That desk for measures is so nice. So nice right there. I don't know how much I love seeing the in here, but the other option I guess would just be like Takasaki, so I guess it's not like you have a whole lot else to be doing.
Yeah, I was actually thinking how much I like the Kian. uh, you know, maybe I'm just biased by seeing Pancake's hand and the lack of options he has at this particular moment. Which, of course, Nanami does not have access to that information.
Yeah, and we're inching ever closer. Nanami is looking like they're on their way to. Okay, all right.
Oh, is the SU
if
coming out?
that's what I'm thinking. If the SU comes out, that's it. And here's the other thing is like, okay, so let's say you do play the SU, and let's say your opponent doesn't have the Call to the Colonies right this second, or is it Call to the Colonies, or is it the
Yep.
other one?
Wait.
Attacking the Colonies.
Attacking the Colonies. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. It's really only a matter of time until your opponent does have attack in the colonies, and it's not like you have a ton of healing in your deck.
I mean, he did draw 2 healing cards, but
yeah, I
just
mean one
not
of
the
them is
credits.
only healing if you stick, and yeah, not the credits.
I still like it from Pancake. You know, he decides to play to win rather than playing to not lose. It's a very difficult position to play from if you stay at 4 defense to, you know, play around those options
Yeah,
without getting any draw. You have to imagine you likely just get attritioned out anyways.
yeah. Just because they had it doesn't mean that it's not the correct play. I want to be clear.
And finally, Nanami, you know, catches a break, gets that breathing room to feel a little bit better about his position.
Stretch the line is a really nice option into Fiat.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, sort of the worst case scenario for this card is a 2-cost regard until 1.
Oh,
And,
and
you know,
only
that's
seeing
a
the
good
claim this
rate.
guy's on the very last bloody. Unfortunate to not see it earlier, but I mean, still pretty nice that you got the bloody sickles, and the claim disguise is quite useful here.
Yeah, I think Pancake's perfectly happy. You know, get to keep the claim disguise around for this one. And, you know, you got to use all 3 sickles effectively.
Yeah.
Now Nanami's forced to play slightly off curve. You know, you'd love to be able to squeeze in a punish there, but it just doesn't quite
Yeah.
work out.
You'd also really love to save the through the breaches for the mechanized, but Pancake doesn't have any at the moment, so
Pancake stays perfectly health neutral with the Fiat and playing the SU.
Stretch the line into punish guarantees that you get the draw off of it. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I like this too. You know, you really get to buff up this Legion.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, deal with the threat that was able to kill it in the first place in one fell swoop.
Yeah. Wolfpack is nice. Alternatively, you can go for like Zerstore into Suppress. Either one looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, I'm sure Nanami's just a little disappointed he didn't get to kill that T-34, but, you know, it's still looking pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Going for the suppression line here, I like the
You would
look
have
of the
just,
Tarnow and
yeah,
the Zamość. I don't know how to pronounce anything in Polish, so I do
I believe
apologize.
it is Zamość, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I agree. I think the Tarnov is looking so nice, but it's not like either is bad. And this does allow you to deal with the Fiat, or it also allows you to kind of set up for the next turn, right? Because Tarnov is not going to be able to address any threats that your opponent may deploy, whereas Zerstore will. So it's a little bit more conservative.
I am like part of the concern is for me is also that you've used so many of your intel cards already
Yeah.
that the Tarnov, you know, could be a little dead in the future. Whereas on
Yeah.
that turn, you know, you had guaranteed value.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong at all. It's definitely a huge concern.
Now, buffing 35T is pretty awkward into shock, so Nanami instead is just moving up a lot of units, you know, sort of spacing out threats in a way, or not going all in on one unit.
Yeah, not overcommitting for sure. No, I like it. I like it. Somehow, despite the fact that we're staring down a T-34, Nanami still looks very in control of the game. So definitely props there.
Yeah, a tenable position for sure, but the Comet line does become a bit awkward with the engineers. Is this a Comet trade? Surely not. You would have just played the Stuka if that was your intention.
Mm-hmm.
Which I do kind of feel like the Stuka should have been the intention.
I kind of
Um,
agree, yeah.
it was a little bit of a fast turn from Nanami. Maybe if he took a few seconds, he
Ooh,
would have changed his mind. Maybe not.
Jaeger into Stuka. Yeah, and Nanami's just pulling away with this game. Just accumulating so much value here. Oh, and there's the fabled intel card. That's huge.
Yeah, that's really nice. Sort of two incredibly effective ways to close out the game here
Yeah.
with
Yep.
Tarnov draw and Comet pressure. Now we have... Maybe we have one more turn to find Depths of Winter.
Yeah, I mean, you still even if you find F's a winner, then you have to find an answer to Comet.
Yeah. You know, there are some fairly chunky guards. But that is not it.
All right, and we'll see Nanami going from kind of on a little bit of a back foot to a commanding lead.
Yeah, and this was a really nice game. The turns in the middle where it was really anyone's game for a moment.
Oh yeah, it was
great to
excellently
see.
played. Yeah, very enjoyable to watch. And Nanami's got to close this out with the Britain Germany discard sort of
Yep.
list.
Yeah, sorta very lightly committed to discard. I think just running wolf packs for discard. No annihilations.
Okay,
Maybe more
interesting.
call it like a control package.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, the discard without annihilate. Yeah, it's hard to call it a full discard list without the annihilations. If you're Pancake, which deck list are you looking at here?
That is a tough question. I mean, I feel like Soviets might just be better at putting out threats. Oh, no, going for this airless, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and Nanami really favoring the through the breaches and the control lists, which I think makes sense because if you allow your opponents to do mechanized, where they get to play both the aggressive game and have like a really strong value game in the middle, yeah, I don't know how you really come back from that with your control lineup. So we're seeing the through the breaches in every single list, and they're not always being used on the mechanized. You know, they're a good card, but just being prepared for the mechanized is definitely important.
This is a bit of a classic Brit Air moment from Pancake, having to play Convoy on turn 3 because your turn 1 plane got removed.
I would like to see Wellington and to claim the skies here. To be honest, I would really like to see it.
We might
But
see
maybe.
Claim the Skies Cass claim the skies, or Wellington claim the skies.
Well, that would be quite interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even really consider that just because it's very, very card negative, but I guess if you have the convoy and also a Wellington that could recoup some of that.
Yeah, I
That's
kind of
just not
like.
the end of the world.
And smart to play this Albacore here. You know, it's very little value, but at the same time, you know, your opponent's not really running ground units, so just that little bit of value that you're able to get from it, you know, is better than holding it.
For sure, for sure. And it looks like we're gonna see Wellington back to 7 cost. Unless, and maybe the MI5. No, yeah, we're gonna see Wellington back to 7 cost. Bye bye for now. See you later.
One thing that's awkward about the Albacore, though, is that now if you don't attack with it, you're telegraphing that you have a 1-cost countermeasure off the output run.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that the HQ? Yes, it is. That's maybe a little surprising to me.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you did just deploy a fighter. And you are trying to close the game out against a control list.
Yeah. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I like it.
And playing around that stranglehold so nicely. I'm sure you got to be thrilled if you're Pancake to see your opponent just lose a card right there.
The RAF is just really nice. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you know, Pancake did give it back to him, so you know,
Yeah,
it was a bit of a gambit to do that.
it's funny, I feel like there was a decently long while where Raph was getting played as like a one of sometimes in lists that had Britain. And this game right here is making me remember why it's so good. Just being able to remove any buffs in any meta where there's a lot of buffs. It's so nice. It's really good in the mirror.
Yeah, RAF has always just been like the anti-Brit air card.
Hmm. Yeah, Pancake has sort of burned all the casses, right? We saw 2 of them or 3 of them get burned.
I think he's played Bree at this point.
Yeah, so it's kind of tough because you don't have the sort of full board buffs that you're looking for. You have the single target stuff with the C embargoes, but you're kind of just working with 1/3s for a lot of the game now.
Yeah, going for the RAF over the Sexton. The Sexton has, you know, a lot of potential with Cromwell if you find that one, but RAF um, does a lot if, you know, there were more buffs used. I think it might have actually only been the 2 close air supports played, the more that I think about it. I'm not sure on that one.
Yeah, this little 3/2 Blitzer is a card that when cards were being revealed, I thought it was gonna be I don't know, I thought there was gonna be some deck archetype that really liked it. Um and then that sort of never manifested. But I'm glad that at least it's getting some love here. Maybe you aren't the best card of all time. Maybe I wouldn't put you in a deck. But out of these 3 options, I'll give you some love. Oh, and having the Devil's Brigade trigger the extra draw for the Baker Street Irregulars. That's huge. Completely forgot about that.
And you
Man,
start to wonder, you know, Nanami's the control deck, but is this the time you start to convert to the HQ? Nanami
pretty
decides
close.
no.
Pretty close. Ooh, the classic Brit Air win condition of going for some sort of play with synthetic rubber. That's the card I was looking for. Yeah, I mean synthetic rubber is a great card, and when you're struggling to get anything big, it might be nice. But yeah,
Yeah, and
Devil's Brigade. Go ahead.
this could have been a reason to not trade with the fighter from Nanami, just the board space argument. Did end up being quite major here
Oh, and look at
until he
that
drew that.
crossfire. Oh, that's quite awkward. Even going so far as to deploy the Sexton with. Yeah, I think you just got to start going for like Bletchley at this point. I mean,
Yeah,
knowing that two cards of your opponents are basically useless and cost 5 or less. Just polluting their top decks for the next couple turns.
yeah. I mean,
Does the
Fletchley,
number 9
you know, it's
commando
looking
string
like
too?
it likely is putting away 5 cards. Oh, never mind.
Ooh.
That's just an insane draw for Nanami.
Yeah, because now you can't go for it. It'll be lethal. Or no, you'd be at 1. Or 2, I guess, because you don't have the credits. Oh, that's so difficult. That's like exactly what Nanami needed. And now, I mean, even if you were to trade out everything that they did immediately, like nothing that Nanami has sticks, you still know that sometime within the next couple turns, Kitty Hawk
Okay, Kitty
comes out for
Hawk
that last 2
was the
damage.
first one to go on top.
No
So
way.
so it's
Oh,
as deep as possible. I mean,
okay,
like it was
okay,
put on
okay.
top, then everything else put on top.
I see.
So if you can
Okay.
find some healing off of this develop, maybe. Draw is something.
I guess draw is fine. Do you go for second chance to get more convoys? Oh, but you might hit sea embargoes and then you're kind of just sad.
That
Okay.
is maybe the best possible draw. But I'm not sure where Sexton is. Sexton might be next.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Pancake might be able to close it out.
Ooh.
Oh. Oh? Interesting. Do you have the credits to like go for this? I guess probably, yeah.
It's
And you do have to dig. You don't really have a whole lot. Like you have to close out this game like in very, very short order.
you have to find Sincerely Yours, right?
Yeah. Well,
Oh
speaking of
no, but no, he doesn't have the
speaking of,
credits anymore
true,
to
but there should still be the
there's
1/1
one more draw,
commandos.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Number 9. Large with extra dip.
Okay. Yeah, Pancake getting so lucky on this on the ordering of the Bletchley, because I think if it was any other order, this game would be over, right?
Yeah. Um
If
I don't know if the order is truly random or if it's somehow based on the order of the cards or their position on board.
I have no idea yet. Yeah, just kill the 1/2 and attack for.
This is really close to lethal. Wait, if you play the
Well, if you know what your opponent's next card is, it is lethal. Oh no, that is
it
lethal
just
right
is
here.
lethal. Wait, yeah.
Jeez. Wow. What a freaking game. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Wow. All right. Yeah, and then we're gonna see Nanami with the control list again against Pancake's Soviet Italy list, the one that has the air package.
Man, what an insane way to get it back to a 2-2. With the British research having to abandon your plan for the synthetic rubber and going all in on Bletchley, going down to 2 defense the turn you play it.
Alright, Pancake is going first. However, okay, I was gonna say they didn't have the turn 1 mechanized, but they do have the turn 2 mechanized into the turn 3 SU. Nanami does not have the Through the Breach that is, the tech card for this situation.
Say what you want about Pancake, but he's a man who can hit SU on turn 3.
This is true. If nothing else, he does hit SU on turn 3. Oh, air power.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I've been seeing this card a lot more on ladder recently. I don't know if it's because I haven't been grinding the upper echelons, or if people are playing it because there's just these SUs.
Yeah, I mean, also the Firefly for the SUs as well, right? We mentioned
True?
before.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Fireflies went from like almost no play to quite a lot of play uh, over the last couple months.
If MI5 hit the 4th guards, that would have been pretty huge. A 1 in 5 chance, not great odds, but
Yeah,
would have
yeah.
happened. And Nanami just sort of needs... Ooh, Crossfire is interesting.
Yeah, it is, but you need some way to deal a non-even amount of damage. Oh, I guess you have the Devil's Brigade. You can set up something cool with Devil's Brigade, but then
Yeah.
it's like if you're setting it up, then like your opponent gets the opportunity to screw it up, so
Yeah,
kind of risky.
you're also able to use this Brew the Breach into the front line to deal only 1 damage.
Oh,
Is
that's true.
also really cool with Crossfire. But I think Nanami's more playing to this wave after wave, which I think is the right call to make, given his hand. Or
Oh,
okay,
yeah. That if that isn't a telegraphed wave after wave, then I don't know what is.
yeah, it does still keep the option open of Brew the Breach in the front line and Crossfire.
Surely, if you're Pancake, you got to be like, what the heck was that about? Okay, yeah, and I think if you think your opponent has wave after wave, this is like, okay, do it. I dare you.
Yeah, but even though it was kind of telegraphed, his options were still left open quite effectively. Now you can Devil's Brigade Crossfire, fully clear the board. I like that a ton.
Yeah, that looks really nice.
Man, I just love Crossfire.
It's so cool. It's
it
the
really-
replacement. It's the replacement for root out the enemy that I didn't know that I wanted until I got it.
Really just opens up the things to think about in a turn.
Going down to 6. Going down to 5.
Yeah, and this forgive me,
Monty brings time.
this 1/1 Bree that is able to, fight the Machi just a little bit off of hitting the mark. Now your opponent just floated 5. And he's on Britain control with 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, and he did play shit
Oh.
earlier.
Pancake does not opt to play the 12 guards mechanized first to play around it.
Yeah, I mean it could be you could have found Stranglehold off of the Outclaring just the same. You know, it's a gamble. Yeah, I mean it's a gamble that I think is weighted towards a heavier countermeasure than towards Stranglehold, but it is a gamble nonetheless.
I mean, it's also like 12 cards mechanized is like huge when you're top decking as well, right? Like it's not something like a 33rd recon or a cavalry that, you know, obviously he can't have either of these cards in his deck, but it's not one of the things that like you don't really even care about. It is something that you care about a lot.
Yeah, so Pancake had to make the crucial decision. Is it more important to go for value or for face? And looking at their hand, I mean, they're assessing, I think it's better to go for value. I feel like I have a better chance of valuing my opponent out. And I agree. I mean, the cards in their hand all have room to potentially trade for really good value. You know, strat focus can trade with a couple things. Hopefully they might like invest some resources into Lion for a Day. You know, you talked earlier about playing for a win. And I think this is absolutely the way to play for a win here, instead of playing to not lose.
I think there might have been a tiny mistake from Nanami there. I think he could have gotten the Pioneer down that turn. He did play an Order.
Mm.
Which, you know, could have come up as relevant, doesn't really come up as relevant here. And now you've got to think about all the board clears that Pancake could have if you want to go for this 35T or not. Plays conservative. I imagine we might see one 35T into this guard, and then buff up the other one to take out the SU.
Seems reasonable. Yeah, and as we see, I mean, Pancake was correct in their assessment that they can sit here and outvalue them. I mean, this strategic focus has suddenly put Pancake actually ahead on value.
Yeah, it seems like Nanami maybe had an incorrect read that, you know, his opponent didn't use a board clear the previous turn, so it's more viable to extend out here, but it maybe just wasn't the exact board clear he was thinking of in Pancake's hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the claim this guy's, it's a little bit awkward here. You
And
could
the
clear the Cromwell.
lion, very awkward as well.
Yeah. So close, yet so far. I will say though, what I would like to see here is, I don't know, with Nanami's hand having the wave after wave, it doesn't really matter, but if you don't know that your opponent has wave after wave, going for like claim the skies, and then yeah, claim the skies into the Cromwell, attack with the Fiat, and then playing the Yak, and then your opponent has to decide, okay, well, oh, you know what? I think I miscalculated that. I thought that the Fiat was still gonna be alive.
Yeah, so you
Yeah,
definitely
this is
could
rough.
still be thinking about the wave after wave, because there was that one turn much earlier on from Nanami that telegraphed it a little bit.
True. Yeah, I mean, I forgot about that, but you are right. That was a long freaking time ago at this point, but not the one you wanted to see lost there.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
And Nanami didn't buff his tank, which does play around Lion from the North. I was still expecting him to go for it.
Lion from the north. Ah, yes.
Oh, sorry, Lion for a Day. Yeah, I was close.
Lion
Sweden,
from the
Italy, they're both European.
Yeah, I was curious to see whether this combined arms would come out. Yeah.
I thought about, you could pin your Cromwell for like a second for draw, but that would that would suppress it, wouldn't it? Which would kind of suck.
This is true.
Unless maybe
Oh,
it
and
says whenever an
Pancake.
enemy is pinned.
And Pancake is just hitting what they need, and Nanami is not. That 49th is so nice looking with the front formation in hand. Just so much stuff that Nanami has to figure an answer for.
Now, at least, Pancake didn't play this KV. You get to draw
Oh,
without
oh,
immediately getting
and
punished.
the Devil's Brigade into I was like, do you go for that first? Yeah, that was a huge difference having the Devil's Brigade to get the Baker Street Irregulars, and then you're gonna be able to trade out with the Pair Battalion with the 4-3. Huge difference.
And Research is a pretty nice pickup. A very nice pickup. Wait, you trade out with the Devils, right? You hit the HQ with the RAF, and then Synthetic Rubber makes an 8/8. You're one off lethal.
It's
But,
tough. Tough.
but your opponent still has to deal with an 8/8. Ooh, now he would just die.
Yeah.
This is interesting. You could... Ooh, that is a good
Okay.
countermeasure. But are you still just playing radar here? The first step of British Research, heal 4, draw 1.
Yeah, no matter what, Nanami is alive for this turn. Regardless of what they do there.
This is pretty nice.
Oh,
Double the
yeah, that's
KV.
really nice. That's really, really nice. Oh,
Triple
and the
Baji.
Maki. Oh man. This is an absolutely crazy back and forth game. These top decks have kept this wildly interesting.
Well, you at least know it's not like a from the deep getting held up or an envelop.
Yeah. Well, that is it.
Aw.
That is it. But yeah, wow.
Herculean effort from both players through this
Oh yeah,
series.
for sure. Such a fun series to watch. That's one of my favorite series in a while for sure. Um, really good back and forth gameplay. Squeezing water from stones, or what is the saying?
Yeah, squeezing the water from stone. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, man, they squeezed every ounce of value that they could out of that top deck war. Um, really, really impressive gameplay to watch. Very, very fun. But yeah, congratulations to Pancake, who will be taking home that third place trophy. And next up, we're gonna have a HQT versus 2598. So yeah, let's take a look at the decks for HQT and 25 and 98. So first up, we're seeing HQT again with this US Britain ramp list, playing high altitude bombing, P-51B, some cards we haven't seen a whole lot, but very, very cool. Then a Japan Germany Aggro list, playing a copy of Panzer 3J late. I think that's a really cool addition. We've seen it in some German mid-range lists, but I haven't seen it in Jaggro, at least myself personally. But yeah. Next we have a Britain US ramp list, playing Devil's Brigade instead of the Calliopes, and also playing Michigan, which is a super interesting choice to try and buff some of your maybe 3-cost bombers, make it so that they can attack for not that expensive. And then the last one is a Soviet Italy control list, very similar to the ones that we saw, playing Claim the Skies and some planes, but also playing Spring Offensive. That's pretty cool. So yeah, again, very similar to the list we just saw out of Pancake, where it's playing both the little tank package with mechanized and SU-76, while also playing an air package with Claim the Skies and the Fiats. Yeah, this one is definitely very different than many of the lists we've seen. Playing that Fiat G55, the 4-cost one that just recently got buffed, I think. Yeah, very, very cool list. A much more traditional list, a much more traditional lineup than I think we've seen in the last couple of games. Honestly, just taking like kind of the best decks in the game at this current point in time. But Berto, if you would mind walking us through 2598's list.
Of course. So, first up, we have this incredible Soviet Finland mid-range, running a lot of fun cards. The Sturmy, the Detached Battalion, White Death, we saw was huge in the previous series. And then next up, we have this sort of mid-range US Germany, but still a lot different, a lot more towards the ramp side, a lot heavier than what you'd expect from like a typical frontline, but still quite impressive in the early game and mid game, with a lot of ways to put on pressure. It feels weird just to call it a ramp deck when it puts out so much pressure when it runs things like the Panzer III J late. And then next up, we have this reverse Jagro, the Germany-Japan aggro deck, really running a lot of powerful options with Nakshub and Frida, and running 2 of Stranglehold is, of course, very scary. And then finally, we have this Britain-USA ramp list, a lot more control-focused than the rest of his lineup. But, still running things like the Lancaster 3B, which can be very scary in the late game and apply a lot of pressure to the HQ. So, a lineup of very, very scary lists, very potent lists. We saw them used to great effect against Nanami, and I expect we will see them put to very powerful use here as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very, very interesting. We have 2598, who I would say is a very creative deck builder, coming up with some pretty wild ideas like Soviet Finland. And then HQT coming in with kind of just like the most refined list in the game. Now, not to take away credit, of course, because I think that HQT has a lot of really interesting developments on some of these tried and true decks. But yeah, it's going to be a question of is it better to come with something that your opponents haven't prepared for? Or is it more effective to come with stuff that is tried and true? Of course, when you do come with 4 different decks that do something quite different, like HQT is taking the 4 best decks, but they're decks that do very, very different things. And so if 2598 can sort of target one in particular strategy that is effective to ban, then that could give them the leg up. And it looks like HQT is losing the Soviet Italy, and 2598 is losing the is that Brit Air?
It was Brit US ramp, I believe.
Oh yeah, Brit US ramp. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. A lot of the lists that 2598 is running are pretty aggressive lists, and you don't necessarily want to have to deal with your opponent. Maybe aggressive is the wrong word. Good mid-range lists, and Soviet Italy definitely can prey on those mid-range lists. Yeah, what do you think
Yeah.
about those bans, Berto?
So I think I definitely like the ban from HQT. Just getting rid of that more dedicated control option seems prudent. With HQT's lineup, I think that those, he can definitely play into those long grindy games and have a chance. But if you've already won with your ramp deck, or maybe if his ramp deck had gotten banned, then that could have been the deck to really break his back potentially. It's sort of the most different out of 2-5's lineups, so for that reason I think it makes sense to take out.
All right, and so we're gonna see the Aggro into the Soviet Finland. I would say I think the Soviet Finland seems pretty strong against the Aggro, especially if they're going first. But the Aggro is going first, which I think evens out the matchup a little bit.
This is an interesting keep from HQT. He has a very different Jagro list than I'm compared to what I'm used to seeing. So it really makes the mulligan an interesting sort of decision point that is a little strange to me looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this list is kind of similar to a lot of the lists we've been seeing. Obviously, there's a couple of adjustments, but Frida has been an all-star. The recons just to enable the turn 2 35T, not die to the bloody sickles. Self-damage have obviously been really popular, and recon is so good against self-damage that self-damage plays it. Or they used to, I should say, when Japan was their ally of choice. Just that they could get those winter warfares and accrue value. So yeah, I mean, I think recon is good into the Soviet lists that are popular right now, and
That raiding brigade was so huge, Starry.
oh, so huge, absolutely massive. Yeah,
And
going
in
first.
combination with the signal too, it's that's just rough.
I know. When you're going first and you have either Audacity or Raiding Brigade on turn 3, it feels so good, like so good. It's you always get to take out something with tempo, and usually the thing you're taking out, I don't know what it is about the turn 2, turn 3 units, but they're usually like the most important units that get played in the game, especially against Aggro. So being able to take out one of those key threats, whether it be an artillery piece or the guy that they just took out, or the 456 in the case of self damage, there's always something that you're trying to hit on that turn 2, turn 3.
In some ways, it's nice to get, a one-cost guard off the sickle, something to play. In another way, HQT has the option to just draw another card.
This is true.
Not going for it, though.
No, and let's see, the 50-50, no, unfortunately, no 50-50 for HQT. And wow, what a difference in, what each player has. One player has all the health and all the cards on board. The other player has all the cards in hand. Um, just absolutely opposites in terms of resources that they're working with. So let's see if each one can convert convert the resources that they have. You know, gotta work with what you have.
Yeah, I'd take the board and the health
I would,
advantage
I
here.
would too. I would too.
This is smart to play the recon first. Then the friendly fire could hit your own recon for 1 damage, which would have been really nice.
Mm-hmm. What healing does 2598 have, if any? I'm gonna go look at this list real quick.
I don't think there's any outside of engineers.
Yeah, it's just engineers. So really what we're looking for if your 2598 is some way to neutralize the signal. Obviously there's the 2 copies of the White Death, but is there anything else? And the answer looks like not particularly, unless you can get your opponent to friendly fire into it, which is not something worth counting on per se.
Yeah, I mean, you need a lot of board control to ever have a chance of getting your opponent to do that, and that is far off.
Yeah, Yak kind of needs to trade out here. Um, is there any way to get rid of the Audacity?
Um,
Not the Audacity. You know what I
the
mean. The unit
Aichi?
off of the Audacity.
Yeah, the Aichi is really looking like an issue.
Yeah, you're like forced to have it up, but also it's eating away at your health every turn. You're forced to have it
Yeah.
up until you can find the answer. Well, that
Oh,
in fact is a
well,
game.
that
That
that went
is the
about as
toxic
smoothly
move.
as possible for HQT.
Yeah, looking pretty good for Jagro. I mean, Jagro had a sort of lull near the beginning of the expansion where it wasn't doing super hot, but people found the Ant Frida tech and uh, figured out a very different way of playing it, I think, than had been played previously. It's definitely very, very different now than it was, and it took a little bit to find that, but Jagger is definitely quite strong at this current point in time.
Yeah, although HQT, it didn't feel like he needed like any of that tech really. He
No?
he just sort of did the classic things in that game. The Jagra 1-2.
Yeah, the classic Migo face.
I I kind of want HQT to hold on to this Firefly. You already have your War Machine.
Yeah, I
You know,
mean,
you
that seems so good. War Machine into turn 4 Firefly, like turn 3 Convoy, turn 4 Firefly. Seems really nice.
he just full keeps.
Yeah, the only one in question, in my opinion, is like the War Bonds, and I don't think it's wrong to keep it. So
Yeah. I mean, I could see, pitching the Convoy and the War Bonds, just so you might be able to find like a Cromwell for turn 4,
yeah,
something of that nature.
yeah, and honestly, I would just play the War Bonds here. Yeah, I mean, it allows you to target since you're not gonna be able to target with the Firefly anyways, and Glamour Boys isn't really doing much for you. Just getting that early credit lead.
Yeah, and that nicely sets up into something like Glamour Boys MI5.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Respite is a card that I love.
It's really
I
cool.
was a little surprised to see it combined with friendly fires.
Yeah,
'Cause
you make a
I
good
felt
point.
I felt like that was like a little bit of anti-synergy because respite, you're sacrificing, you know, your lethality for board control, right?
Hmm.
And friendly fire is sort of the opposite of that, I feel. At least
In some
when
ways,
your
yeah.
opponent has a small board.
Yes, yes, for sure.
But, at the end of the day, I am still just happy to see a respite.
I know. I remember when the expansion came out. That was one of the cards that you were really interested by. I know you tested with it a good bit. I remember the covert list that you played with had it.
Yeah, I'm still a big fan. I still think it's a powerful card.
Hmm.
Um,
This is
it
a
has
very
struggled to
awkward.
find a home, though.
Yeah, it's a very awkward tank here. Just using it for the mechanized and not really getting the deployment effect. But sometimes just creating the tempo, continuing with the card draw is okay.
Yeah, HQT gets to print credits off of Michigan's here if he chooses to, and I think he should choose to.
Yeah, heck yeah. Why wouldn't you? You
You
spend
heal your
7
opponent
credits
for
to make 6
6, but
credits.
who cares if you heal your opponent for 6 if you're the control deck?
Yeah, exactly.
And then the Sexton, this is very nice. We likely have to see a white death here.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, you got to figure out a way to deal with the Sexton, but you don't have anything that impactful anyways, so it's tough. On one hand, it at least trades out with a Michigan, unpins your dude, but on the other, uh, it's almost like, well, I could wait maybe until I have something else to do with it as well.
Like, there's no other way to deal with the double Michigan. Like,
Credit
you
stuff,
gain
yeah.
2 credits per turn with double Michigan online.
Yep, this is true. Well, you gain 2 credits per attack, so 4 credits a turn.
I
Two
meant
credit,
like
not
net
attack, not attack.
gain over the pre-operation cost. So each
Oh,
one of
that's
them
right.
you're
That's right. That's
spending
right.
3 and getting 4, so a net
Mm-hmm.
gain of 2 across both.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't I,
And
I
then
don't mind this play. I know that it's not the play that you would have went for, but I probably would have went for the play actually, just like trying to buff up your dudes and trying to like say, okay, I'll take some damage, but maybe next turn I can combine some board presence in tandem with the White Death to make something happen. Because otherwise, I'm not really sure what you get to do here.
the reason I think I would have gone for the other play is honestly because I'm a huge drop enjoyer, and I've seen what double Michigan can do.
Yeah, so unfortunately, because your tank is pinned, you're not gonna be able to take out that Sexton. Otherwise, you'd be able to. Interesting.
And friendly fire, it heals you for 3. Maybe you can deal 3 damage to the Wrath or Glamour Boys or something, but
The
it's
problem is that the
just
Glamour
buying
Boys get to
time.
move up. Yeah. The Glamour Boys getting to move up means that your dreams of killing Sexton are starting to slip away. Interesting. Well, at least now it dies to VM. That's actually really big.
Yeah, that helps certainly. But it's hard to imagine the options off of these two bomber mafias at hand that like won't be
Yeah.
enough to win HQT the game.
Yeah, this is true. You'd have to get unlucky and not hit any of the really high impact bombers like the B-24s. And
Well, that's one way to do it.
yeah, I think that pretty much seals the deal here. Yeah, as of right now, your opponent's kind of demonstrating that they have lethal, so definitely want to draw. Not that I think there's a whole lot to be done.
Yeah, if you yak, you're technically alive, I guess. But you have 3 SUs in hand and you can't really play any of them. Yeah.
And HQT is off to a very strong 2-0 lead. This could be over very shortly. These tried and true decks are coming in. I mean, HQT has gotten to go first twice in a row, which I do think definitely. Or sorry, no, HQT. Yeah, HQT got to go first twice in a row, which is definitely not a bad thing. But yeah, even still, I mean, they've been piloted really well, and they are tried and true decks for a reason.
Yeah. We did get to see the enormous value of that Firefly tech as well. I mean, that was pretty
Firefly.
backbreaking.
Yeah, Firefly is pretty sweet card. Loving the change. First of all, I love the new version of it, and I also love that it's been seen a lot of play recently. You know, I enjoy playing with the card. Um, I really like niche elites that when they're good, they're like ridiculously good, and when they're not, you kind of just hold them in hand until they eventually become ridiculously good. That's kind of a playstyle that I enjoy. So yeah, it's just so much value when it comes down.
Plus, you get to punish all these SU abusers. So, that's huge as well. I'm just kidding. But, that does seem like clearly the impetus for Firefly to come back into the meta.
Yeah. So anyway, so HQT has this US ramp list. And it looks like we're gonna see the mirror, although 2598 is a little more mid-rangey and has Germany secondary, but fundamentally still both ramp. But yeah, I would say, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the 2598 has to play for the quicker win,
Yes,
especially
I would
going
agree.
first. Okay.
Now, keeping war bonds without a war machine or a milk truck in hand was a little surprising to me. But it seems to have worked out okay. Keeping war bonds, of course, makes a lot more sense when you are playing against another ramp list, and
Yeah.
you're playing against another ramp list.
Yeah, if you can say for sure, like, I probably can play this on turn 5 and it still be a good card, then it definitely changes what it looks like. These armoreds are such a cool card, the armored infantry. I love how much value they theoretically generate if you can get them to do what they're designed to do. And just like getting to use them in tandem with Calliope is really cool, making some early giant artillery for your opponents to deal with. Really cool card. Also in draft, that card is absolutely insane.
The US always seems to come out ahead on draft somehow when
Yeah, I
the
mean,
new expansion comes around.
there's draft is actually has a lot of good nations right now.
Yeah, the devs have introduced some time ago now the weighted distribution to
Yeah,
cards in
yeah.
draft to make it a lot more fair. There was a while there where US was simply too strong.
So yeah, these players are competing right now for the difference in $500. First place gets $1,500. Second place gets 1,000. So these players are competing for $500 right now, all on a single game. So it's a really, really stressful position to be in. Yeah, I mean, do I envy them that they have the opportunity to do this? Yes. Do I envy the amount of stress that they're under? No, certainly not.
Now, having double Bomber Mafia and 10 credits and the heavier deck and board advantage does reduce the stress a little bit here for HQT. Obviously doesn't trivialize it, but this is a difficult spot for 2598.
For sure. If there's a way to, I mean, you can go 50 or you can go for the 25% chance on the Pathfinders. You can go for a 50-50 chance that it kills one of the two, 25% chance that it kills the one that you want in the front line.
Yeah, I mean, you can also just the SD is a 2/2. You can trade the
Is it true?
2/2 into the milk truck and then Calliope for guaranteed.
Oh yeah, that looks really nice. And maybe Zerstor or Armored Infantry. I don't necessarily want to
maybe.
play the Armored Infantry here, because what if it gets bounced by Pathfinders?
Well, armored infantry getting bounced by Pathfinders is better than Zerstorer getting bounced by Pathfinders, right?
I mean the Calliope, because you don't get anything then. But yeah, it looks like
Oh,
the
yeah, of course, that
Pathfinders.
makes sense.
Yeah, it looks like the Pathfinders bounced the one unit that you really don't care is bounced at all. In fact, it's probably better that it's bounced. But even though HQT did not get what they wanted with that particular bounce, they still are in a very commanding position.
Ripping the strat bomb here is interesting. You're definitely not forced to. But nothing else feels incredible either.
Yeah. This though actually allows. I was thinking you could even go for Sherman, but that just because you can. Too busy wondering about whether or not we should or we could to Jurassic Park quote. You know what I mean?
Yeah, too busy asking if they could. They didn't ask if they should. Something along those lines. Not taking the opportunity to kill this big ol' fighter.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
getting a bit
2598
punished for it.
is trying to get down this damage before the nukes come out. And on one hand, you're not going to get lethal, but on the other hand, if they do go for nukes, then they can't deploy Glamour Boys, they can't there's not a lot they can do outside of going for the nukes. So it gives you kind of like two turns of hitting for a big amount, and then maybe just maybe with the you can get like a production order or something to close out the game. Let me
So
see.
for 2598, that's true, presumably. But when you look at HQT's hand, he actually has a ton of options here. He is able to go for this Havoc and supply priorities
Mhm.
to kill the fighter, and then use Hellcat to trade out
Mhm.
in the front.
That is true.
You're also able to do this line for a full board clear. There is also the option to trade the front line with this B-24 and then Hellcat into the back line for the fighter, keeping the supply priorities.
Yeah, going for the armored infantry into the Shermans. It looks like 2598 is not playing the production order or bomber mafia, so they definitely are relying on these tanks to come out. But yeah, they really need an operation cost reduction to get into the territory of that B-24.
And now you just have 3 more machines, and you just don't have the breathing room to play them.
Mm-hmm. 6 plus 12 is 18. But 6 plus 12 plus the Hellcats 4 would be 22. So HQT can clear away. Surely. I mean, surely after dropping one of the nukes, the Hellcat is getting in for 4, right? So, yeah, HQT does look like they have the damage to close this game out, as long as they don't fold under the pressure of these Shermans.
Yeah, this is dangerous, right? It does cost a lot of credits to do, all the damage you want, but
Yeah. 2598 definitely wishes they had that Lotta, but that's in the other deck, not in this one.
yeah,
The
the Allotus
Hellcat,
card would be lethal, I think.
yeah, the Hellcat
Yeah.
with Lotta would be lethal.
But as it stands, to attack with the full board costs 10 credits. You get to deal 14 damage, so 1 off lethal. Wait, oh, sorry, of course I'm forgetting the Jasko.
Yes,
Um,
yes, true.
so, so quite a bit more breathing room for HQT than I was saying.
Maybe you can bait them into playing Glamour Boys before they drop the the nukes. Nope, unfortunately not. HQT demonstrating that they do have the prowess to be fighting over first place right now and making sure to go for the nukes before they drop anything.
He might be tempted. Oh, one thing you're able to do here against Stranglehold is if you hold up the countermeasure, play Hellcat, then you're able to unactivate the countermeasure and attack with the Hellcat for 4 damage to the HQ, if you so desired. I'm not sure if HQT knows that tech. I'm not sure if HQT cares, or if he just wants to hold up countermeasure, play a convoy, or just Glamour Boys. All options there for HQT seemed quite reasonable.
Yeah, the fact that HQT never managed to get off the B-24 on the HQ means that they aren't demonstrating a lethal line with Hellcat and the nukes. So it is possible for 2598 to come back into this game, especially with all the value that they have. HQT does have, of course, the Bomber Mafia and the Convoy, but yeah, it's definitely not definitely not over by any stretch of the imagination. And this Hellcat is going to be what, a 6-4?
Yeah, so that's pretty nice. Still the option from HQT to just Bomber Mafia, get him with a Hellcat.
Yeah.
Or
Top
even
taker combo.
Bomber Mafia could even, get another Blitz Bomber. Would be very scary.
For sure. Getting a flying
E17, pretty dang
fortress.
good.
Yeah, I mean, it's good if you can protect your HQ and force the game to be a value game, but without any guards, you kind of have to get the Glamour Boys down first before the Flying Fortress is super, super good. You can't drop it on a board that's unstable, right? So,
Or-
I kind of want to see the... Okay, yeah, that works. That into Panzer J late. I was thinking, combined arms into Panzer J late to make sure you're hitting for 4 damage, but yeah, no, that also works too. Maybe you
Yeah,
want to
I
save
mean,
the suppress for a guard. I don't know.
I do almost feel like the Panzer J late you might want to save
Yeah, you know your
until
opponent has
after the
nukes.
nuke.
Yeah. That's tough.
Yeah,
And there is a Blitz
oh
bomber.
dear. I don't see too much point in pushing up the infantry rather than playing War Machine. I guess it's to not telegraph the stranglehold, and you kinda are banking on your opponent making a major mistake into stranglehold.
Yeah,
But realistically, that's just not happening.
this is it. HQT is, um, in the home stretch here. 2598 still has chances, but they're becoming more and more
Yeah,
difficult.
I kind of feel like 2598 had to try to go for nukes of his own first before he tried to do the pressure with the tanks when, there's still a known nuke in the hand of his opponent.
Maybe, maybe. And the supply priorities is not what you need. Let's see what we can rip off Bomber Mafia.
Ooh, that's a bit of a low roll.
Yeah.
Uh, he doesn't know about this Hellcat, so he's not
Yeah.
going to play around it and just die
And
to it.
that's gonna be it. HUT taking home our first season tournament, our first expansion tournament, 3-0 in a extremely decisive final round. Wow, what a final round. Those tried and true decks are definitely really strong. We did manage to see um, the Soviet Finland do well in other areas. Definitely had a really strong showing out of 2598. The decks were really good, but unfortunately, those tried and true decks are really strong, and when piloted so well, I mean, the strangleholds were played around every single time. Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, well, something that I think really impresses me is when a player is able to adjust to what they're not used to playing against, when they're able to read these deck lists and say, okay, this is how I need to change my play style. I know how to play around Stranglehold. I'm going to do it every time. I'm not going to, make a misorder because usually it doesn't matter. Usually I never see Stranglehold in my thousands of ladder games.
Hmm.
And HQC showed that he has that ability. He's able to deal with what his opponent throws at him, no matter how unusual it is compared to the typical meta decks. And he really showed his adaptability in this finals.
Yeah, I mean, he showed how dominant of a player he is, and he definitely deserves to take home this $1,500. But 2598 is still walking away with 1,000. And then our third place winner walks away with 500. So, yeah, great expansion tournament. I love to see kind of the culmination of the meta where it kind of shook into its final form, and I'm really excited to see what changes with the upcoming spring release. So this is a great way to sort of send off this meta. Yeah, I'm really really impressed with the decks that I got to see today. A lot of innovation in a meta that has been around for a couple months with no tournaments. So
Maybe
very
we
cool.
should see the bracket just one last time before we send it off. HQT taking first place, 2598 in second. Third place for Pancake. A hard fought fourth place for Nanami. And of course, credit to all the players who made it into the top 8, everyone who played in the top 32 Swiss. And thank you, the viewer, for coming today to watch this quite wonderful tournament, if I do say so myself.
Yep. Thank you guys for tuning in. Hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. And yeah, we're excited for what comes next in cards. We're excited for this expansion, this little mini expansion, and yeah, hope it's fun. But I think that is all for today. So thanks again, and we will see you guys in the next one.